doing it too.
Yeah, his
Yeah, I
album is
like
gonna
it.
be really good. Um, I think it's gonna go platinum.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah, like he doesn't have one bad song on that album, and like
Not
not
one.
one. And my daughters, like, they're in love with it. So like, it's a good indicator. Like, yeah, it's gonna go platinum.
Is it all? Is it a country album?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm. And it tells a nice story. Oh my gosh. I cried like a baby during his whole set.
I'm sure you did. Rub it in. Rub it in. Selena was there.
I'm sorry,
Selena
Savior.
was
I'm
there on
sorry.
time. She was there on time. She wasn't on CP time like me and my daughters. I got to meet Selena's husband.
Yes. Bash was like, "Oh, you real? We thought she was lying."
Bash is crazy. My daughter was like, as soon as I walked in and I saw that pink beard, I was like, oh my gosh, he is a handsome man. She's like, I'm going straight to the pink beard. And I was like, you are so dramatic. You are so
They're so
dramatic.
cute.
But I love it. Like, she is my drama child, my little drama queen. But yeah. Okay, y'all. So we are at 123 shares. What's up to the YouTube family over there? Um, Thank you so much, Damned Biomass. I appreciate you. He says, I love the show so much. Thanks to everyone for all the hours and mental effort. You're so welcome. Thank you for the support. Y'all don't forget to push us out over there. Help us get into the YouTube algorithm so we can get more people. I am going to update the YouTube description and put the VOD link in the YouTube description so people can join us from YouTube. You see that black box that just popped up on the screen? That is where the YouTube caller will be able to join us on stage over here. And then I still do have the Discord, the Thinker Discord call in. I think I fixed it to where y'all don't have to like join the room, that you'll be able to hear it on stage. And by me doing it this way, I think the YouTubers will be able to hear the Discord callers now, but we will test that out and see. Thinker, what did it say? So I learned TikTok is no, it's not. That's not true. Um, that's not true. There is some speculation out there, but they're not meta based. I did see that somebody did a back when check, and there has been no changes to TikTok's IP address, so any of their servers, um, uh, the servers that they use don't have any affiliation with Meta. And then Sean, who is one of my mutuals, did a back when check on the terms and conditions to see if there's been any update. And they have to put that, they have to put any mergers in their updates. And then I didn't think about this, like they have to tell their shareholders. They can't just sneakily do it. They have to communicate with their shareholders. And so there, none of that has happened. So what we're hearing about Meta and TikTok merging is not true. What Zuckerberg could possibly be doing is adding the TikTok API to his source code on his own, because Facebook does have an open AI source capability, so anybody can add their can run their APIs through Meta's interface, and so that's probably what they're doing. So it's probably more on Meta's end, which is what, like I said, like I think he's trying to make it easy for you all to connect your TikTok shops in your account, so that if TikTok goes down in 3 months and they don't actually get a sale, it'll be easy for you to transfer all of your content to Meta. And so I think he's like getting ahead of the game. But there wasn't a merger. Now, could it possibly be one in discussion? Possibly. We don't know what will happen. But as of right now, it has not happened. Does that make sense?
I'm surprised that TikTok didn't jump on Mr. Wonderful's offer.
Who is Mr. Wonderful? I thought his name was Mr. Beast. Who is Mr. Wonderful?
Well, Mr. Wonderful is the guy from Shark Tank.
Oh, he made an offer
He
too.
offered
What's
him,
up, Lala?
yeah, he offered him $20 billion.
Oh, wow. Didn't Mr. Beast make an offer?
No, I don't know. I haven't heard his offer.
Yeah, I think Mr. Beast made an offer. There is Perplexity AI. Also, Perplexity AI so far is the only one who made an offer to merge with TikTok, and like implement AI into the platform. Everybody else is offering to buy the shell, and from what I understand, there is TikTok isn't entertaining the offers. Like they're not interested in selling. That's from my understanding.
I heard they would. They said they would sell the platform, but
No, they
without
said
the algorithm.
no. They said they won't even do that.
Oh, they won't do that now.
Yeah. Well, they never said that they would do that. That's what everybody in America said. But yeah, they said that they wouldn't even. They're not interested in selling at all. But they definitely, for sure, would never sell the algorithm because it's proprietary.
I don't know
Oh,
what
thank you
they're
for the
gonna do.
TikTok balloons. Yeah.
That was pretty.
Give me just a second. I'm trying to get the video link into chat. But what I am concerned about is show building a group of conservative influencers, right? That to me is very concerning because what privileges does he plan on giving these influencers? And what message are they going to be pushing out? Like, what deal did Show make with the conservatives? That's the only thing I don't know, because he's been building that group for like the last 2 months. Yeah. That's the one thing that I'm concerned about. Y'all give me just a second. I'm trying to get the YouTube description set up for YouTubers, and then we can begin. I do see the 4 guests and the guest request. Be patient with me. Let me finish this last step in setting up for us, and then we can relax and have some fun, because I want to talk about the main thing that I was in the shower and I thought about the last question. Is it possible to uphold human morals while maintaining unwavering loyalty to the God of the Bible? Like, actually, all of these questions came to me while I was in the shower about an hour ago, just thinking about stuff. And I had to, like, as soon as I got out the shower, like, I'm creating the post. But that's, a conversation that I think we need to have, that I think a lot of believers don't necessarily think about. Also, we often think that the first lie in the Bible is when the God told Adam and Eve that they would not die if they ate from the tree. But believers believe that the God created humans to be morally good. And if that is the case, right, did he lie? Did he lie when he said humans were good? So is that the first lie in the story, and not what he said to Adam and Eve? I asked myself that question while I was in the shower. So I think that should make some very good conversations. And then we know that, Christians always talk about how obedience is better than sacrifice, but we don't go a little bit deeper and say, well, what if the obedience requires sacrifice? Then do you do both, or do you abandon the command to obey? And I'm not talking about just like sacrificing as far as like murder or killing or like that type of ritual. There are other ways that we can sacrifice ourselves, and we can sacrifice those in our lives. And so I think that these should make some very good, interesting, valuable conversations. So give me just a second because I couldn't type and talk at the same time. So let me get this video description into the YouTube description so they can participate in the conversation, and I'll be right back. But Nelly and Selena, if y'all could entertain the people with you go to sleep. If you could, if y'all could like entertain the people while I do this, so we're not sitting in silence, that'd be great.
Right. Nelly, I'm trying to be real quiet because this man next to me is asleep.
Well, I guess I'll just sing this new song I wrote. No, I'm just playing.
All right. Like the head go.
Yeah, I'm really interested in these questions, though. I'm curious to what um, the believers are going to say, especially that last one, because me personally, I don't think it's possible. I, it's
I
actually
don't think so either.
impossible. Yeah, I'm curious to hear what they say, but of course, like I said, it's not going to be based on their morality anyway. It's going to be based on the guys, so they're gonna say yes, it's possible, and you know they're gonna say they're morals or God's morals. But then when you start bringing up God's morals, they're gonna say that's not God's morals. That ain't what He wanted to do. That's what He had to do.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's twisting themselves like a pretzel.
Mm-hmm. Who said let's listen to that song? I'm sorry. Y'all do not want to hear me sing. They will shut TikTok down. Trust me.
Again.
Mm-mm. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to. You guys were on last night, wasn't
Yeah, we were.
you? Okay.
It was a nice full panel. Like she did full panel last night because it was the us coming back. So like we
Freeform
had, I think
Friday.
it was, yeah, it was something like Freeform Friday. It was a Freeform Friday on a Sunday. So, but they were um the conversations were interesting.
Have you been messing with the Red Note?
No, no, I tried and I was like, I'm giving up. I have not yet.
Yeah, you're gonna have to learn. You're gonna have to learn a different language, or at least learn somewhat of their language to just basically, navigate through the app. I've been trying to, but it's easy, but it's hard. They say that the language is easy, but that language is not that easy. I have a hard time just looking at how they write it, and I'm trying to learn it based on the writing,
Yeah,
so at least I can see it and I kind of know what it says. But
It really is easy
yeah,
because like, and then the way that they're teaching you, um, it's so easy. Like for example, raspberries is bong, and like they'll make a video and they'll just go bong 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 bong, and they'll put the the word in Mandarin. They'll put the picture of what they're teaching you, and then they'll put the word in English, like the sound, the phonetics, and they'll just play it over like a quick 30-second bong 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 bong, and like you can't forget it. And then they use visionary methods to teach you the words. Like it literally is easier than I thought to learn how to speak Mandarin the way they teach it. Like they don't do
hmm.
it. Yeah, the way they teach it. Like I'm in a group over there.
Hmm.
It's easier than I thought it would be.
Well, I'm still struggling, so but I'm gonna get it, I guess. But of course, I don't spend a lot of time on it either. I maybe 15, 20 minutes, and then I'm back doing what I'm doing. But I'm gonna have to. But for as the app, for as navigating through it, I kind of done figured that out now. You know, it's kind of like TikTok, really.
Yeah, yeah. To me, it's better. It's a little bit better with the features that the editing features and stuff. It
Hmm.
automatically translates like double, like it does English and Mandarin for you in your captions. You don't have to, figure out how to do that. Like it's a little bit easier with editing. Um, should I say? But the for you page, the news feed. I wish it was like when you come in, you automatically are met with the content. I don't like platforms that have the grid and you can't hear anything
Hmm.
because you don't know what content you want to listen to. But if the content meets you, right, it engages you as soon as you open the app. And that's the thing about TikTok. When you open the app, the first thing you see is content. Like you're met with the content right up in your face and it draws you in. And that's the dopamine effect. The other apps that create the grid, it's not addictive that way. And for some
Right.
reason, people haven't figured out that is the secret. The secret is when you first open the app, you got to draw them in. And then
Right.
the recommendation app. Um, that's the secret. Yep, that's the
Hmm.
blueprint. Uh-huh. All right, so are we ready to start the night? So we want to start off with a believer first, if that's okay. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing or if you're an atheist, the guest box is open to you. But if you're in the guest box and you are a believer, can you comment and let me know so I know who to bring up first so that we can get the show started. Also, keep in mind that we are back to business as usual. So if you come on stage, it's not to sit and chill tonight. It's still the one-on-one conversations. If you are a nerd and you come on stage, is to come on stage and to share your deconstruction journey with us, ask a question, something like that, but not to like hang out or small talk. Also, if you're an atheist and you come on stage, make sure that you are adding value to the conversation and that we're not just sitting here going, yeah, yeah, I agree. Yeah, yeah. I just want to make sure that the conversations are valuable and we're getting something out of it because we're here for a very long time. Okay. So I didn't get any Christians or any believers, so we'll go ahead and get started with who's in the guest box. Give me just a second. Deja. Hey, Deja.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm good. Is there an echo? Because I'm technically connected to my Bluetooth.
No, there's not an echo.
Okay.
What's going on?
Like just woke up just before the live started.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Did you come up to share something or?
Oh, I was reading
Oh, okay.
the side panel real quick. Is it possible to? I feel like the third question is not really possible. Is it possible to uphold human morals while maintaining unwavering related to the God of the Bible? Because I feel like the morals that he has versus the morals that like a regular person has is a little bit higher. So I feel like if you want to live by the Bible, that'd be really possible.
Yeah, I agree. But they tend to think that their morals match. For some odd reason, it's like this weird thing where they think or believe that they are following the morals of the Bible in their everyday life. It's because they believe that the Bible says don't lie, or they believe that because they were taught that the Ten Commandments says thou shalt not murder, that also means that sacrifice is wrong to this God. And so, like, because they don't necessarily engage with the Old Testament, I feel like a lot of them don't know the God that they've chosen to serve. And so they incorrectly believe that their morals do come from this God. And so when when they learn that the God's morals are different from what they have, that's the thing. Like the shift that they do, a lot from what we've seen, a lot of them are willing to adjust to his morals so that they can be loyal to him. While to us, that shift makes them look immoral to us, right? Or seem like they are or willing to be immoral, but they don't see it. And we've seen just maybe a handful say, "Nah, I can't do that, not even for God." And so I think that would be, pretty interesting to discuss tonight.
And I find it so strange when like they're confronted with parts of the Bible that obviously morally they don't agree with, but instead of saying that they don't agree with it, they kind of just dance around it. Like they don't want to confront their God. Like they don't want to say that, oh, that's wrong. You shouldn't do that.
Yeah, because that loyalty, right, and that feeling of that sense of debt. They feel like they owe Jesus their life because Jesus died and suffered for them. Like, how could I not, right, put Jesus first or be loyal to Jesus? So I think it's that the loyalty that they feel that makes them do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
That
I
blind
could be
faith.
wrong.
It's a little scary to have blind faith in somebody like that. Somebody who doesn't really talk to you or show themselves or like I don't know. A lot of the times they were like, "Oh, thank God I woke up this morning." I'm like, "Well, I just woke up because I'm healthy and I went to the doctor. He checked me out, make sure I was good." But I don't know. I don't understand it. Like
Yeah.
my whole entire family is religious. They're all insane. Like, because of this community, I'm a little bit more vocal about being like, that I'm not a Christian or whatever, and I don't agree with anything that like a lot of things that happen in the Bible. And the other day I was talking to them about it. They said that they said that I'm a part of a cult because um
What?
yeah,
That's
because they
crazy.
know. Well, I'll tell you why they said that. Because I'm on your live, or like I go to Christina's live, or Mizo or whoever, and they said that that's a call. I'm like, that's insane that you, a Christian, call something that a community that I'm part of a cult, considering that everything that when they talk to Christians, I'm like they use their Bible and information from their God to argue them back, you know what I'm saying, or what I'm saying, and the Christians don't like that, and which is insane to me because I'm like, it's your Bible. I'm like,
I,
but
I
that's
don't think,
insane that you said I'm part of a cult.
yeah, I don't think they know what the characteristics of a cult are. And then do they consider themselves part of a cult when they are on TikTok all day? Like just watching
No,
videos? Like that's the thing, right? They're saying, oh, because you're on social media all day and you hang out with your community all day, it's a cult. Cults require loyalty. Cults say, I'm right. I'm always right. Like there, it has one leader who everybody like listens to, and that leader is always right and never wrong, and they do what the leader say. Like what the fuck? Like you have to give all of your money to the cult. Like they don't know what a cult is, and they don't realize that they're the ones that's in a cult. Like that's crazy.
I'm trying to think of what the exact words they used was, like unbeliever cult or something like that, something crazy and wild. I'm just like, yo, what are you even talking about?
If I were you, like I would pull up the list of the characteristics of a cult, right? And ask and just say, okay, let's check this out. Let's see if I'm in a cult. So
You know,
cults require absolute control, right? They have absolute control over their members' lives. Who on TikTok has absolute control over my life? And then say, is there anybody in your life? Like, do they go to church?
actually, yeah, they go to church. Like the person that said it, they go to church with my dad or like their what's that, grandma or something like that. But yeah, they go to church heavily, low key.
I'd be like, who in your life has absolute control over your life? Whether it's God, right, or the pastor, all right. And then cults don't allow questions. Let's say I can ask as many questions as I want. In the non-believer cult community, I can ask any question I want. Can you? can you question your God? Can you question your pastor? Like, I would just throw it back. I would go through the list and like just throw back everything, and then they'll fucking realize that they're the ones in a cult. I swear I would be an asshole in that situation.
Like, it's insane. I'm like, I've never heard like someone tell me I'm a part of a cult. Like, that's literally insane. My brother, he's like, I've been kind of, telling him the things that I learned from you guys live, and he's just like, recently the other day, he's like, yeah, I'm not really a Christian. He says, but he like believe in somebody. He says somebody out there, but he said he's not a Christian. I'm like, oh, you're not a Christian no more? That's insane. I'm like,
Why did he
just
say he's not a Christian anymore?
you know what? I didn't even think to ask him at the time, but I was really thinking about that. I'm like, I wonder, because I'm like, he was just a Christian, you know what I'm saying? Like, I remember we had got into an argument, and he was like, yeah, my God, I believe in my God, or something like that. This is my other brother, because my other one who I got into it was like, he not trying to hear nothing that I say. Like, he didn't even want to bring up the Bible verse. He was ready to fight me. But my one brother, he's like, yeah, I'm not a Christian anymore. I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting. But my dad is a hardcore believer, real hardcore. Insane.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah. Did you have anything else that you wanted to add before we move on to the next guest?
No, not that. Just that. Thank you for allowing me to come up.
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming up, and let us know if you do the thing. Like, if you take them through the list, I want to know what their reaction is, because yeah, I don't think they know what a code is.
I definitely am going to ask them and see what they say.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much for coming up, Deja. I hope you have a great day. A great night, actually.
You too.
All right.
All right.
I think much like how believers think that free will is the same thing as choice, I think they think cult means bad group, like bad. I think they just think that cult is just a group. I don't know, like it's so that like their thinking is just so simple to me. I don't know.
I don't either.
Y'all don't forget to do the heart me's, the team bracelets, and share the live so that we can get out on the FYP. Snem Roski. Hey, Trinita. Okay, I guess that was an accident. Fredo, are you still there? You said it's giving you an error. I know some people aren't able to send gifts, and then I don't know if their algorithm is working the correct way. The video that I did yesterday, like when we came back online, it should have like 10,000 views. It's got like 1,200 likes, and it's in at 5,000 views. That the ratio is just completely off. So I don't know that their algorithm is back working the right way yet. It's saying the server isn't connecting. Wow. That's not true. I saw that video too, Trinita. The way she spelled reg, she spelled it R-E-G. Rig, she spelled it R-E-G. And like I searched it and it all came up for me. Like I don't know what she searched. It's a lot of like I don't like Donald Trump either, but also like I don't like misinformation more. Because it could be very dangerous. But I see a lot of videos where people are like spreading these conspiracy theories. Like for one, like when the servers came back on, when TikTok came back on, Like a lot of people were like, "Oh, the app has changed. They're censoring us. We can't share links." And because some people may not have knowledge of how these servers work, it takes time for them to come back on. And so because people couldn't use the app the same way they used it when the lights went dark, they were expecting for the app to come right back up. And so like I just see a lot of like conspiracy theories, and people are running with it, and that can be dangerous. But yeah, I tested that out when I saw that video, and everything came up for me. And then I went back and realized she spelled rig, REG, instead of RIG. Kevin, hi, how are you?
Hello, how are y'all doing?
I'm good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
Of course, I'm 34. I'll be 35 next month.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a learner.
Well, we are talking to believers of the God of the Bible.
And I believe in the Bible.
Do you believe in the God of the Bible?
I do.
Okay. So when you say you're a learner, is that because you don't identify as a Christian?
Oh, no, nothing like that. Okay. It just means that I like to learn everybody's point of view and with no judgment.
Okay. That's cool. But I so do I, right? And this is why I'm asking you questions about the way you answered my original question. And sure. I just would like to know why, your answer was that you're a learner. When I was trying to figure out if you were a believer, right? So is there a difference? Like if you are a learner, does that mean you're not a believer?
No, not at all. It means that everybody should perceive the Bible and, in their own way and follow it in their own way. And I like to learn how people follow it in their way.
Okay, but do you realize that I didn't ask that question? Like the question that I asked, you gave me a different answer for something that I didn't ask. Does that make sense? Like I yes. wanted to know in that moment if you were a believer of the God of the Bible, but you didn't answer that question.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, and it's just for me like trying to understand how like a lack of communication skills and listening skills could also play into why there's a misunderstanding between people who believe and people who don't believe, right?
Right.
And I think that what just happened in that simple exchange might be a good example of that, because a lot of times when we're talking to believers on stage, we'll ask a why question and they'll answer with a what or a how, right? Or we'll ask a when and they'll answer with a why, right? And they get upset when we interject and say, nope, that's not what I asked you, right?
Right.
And they think we're being rude and interrupting them. But in their minds, they believe they are answering our question. So
understandable.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, I do.
Okay, awesome. So there are 3 topics on the board that you can choose from. Go ahead and let me know which topic you want to select. And while you do that, just want to remind those of you that are in YouTube land, if you want to participate in the conversation, there is a link. 2 links in the YouTube description. You can join through VDO.Ninja and join us on stage, or you can call in through Discord. And the link is in the YouTube descriptions. Go ahead. Which topic did you want to discuss?
I'll start with the top one if you'd like.
Okay, so we only get to do one topic. So whichever one you want to do.
Well, did the God of the Bible lie when he said humans were good? The God of the Bible put all of his faith inside of us, and he gave us free will to show him that we have faith in him back, because he loves us more than he loves himself. So did he say when he lied, when he said humans were good? No, he didn't lie. He just knows that humans have our own animalistic instinct. So it's up to us in our hearts to be able to follow the good guidance and show him that we are worth having our own free will and worth his respect and his love, even though he's going to give it to us regardless.
Yeah, but okay, so if I give you an apple, right, and I know that apple has a pickle inside, right? You
Hmm.
don't know that, but I know it has a pickle inside. And I know that you don't like pickles, right? And I hand the pickle to you and I say, hey, this apple is good. You ask me, is it good? And I say, yeah, it's good. And I know that there's a pickle inside of there that you don't like, right? Did I lie to you when I said that the apple was good?
No, not necessarily. Because when you bite into the apple would still be good.
If you
But when
bite
you get
into
to the
the
pickle
apple,
part,
you're
you may
gonna
not like
eat a
it.
pickle. If you bite into the apple, you're gonna bite into a pickle. You don't like pickles, Kevin. And if you bite into this apple, you're going to eat a pickle, right?
Not the apple
And
also.
you're gonna bite into the apple, and you're also gonna bite into a pickle that you don't like, right? The pickle here is free will, okay? When you bite into the apple, you're also biting into a pickle. You don't like pickles. So is when you ask me, hey thinker, when I say, hey Kevin, here's an apple, take the apple and bite it, and you say, is it good, right? And I know that you don't like pickles, and I say, yeah, it's good, and you bite into that pickle, right? You bite into the apple and the pickle. Did I lie to you when I said that the apple was good?
No, you did not. Because the apple may be good, but the center where the pickle is, I don't like. If you already knew that, though, that's not right.
So Kevin, when you bite into this apple and you have pickle in your mouth along with the apple, is that bite good?
Oh, no.
Okay. Are you going to keep eating the apple?
No, definitely not.
So therefore, the apple that I gave you was not good, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So
Agreed.
one thing that I noticed yesterday is that when we talk to believers, if I think about a sandwich, right? A sandwich is ready made. It has the meat, the cheese, the whatever you like on your sandwich. When I hand you a sandwich, you take a bite and you're eating the meat, the cheese, the lettuce, the tomatoes. You're eating all of those different ingredients that made that sandwich up at one time. And you know that you're eating a sandwich, correct?
Correct.
So when I have discussions with believers, like just asking a simple question, if I hand you an apple with a pickle, that knowing you don't like pickles, and I tell you that the apple is it good? I shouldn't have to break it down and say your mouth bites into the apple, and at the same time you're biting into a pickle. The bite in your mouth tastes nasty, right? Therefore, is the apple good? Like I shouldn't have to say, eat the ham, eat the top bread, eat the bottom bread, eat the mayonnaise. Like I shouldn't have to do that, right? In conversation in order to get to the fact that you just ate a sandwich. And I feel like conversations with believers tend to be like that. Like we have to break down the sentence or break down the concept for you to just get an honest answer or a very simple answer. And then things that are sometimes more complex, y'all tend to simplify, where simplification does not necessarily fit, and then you overcomplicate things that should just be simple. Did that make sense?
Yes, it was a very in-depth, description, but yes, it definitely does.
Yeah, so when God said that humans were good, right? According to y'all, your belief is that he made Adam and Eve perfect. Is that right?
He what now? I'm sorry, you broke up.
According to the Christian belief, where some Christians, let me not say all, the belief is that the God made Adam and Eve perfect before they sinned, correct?
Yeah. And then they were tempted by the serpent, yes. Or
Okay.
Eve was.
All right. So if and making them perfect meant that their bodies were perfect and they worked the way they were supposed to work, and then they were morally good, correct?
Right.
Okay. And so when this God looks at them and he's like, oh, they're good, right? Including morally good, while knowing that they had the capability of being immoral because he had put this, what y'all call free will, inside of the human. And the God looking at that and saying, yep, that's good. While not, did he either not know that they would not stay morally good, right? That they had the capability of being immoral, or did he lie when he said that you were good?
He's not a liar. He's given us our own choice. He has faith in us, like we should have in him.
I get that he gave you your own choice. That's that free will I just talked about, right? If he knew that was there, did he know that choice, that you as a human was capable of using that choice to do bad things?
Of course, but he had faith in us.
It doesn't matter if he had faith. Okay. Now, either the free will was good to him, right? Because he said, according to y'all, he looked at humans and said, it is good, right? Which includes moral goodness, while you had free will. So either he looked at that free will and said, that's good, right? That's morally good. Or he didn't know that, humans were gonna, or capable of, being immoral with that free will.
Okay, let me say what I'm going to say real quick, and I totally understand what you're saying. So, in my opinion, God put us on here knowing that free will was good and humans were good and he loved us. But he also we know as well, and compared to him, we do have our flaws. And I know you're saying that it's a very loaded answer, but it's an extremely loaded question. That's why, in the end, when Judgment Day comes, the people who followed the path will be judged the way they need to be judged and go up. People who do not judge, or do not believe and do evil will go somewhere else. But morality comes completely into that, so there's no way you can cut that out. So if somebody comes up to me and they say, you know what, I got an apple, and he likes apples, but inside I'm putting a big piece of poo-poo, and I'm going to give it to him. That's just mean. But when God gives us that choice and says, don't do this or do this, this is what you need to do, but I have faith in you to have that free will, he is going to sit back and see what he created and see how it works. That's why in the end, when Judgment Day comes, he will end up taking who he needs to take, and the rest need to be go where, and they'll judge. You repent, you get thrown into the lake of fire, but then he's going to rebuild a whole nother world where everybody's kings, which in my opinion doesn't really make too much sense, but it's a very loaded question and a very loaded answer, to be honest.
I mean, honestly, it's not really that loaded, right? Now, you said something that was, interesting. A couple of things that, I would like to talk about. But the last thing that you said was God gave us a choice and he has faith and he sat back to see how it works. Right? So that to me means that he didn't know whether you as a human would be good or bad. Is that correct? He didn't know that.
True.
A all-knowing God did not know whether the human it created would be good or bad.
That's right.
Okay. And so he didn't know that, yet he called it good. All right. Now, keep in mind, he did not know whether the human was going to be good or bad, yet he called that human good. So back to my main question. Did he lie when he said humans were good?
Not at all. When you're born, you're completely innocent.
Wait. I get all of that. Now, I'm going to say again what I just said. What you said, he did not know. Okay? He had a lack of knowledge on human morality. A lack of knowledge. Yet he made a judgment of goodness on human morality before he knew whether the human was good. Okay? So, did God lie?
I'm sorry, something happened. I couldn't hear you.
The last thing I said was, did God lie?
God doesn't lie.
Okay. So can you address what I just said? If he made a judgment, right? A final judgment of goodness while lacking the knowledge on whether the human would be good or bad, how did he not lie?
See, that's a very good question because he's supposed to be all knowing. So that one right there has me a bit stumped, but at the same time, like, I could answer again, but it's just going to keep going in circles because the thing is, it's not even like that. It's more like this, in my opinion. This is only my opinion, and I have all respect. Put us here with the faith that we would follow his guidance when he put the word down. Some do not, due to influence, just like Eve with the serpent, with the apple. You know what I mean? So in his eyes, I think he knew it could go either way, but he just had faith in us to do right.
So I got a question real quick. But you did say that Adam and Eve was made perfect, right?
I never said that.
Oh, you never said that. So Adam and Eve was not made perfect.
I don't think any human's made perfect.
So when I asked, were Adam and Eve made perfect, you said yes. And so now you're saying no?
I don't remember saying that, but I don't think they were made perfect. I may have said that by accident. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing, but no, I don't think they were made perfect. If they were, then the serpent would not have been able to tempt Eve into eating the apple, which in all actuality comes down to something completely different instead of actually eating an apple physically. But
so what is your
interpretation is key.
So when God said that humans were good, so like let's look at Genesis 1 right quick. Okay.
I'm gonna look it up real quick.
I'm gonna pull it up on the screen for you. You don't have
Okay,
to.
cool,
Yeah,
cool.
I don't want you to have to do all of that work.
Cool.
1 second here. All right. And then to the Discord user, I do see you there. We'll get to you after Kevin. Okay. So here we have the 6 days of creation, right? We know that God called the light day and the darkness he called night, and there was evening and morning was on the first day. And God said, let there be a dome. I'm sorry, let's go back. Verse 3. Then God said, let there be light, and there was light, and God saw that the light was good, and God separated the light from darkness. Now, in this concept of good, it's functionality. It's the functionality of the light and the darkness. Is there anything more that God needs to do to light and darkness for it to be good after this?
It's not binary. It's not zeros or ones.
I don't know what that means. What I'm asking, are there any improvements that the God needs to make to light and darkness in order for it to be considered good, functioning good?
That is not. I can't say that.
Does light and darkness work for you? Like, I don't know why. This is that sandwich. This is the sandwich, right? Does light and dark work for you? Or are you like, damn, we need to improve how light works? It doesn't work for me. Like, the sun doesn't come up, daylight doesn't come, night doesn't come. Like, this is the sandwich here. I'm having to break down and say, hey, there's ham, there's cheese, right?
I'm listening.
Yeah, so does the light of the day, does morning and night work, or does God need to like improve morning and night?
I mean, it depends. I mean, yeah, yes, it works. I mean, we need sunlight to make the earth grow. We need nighttime. Excuse me. We need nighttime for other reasons as well, because if it was just sunlight all the time, like, it would obviously hinder the Earth's progress. So I'm still a little confused, I think, of the question, is because I do agree with light and dark. I mean, there's daytime, there's nighttime.
Do you know what I mean when I say utility or function?
No.
So like the utility of something, Do you know what I mean when I say that? Like, is it useful? Can you use it? Does it work the way that it was created to work?
But yeah, it does, depending on us.
Depending
It's
on
not,
us.
he doesn't control what we do down here. No.
I need you to just like have a conversation with me. Like, okay, God created the light, right? He said, "Let there be light," and He saw that the light was good. Is there anything else that God needs to do to light to make it good?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. See, that was easy enough, right?
Yes, sorry.
So okay. So good in that sense means it works the way it's supposed to work. There's nothing else that needs to be done, right? All right. And God said, "Let there be a dome in the midst of the waters, and let it separate the waters from the waters." So God made the dome and separated the waters that were under the dome from the waters that were above the dome, and it was so. God called the dome sky, and there was evening and there was morning the second day. And God said, "Let the waters under the sky be gathered together in one place, and let the dry land appear," and it was so. God called the dry land earth, and the waters that were gathered together He called seas, and God saw that it was good. So is the sky, the earth, and the sea and the dry lands, is there anything else? Do they all function the way that they should?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when He says there's good, He's like, I don't need to do anything else to that. Like, there's no improvements that need to be made to the earth. Right. So that is good. Then He says, then God said, let the earth put forth vegetation, plants yielding seed and fruit, trees of every kind on earth that bear with the seed in it, and it was so. The earth brought forth vegetation, plants yielding seed of every kind, and trees of every kind bearing fruit with the seed in it, and God saw that it was good. So same thing there. Okay. And God said, "Let there be lights in the dome of the sky to separate the day from the night, and let them be for signs and seasons and for days and years, and let them be lights in the dome of the sky to give light upon the earth." And it was so. God made the two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and lesser light to rule the night, and the stars. God set them in the dome of the sky to give light upon the earth, to rule over the day and over the night, and to separate the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. Same thing there. Okay. And God said, "Let the waters bring forth swarms of living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the dome of the sky." So God created the great sea monsters and every living creature that moves of every kind, with which the waters swarm, and every winged bird of every kind. And God saw that it was good. Same thing there with the animals. Anything need to be improved there? Their morality, anything?
Animal instinct is animal instinct. So no.
Okay. God blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful and multiply and fill the waters and the seas, and let the birds multiply on the earth." And there was an evening and there was a morning the fifth day. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth living creatures of every kind, cattle, creeping things, and wild animals of the earth and every kind." And it was so. God made the wild animals of the earth of every kind, and the cattle of every kind, and everything that creeps upon the ground and every kind. And God saw that it was good. So same thing there.
Okay.
All right. Then God said, "Let us make humans in our image, according to our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the wild animals of the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth." So God created humans in His image. In the image of God He created them. Male and female He created them. God blessed them, and God said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth." God said, "See, I have given you every plant yielding seed that is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree with seed in its fruit. You shall have them for food. And to every beast of the earth, and to every bird of the air, and to everything that creeps on the earth, everything that has the breath of life, I have given every green plant for food." And it was so. God saw everything that He had made, and indeed it was very good. And there was evening and there was morning in the sixth day. So same thing there, like no improvements for humans. That humans don't need improvement.
That's what it says.
But do humans need improvement?
No.
So humans are perfect.
I never said that.
So do humans need to be improved?
Depends on your point of view.
Okay, explain that to me. What point of view?
Well, there's some really bad people out there that think certain things are bad.
So hold on. So there are bad people, which is the opposite of good.
Depending on your point of view.
No. You used the word bad. You do realize you said there are certain bad people out there. So you've already right called them bad. Like, do you realize that?
But that's my own point of view.
Well,
some other people may not see it.
So that means that by you saying that there are bad people, which is the opposite of good, right? That means that there are humans, right, that are not good. So when your God says that humans are good, which I don't think he's actually saying humans are good here. I'm just gonna tell you that. Not necessarily humans as by itself, but I know that's what Christians believe, and you could argue that because he does sum it up and say everything, right? He didn't say he looked at the humans and saw that the humans were good. He doesn't say that, but he does like sum it up and say everything, right?
Well,
And so, give me just a sec. So if there are bad humans, if Adam and Eve had the capability of turning bad, and your God called them good, right? And using the same examination as the light, the stars, the sky, the earth, the animals, the vegetation, right? With needing no further improvement, like their utility is set, they're functioning the way they're supposed to function. Then if your God gave that same score after examining humans to humans, then that would mean that he lied.
not necessarily. If you don't mind me saying real quick, when a baby's born, it's straight blissfulness. They know nothing but purity. Just kind of like dogs when they're first born, or any animal when it's first born. So when he created them, they were born into blissfulness. They didn't know good from evil. They were just pure-hearted. So that's, I think, what he's trying to say. Now, influence has a big deal to do with it, like the serpent in the garden. Devil on your left shoulder, God on your right shoulder. Whispers here, whispers there. It's up to you to determine to stay good or stay bad. But when you're born, a baby is just pure. And that's a good thing, in my opinion.
I don't know that was nice, but I'm not sure that actually addresses what we're discussing, right? Where, like, in Genesis 1, right, when your God is talking about light, day, and all of that, he's talking about a functional goodness. It works the way that it's supposed to work, right? And then humans would have both a functional goodness concept, like they would need to be examined to say that their body functions the way that your God, in order for it to be, on your God standards of needing no further, improvements. And then the morality would need to be good, right? Needing no further improvements in order for your God to give it the check mark of good. Like, imagine, like, you worked in a warehouse, right? And you were inspecting the parts as they come off the line. And you're to inspect each part to make sure that it functions correctly, that it's aesthetically pleasing, right? And that it works the way that it's supposed to work. It will not go out into the world and harm somebody. If you give a part a pass when it has the capability of harm, and you say, nope, this is a good product, even though you know that it has the capability of harming, you just don't know if it will harm, right? Wouldn't you say that you lied and put people in danger while knowing that that product was capable of harm?
I mean, like I said, that has to do, this is a very loaded like conversation, so it can be offensive or not offensive either way. If I say, well, he had faith in us to be able to do the right thing, or maybe he just was wrong completely, but that just means to say that God's just wrong. He's not all-knowing. So, it could offend anybody with any answer.
Well, I think by you saying that he had faith in you, and that you already say he didn't know whether, humans would be moral or immoral, that you've already acknowledged that he is not all-knowing in that sense. Like, if he had to have faith in you, that means he doesn't know what you're going to do.
But he wants us to, and it's our job.
Right, but you've already acknowledged that he's not all-knowing. Right?
Oh, yeah, I agree with that.
Right. So
yeah, because I mean, he put us here, and I can make a decision that he doesn't agree with, and why would he let me do that? But that's my job to be able. That's where my faith comes in.
But I guess I think you're kind of mixing it up, right? Like,
I'm a little confused. Sorry.
The focus is when he says that humans are good, and he's using the same analysis process that he used when he analyzed his work, when he created the earth, the skies, departed the waters, when he created dry land, animals, vegetation, trees. Like, he used that same analysis and said good. But
he didn't say humans were good, though. He said created this and it was good.
So now we're going back. Thing. This is the question that I asked you from the very beginning. Like, I if you want to now say that he did not say humans were good, then that would make sense. But when you came up here, you said that he did say humans were good, and you said that humans were perfect.
I didn't mean that. And what I meant was he created life. It was good. He created this. It was good. It was a good thing he did this. But he gave us our own free will, so it's up to us.
Hold on. The question that you chose was, did he lie when he said humans were good? Now, if you didn't think...
Did he say humans were good, though?
Hold on. And that would be logically the first thing that would come out of your mouth if you did not think that he said humans were good. Like, logically... the first thing that would come out of your mouth is, well, God never said humans were good. And you didn't say that, right?
Right,
He didn't lie when he said it because he had faith, right? That you would be good and that he gave y'all free will. And you said that the free will was good. So, like, I don't
know about good, but...
Well, I wrote down everything that you said.
Okay. Right. Well, can I restart then and say this?
I think you can definitely restart. This is what I was
sorry.
To say.
I think I misunderstood, and I apologize. What I'm saying is, he said he created this. It was good. He created this is good. Get his free will. From that part on, I don't think he has any control, and I don't think he wants to, except for influence.
So is it that right now you just had a realization? Because this is not what you were saying from the beginning.
Actually,
okay, and so that would be the honest thing to say.
That was cool.
You know what? Yeah, like, hey, I just had a revelation or a moment of realization. Yeah,
I like that.
Awesome, thank you. Mezzo, go ahead. Hey.
Hi, hello. Welcome back to TikTok. It's good to see you.
Thank you. Welcome back to you too.
It's been a weird few days here for everybody. I just want to say, I mean, there's a few verses that mention that God knows everything. So I don't know. I missed the beginning of this conversation. I don't know if this guy is biblical or doesn't care about the Bible that much. But you know, in 1 John and stuff, there's and by this we will know that we are from the truth. We will reassure our hearts before him. Whenever our hearts condemn us, for God is greater than our hearts, and he knows everything. There's like a few things like that where it just mentions that God knows everything. So this thing where you're saying maybe he doesn't know everything just is against the Bible is all, I guess. Which is fine. Like, I think you should go against the Bible. I think it's bad, so it's fine.
I meant no offense. I apologize. I leave it up to interpretation. Like, so I really didn't mean to offend anybody. Like, I was just saying, we should, try to use it as a guidance. You know what I mean? Did God of the Bible lie when he said humans were good? I don't know if he said humans were good. I think it said God made human and it was good. Doesn't mean that will turn out that way. I guess it's kind of what I was saying.
Well, he didn't say it was good either. What he said was, and God saw everything, right? It just says, and it was so, right? That he made humans, he gave them dominion over the earth, told them to go out and have a bunch of sex. And then he said, and it was so. He never said, and he saw it, and they were good, or it was good, right? He just said, and it was so. And then it says, then God saw everything, right, that he made, and indeed it was very good, right? So one could read this and say, he didn't give the stamp of approval of goodness to humans the way he did everything else that he made. But as a collective, he says, okay, the project is good. And within that project, it could be, right, that, the God is saying, I don't know what these damn humans are going to do. Right? I don't know if they're going to be good or bad. We're just going to have to see. That would prove that your God is not all knowing. And the fall of man, like there would be no need for a fall if they were not considered good from the very beginning anyway. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry, were you talking to me or were you talking to Mr. Mezzo?
I was talking to the stage.
I'm sorry?
I was talking to everyone on stage.
Oh, okay. Well,
Does that mean you were not paying attention?
no, I was definitely paying attention. I was reading at the same time. So yeah, giving you every plant. Give me one sec. I'm sorry, I'm reading real quick.
In my book, it also says it was so when he first makes animals or all the wild animals, earth of every kind, and it was so. And then everything that creeps upon the ground of every kind, and God saw that it was good. So once he finishes making all of the animals, and then it's all good. Like some of the animals were there, it was so. Now that they're all there, it's good.
Yeah.
And then with people, it's so.
Yeah. And the concept, the Hebrew word for this is katov. And that word isn't used for humans in this book at all. Katov, which is a functional goodness, like a completeness.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what made me come up with the question of studying.
Yeah, I've heard you kind of talking about this a bit lately, so I'm glad I could kind of come. And sorry I missed the beginning of this. So if you already covered all this exact same stuff, my bad. But yeah, it's really interesting. So one version of this is it's good, meaning it's a good start, or like what is it? What do the two goods mean?
So katov, where it's used here in Genesis 1, it implies like a state of balance, right, and a lack of conflict, like a functional. It's reached a completion of functional utility.
It works.
Yeah, it works. Like there's no further improvements to it. Like there's no further improvements to light and daytime and nighttime, right? There's no further improvements needed for, the plants of the field, like trees to grow, like photosynthesis and things like that. It's the stars in the sky, the seas, the seas are just there, like the water is there. All of those things were called katov. Humans were not in this text. And so that's what made me ask the question, because the whole concept of the fall of man is that, they were made morally good and they fell for morality. But we don't see that in Genesis 1.
So they're not even referred to as like functional completely? Oh, wow. Okay.
What about like people who are born in different, like a product of your environment? People are born in violent, environments, opposed to people who are born in a more, peaceful environment.
Can you expand on that? Like,
Yes, like there's certain countries where they blood children early, get them used to hurting people, and there's certain areas in the world where people are born with, certain opportunities that maybe other people don't have, and they're able to live a different type of life, and in a way it's not their fault. So that's what I'm kind of confused on.
The Garden of Eden was like a bad neighborhood.
No, well, not necessarily. I guess you could say that. Like, imagine you're walking down the street and somebody comes up and they invite you to hey man, we're having a party over here or something, and you're like, wow, I've never seen this before, and you get coaxed or coerced into, going, and then you like it, and, maybe that's not good. You know what I mean? Or if somebody says, hey, come over here with me, and you go to a soup kitchen and you help people that are less fortunate, and maybe that is good. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. Like, there's certain kids that are born into a lifestyle that when they're born, they're pure of heart. But when you
I
grow
just
up,
don't get the relevance. Sorry to interrupt. I understand that people are raised in different situations, but what does that have to do with what we're talking about?
because whether God or not said that humans are good, I think it's up to us, and he has the faith in us, is what I'm trying to say. So I can't say whether he was wrong or right. He's hoping, in my opinion, that we will do good, because in the end, he's going to destroy it all and rebuild anyways.
I don't
That's
think.
neat.
Do you see it? You see it, Mezzo?
The connection?
Yeah, I don't.
I no, like I couldn't be more lost from like where that was going. Like maybe we distracted you when I started talking, but like you were on track with Thinker, and then I feel like I said a few things, and then you're in the deep end here.
Okay.
What do you? How does that relate to whether or not? Like, are you saying Adam and Eve were in a good starting place or a bad starting place?
I think it was an experimental place.
Like the perfect Eden?
Hold on one second. Y'all can't hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
I know the stage can, but the chat is saying they can't hear.
It's a little bit quieter. Like when I was just listening, I could hear you fine. And then when I joined up, it seemed like it got a little quieter. So I don't know if that's what they mean. It's just low, but I can definitely hear you.
Hey, y'all, listen, I really actually, I learned a lot from both of y'all. I think I'm going to leave because I don't think the chat's liking me too much, and I don't want to cause any issues, okay? So I really, really enjoyed, and I don't think I'm really understanding what you're saying. So I'm going to go ahead and leave peacefully and just say I like you all. I think you're really great, and I hope you have a great night, okay?
Have a good night. Thank you.
You too, darling. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. You too. And you too, Mezzo, and everybody else.
All right. Thank you. I think like I don't know, Mezzo, if you can come up with like some graphic for your whiteboard, but conversations with believers tend to need to be like picked apart. Like the main concept, you have to like break it down in like small sections of learning, because you can't just ask, is the apple good? Like to them, right. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, well, that's actually why it helps me too. I mean, obviously I know sometimes we just like draw boners and things like that, but like, in fact, actually there's like one on here right now that I left from like from last week, and my wife was cleaning the garage today and like sent me a picture like, what is wrong with you? It's just like, it's just going all over itself. It's a really disturbing one. But when I do the ones that are like real drawings, it helps me too. Like I really do that to kind of help myself understand it. I do make like visual art as part of my job too. And so it does help me like infographic it a bit to like understand exactly how things work. Like that one free will one I did is like one of the better performing videos on my page, because it really hits that point that like free will doesn't work the way you think it does when you see it this clearly. Like there's no way to draw that line back that's been removed, you know?
Yeah.
I totally didn't understand it, because he was actually, he's another Christian I've never ran across that actually said it was an experimental thing. God did not know everything. He didn't know that this was going to happen. He had to sit back and wait to see what was going to happen, and this, that, and the third. So he pretty much was agreeing. Oh, Lord. Hold on. I'm sorry. He was pretty much agreeing with everything, but then he turned around when you asked him, did God lie? No, God don't lie. So I don't know.
I think he was trying to be as honest. Y'all, I turned my mic up to like 150%, so let me know if that's better. But I think that he was trying to be as honest as possible. And you don't you don't necessarily get a believer who's willing to say that, the God didn't know how humans would turn out, right? That the God didn't know or think that they were good. So I think he was trying to be as honest as possible without, at the same time, like without saying that, the God lies, which ties into question 3. Their loyalty keeps them from being able to go the next step, right? They have to be loyal to the God and believe that, regardless of what they're actually experiencing at that moment, he does not lie. And so that's where cognitive dissonance sets in, I think. Like they can only go so far in critical thought before they reach like this red zone that says, turn around.
Right. I do like that he did, I mean, you kind of had to talk him through it, but you never hear someone say, oh, I realize now that we've been talking about it, this makes more sense. And that's why I'm saying this next thing. You kind of said, is that what you mean? Like you had this, revelation right now? And he's like, yeah, I actually really appreciate that. And like, good for you for like, seeing it and kind of not even calling him out on it, but like helping him, because no one says that. They always say, yeah, this what I meant is this. And that's what I've always meant. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was great.
I don't know what's happening. I'm trying to get the people who have joined the panel. Everybody left after that. I don't know if it was the moment of his realization. They were like, oh, hell no, she ain't about to do that shit to me. But they hopped up out of the guest box. Like,
I find this happening. I've talked about this where like I'll see a bunch of requests in. I don't ever get like more than 12, but I'll see 5 or 6 sometime, and I'll check it when I know I'm about to wrap up with somebody. And if I say like, okay, well, this is starting to close down. Once they hear that, people go do and leave because they realize like, oh shit, it could be me. It could be me. It could be me. They start to bail out, and you see them kind of like running, like pre-running. It's great.
Yeah. Girl.com. Hello, are you there? Okay. I think the Discord caller, John S., are you there? John S.?
I wasn't sure if he was talking and I just couldn't hear Discord, but he's not saying anything?
No, he's not saying anything. If you are in the Discord and you are here to have a conversation, can you please speak up? But you're not allowed to hang out in the Discord server if you're not going to be part of the conversation, okay?
I did the Discord thing for the Atheist Sunday School and I hated it.
Free facts, I'm not interested in being on camera. I do this on purpose. If you want to see what I look like, you can go to TikTok and you can see all my videos. But the show is this way for a very specific reason. I don't want to. Okay, John S. left the Discord. All right, if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist or a nerd, the guest box is open. Thank you, Simon. I don't know. I do I love having conversations like this that helps us think deeper, but I also think they scare the Christians away.
I was going to say this third question is so good, but if I were a Christian, I would never have the courage to answer it. I would be like, "Oh, that's too hard for me. I'm not on that level." Like that's a really good question. Is it possible to uphold human morals while maintaining unwavering loyalty to the God of the Bible? The idea, like even having human morals in the question, is so good because it that's undeniable that we have differencing opinions there, and man, it's just really, really fantastic.
Yeah, because they always want to play on words when it comes to morality, right? Well, what is moral? Mm-hmm. And I wanted to, scare the Phil Bros away, or keep the Phil Bros away. And so I said, I need to be very specific on what morals we're talking about. Because, most humans believe that lying to another human and causing them harm is immoral. But when we get to the a story about Abraham and Abimelech, they don't see it. They will say that it's not immoral what Abraham did. And I think it's because of their loyalty that, and at that moment they just say, fuck human morals.
Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah.
Like, it's like genuinely sad sometimes when, like, I mean, sometimes it's someone, and like when you come up, you can kind of tell that they're like a garbage person from the get-go, and you're like, yeah, I know you were going to kind of like defend slavery a whole bunch or whatever it is that you wanted to come up and yell about. But then sometimes it's like, oh, you seemed so good. You seemed so good. And then here you are trying to find a way to weasel out of this.
Exactly. Yeah. Hold on. Wakansi?
Wakanse, hi.
Wakanse.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm only going to stay a few minutes, but I am a Christian who is also waist deep in deconstruction, and in that deconstruction, I've just come to the understanding that, well, it says did the God of the Bible lie when he said humans were good? And I don't think so. And I think that we can take the lesson from the fact that we are sometimes good and sometimes we do bad things. And because we are made in the image of God, sometimes God does bad things too. And from that, I can deduce that God isn't exactly perfect and God isn't exactly wholly good, just like us.
And I think that, that seems like a healthy approach, right, to the idea of God. If there was not the concept of falling from morality, right, the original sin concept, and that all humans are created evil, as this God says, like they're evil from their youth. After when he flooded the earth, and then he's talking to Noah, and he's like, I'll never do that again, because humans are evil from their days of their youth. And so that would mean that he knew, right, that the heart of humans was evil from the very beginning, right? And then if that is the case, this original sin concept that because of what happened with Adam and Eve in the garden, humans are now born in sin, or with the sin nature, that either never, like that concept is now null and void, right? Or the God knew from the very beginning when he said that humans were good, that they in fact were not good, and he lied.
I think that if we understand if we're able to believe the idea that God isn't perfect and that God is not wholly good, we can also understand that God sometimes contradicts God's self, and that God is always learning and growing just like we are. So I think that if we understand that, then when we look at some of the things that God says and see through God's action that those things aren't exactly true, we can kind of come to an understanding that God learns and grows just like we do. And then we don't have to stick so hard to certain things that we know aren't exactly true through God's actions, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. It sounds like you're still running from like wanting to say he lied, right? And instead of saying like, oh, he made a mistake, right? He just thought they were good. He learned that they were actually evil, right? That's what you're saying?
I'm not sure if God lied or if God just made a mistake and was like misinterpreted himself and his creation. Because you can see through our relationship with God from the beginning all the way up through the Old and the New Testament, the way that God constantly adjusts the way he interacts with human beings. And I think it's because that relationship is always growing and changing, and we learn about each other better, just like we do with each other as people. And so I don't know, I'm not running away from the idea that God lied. Possibly, if God says that God is wholly good, I think that God lied. Yeah.
Well, he does say that he is goodness, and that he is like nothing but goodness, and there is no darkness in him, right?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't, and I think this is more so like in the New Testament, and then we have to keep in mind that when we're dealing with the Hebrew scriptures, and then dealing with the New Testament scriptures, and then dealing with Christian theology, which these extra biblical early church concepts, the nature of the God changes over time, and so like this conversation is based off of the Christian God, right, and the Christian God is all good, where the Hebrew God he's not all good. Like they accept, right, that in this text he lies, he makes mistakes, he is not all knowing, right? He changes his mind. He has a very humanistic nature, and talking to some of my Jewish mutuals. They basically say that the whole purpose is, for them to see that the only difference between them and the God that they believe in is that he has immortality, right? And that he has, a little bit more power than they do, but they're dang near the same.
Yeah, that's kind of where I landed, and maybe that's because I studied with rabbis for a few years. Is that God is like the ways in which we are flawed as human beings, that sometimes we do stuff that's like not very kind or sometimes even evil, is just like God. It's just that God is the manager and we're the ones that God makes all the decisions we can't make and creates all the things and has more power. But I personally, in my deconstruction, have landed in a place where I don't believe that God is exactly perfect, and I don't believe that God is exactly wholly good. And I think that it reflects in the ways that human beings treat each other.
Let me ask you this. So when you say that God has all the power and makes all of the decisions, are you referring to the ways that the universe works?
Yeah. Like I can't create a planet.
Yeah, but
what I'm saying?
and so like I get that, like in your belief system, a being created the planet because that's what, the book says. But like for me, it's no different than saying that the earth works the way it works, right? I mean, we could literally say that the universe or the earth is God, right? Or a God, because the universe doesn't, I think the difference between this God that is anthropomorphized is that it makes promises that you can pray to it and it'll talk back, that you can pray to it and it will do things for you, that you have to obey it, right? Or that you owe it something, and that it will judge you at the end of your life, right? And you'll get a reward or a punishment, right? And all of the rules that are established based off of this God that you believe created the earth. The universe or the earth makes no promises, right? It doesn't promise to be good to you. It doesn't promise to be evil to you. It doesn't make any excuses. Like it doesn't apologize. It doesn't try to save you. It just works. Like it's functional utility. Like it just is, if that makes sense. Like there's no like that. If anything, that's the thing that's unchanging, right? The universe just is. Time just is. You know what I'm saying? So like when believers are talking about these characteristics of a God, they're talking about something that can't talk back. Time can't answer your prayers. Like time can't talk back to you. The only thing you can do is be patient in time, right? And wait in time and rest in time, right? The universe, the only thing you can do is just enjoy it.
I think that the ways in which people conceptualize the way that God interacts with and speaks to us are different for lots of different people. For me, because I believe in the Holy Spirit, I believe that my wisdom and my discernment are the way that God talks to me. And so through my own discernment and my own wisdom, because I have God within me, and we all do, I believe, I think it's valid to say that when we use our discernment and our wisdom, that is a way that we're communicating with God.
Yeah, but that's like you're communicating with yourself, to be honest, right? Like
well, yeah, but
there isn't a voice, right, that's talking to you and answering you, right? You're answering yourself, and like you said, your own discernment. You're looking around, you're seeing things, you're catching red flags, you're analyzing facts and data in your head, like you're running risk assessments in your head, and then you choose to either acknowledge them and take heed or ignore them, right? Like at the end of the day, saying like the Holy Spirit is in you and talking to you, it at the end of the day, it's still you.
Yeah, that's a whole nother conversation where Christians would probably, a lot of Christians would probably disagree with me, because I would say that because because the Holy Spirit abides in us, we are an extension of God. So that's where I've landed, which is that if I'm walking around with God within me, I am a vessel of God, and therefore I have the power to sort of access God through my wisdom and my discernment.
So let me ask you this: like with this Holy Spirit and this power of God in you, what can you do that I cannot without this Holy Spirit and this power of God in me?
I don't know if I believe that you don't have the Holy Spirit.
I don't.
I'm not. So,
and that's why I said, like, if you can just posit that this Holy Spirit is in someone who does not, right, believe in this God or worship this God or acknowledge, right, that this God is, then how real is this Holy Spirit? And then, like, how different, right, is this Holy Spirit? And then what is the value of it, right? If you could just posit it into someone.
I don't know. I don't know what you mean. I think
like you just told me that I have it. You just told me that you think I do, even though I don't. Like, I know that I don't. I don't believe in this God, right? But because you do, you're like, yeah, I do think you have the Holy Spirit. I think everybody does. And the fact that you can just say, yep, you have the Holy Spirit, like, for me, it just proves that it's just self, right? There's nothing different about this Holy Spirit. There's nothing extra powerful about it. And I think a human's capabilities, their desires, their willingness to go after the things that they want, how they critically think, their culture, things like that make up a person, is what a lot of religious people or spiritual people are calling spiritual and are calling the soul, right? Yeah,
I think that the ways in which we talk about ourselves and how we conceptualize the world, sometimes we just say different things. So even though, and I hope I didn't offend you by saying that I believe that you probably have that too, I'm not trying to say you don't know what you're talking about. I'm saying in my spiritual journey, this is how I conceptualize myself, my relationship with God and the world. And you may conceptualize it differently, and I still feel like that's all okay. So I'm not trying to place anything on you or anyone else. I'm just saying this is how I conceptualize my relationship with God and my relationship with the world. That's how I see things. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, and it is offensive, right? Like, one thing that believers will say in my comments all the time is, Jesus isn't forcing himself on you. And I'm like, like, you're literally in my comments doing it right now. And so, like, when I say to a believer, I don't have the Holy Spirit and your God is not in me, they say, yes, he is. And that's offensive, right? And that is forcing your beliefs on other people, right?
Oh, okay. I wasn't trying to force my beliefs. What I was clarifying is you said that like, how is other people who don't believe what you believe have the same kind of power as you, and like, how can you posit that if they don't have the Holy Spirit? And the way I conceptualize it is like, we all kind of do have the same power. I just talk about it differently, and I approach it differently. And that's not me saying that you have to conceptualize the same things as I do, nor am I saying, yes, you do, girl. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that if you were to tell me, why do you think you are more powerful or have better knowledge than me or something like that because of your Holy Spirit, I would say, I don't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do get what you're saying. And I think, like, even like with that, like with you saying, I don't have more power than you. Right. Yeah. That's saying that still leaves the question open. What's the point of the Holy Spirit then? And then your next response would be, well, I think everyone has the Holy Spirit in them. And here's why. Right. Am I wrong?
Sort of. Because I think that there's a lot of Christianity that really bothers me, where we think that the way that we approach the world and stuff is the way everybody else should. And I'm saying, this is how I approach the world, and this is how I understand the world around me. And I also acknowledge that other people have valid understandings of the world too. So the way I articulate my understanding of the world is different than a lot of other people do.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the world, though. We're talking about an individual person.
Oh, well, I guess where I don't know how to.
Because it's almost as if you're saying that the Holy Spirit is like light, the light that every person uses, the air that every person breathes, the food that every person eats, like our basic needs that the earth provides, that would be a part of every human. It's like you're saying that is what the Holy Spirit is, or like you would either have to be saying that, like the things that we have in common as humans, is that we eat, we breathe, we sleep, we bleed, we cry, like every single aspect of a human that we all share, right? You would have to be saying that is the Holy Spirit. If that's not what if you're not trying to like posit your belief that there is this outside source, right? This outside entity that created this earth. If you're not trying to say that entity is inside of everybody.
I would not say that the Holy Spirit is in our food and in the air. I do believe that we all have the same kind of access, if we would like to whatever it is that you conceptualize as God. And if you don't conceptualize a God, that's all right too. But what I believe is that we all. I don't believe that like I have a better something than anybody else. I think we all have the same kind of access to whatever it is that we believe is the divine, if we believe that there's a divine at all.
Right. So then what would be the point of this Holy Spirit?
I think that for me, my personal relationship with God helps me to relate to other human beings better, and it gives me an understanding of how to not do the terrible stuff that even God does sometimes, and have better relationship with others. I feel like it's my relationship with God, it ends up being reflecting in my relationship with others, and that just means I'm constantly learning and growing on how to love others and love myself and love my how I conceptualize God.
So, but can a person reach that level without this Holy Spirit?
Yeah, I think so.
That's not the benefit then, right? What
no.
Yeah, so what would be the benefit of the Holy Spirit? Like, what can a person not do without this Holy Spirit?
I'm trying to say, this is hard because I don't want to say you have it too, so you can do it too, because you don't, because you said you don't. And I want to respect your beliefs, but I still feel that there are ways in which you can navigate the world of your own in the ways that make sense to you and your belief system, that have those same kinds of benefits.
No, but I'm asking, what is the benefit of the Holy Spirit? Like
that was my benefit. But
not your benefit.
Oh.
Like, what is the benefit? Because if I can do the same things you do without this Holy Spirit, then that's not the benefit, right? That why do humans need this Holy Spirit?
That's the benefit that I believe, while also understanding that you don't have to believe that. So that's the benefit that I believe that it is, but while also
for all humans or just for yourself?
For all humans, but I don't want to.
You would have to also believe that humans are incapable of acquiring that without this Holy Spirit. If you believe that that's the benefit for all humans.
Well, so there's I believe everybody has a Holy Spirit, but also I don't want to. So I walk around with that, but I'm not gonna like insist that your experience isn't also valid. So that's tough, because from my perspective, we all have it. We didn't need to go get it. It was left with us, and we can do what we want with it. But then but I'm also not going to discredit like your experience and how you don't believe you have it. And that's fine too. And I'm not going to even say that you're lying. I'm just saying, this is how I understand the world. And this is how I understand the Holy Spirit. Can you lose
the Holy Spirit?
I don't think so. So I think people don't talk.
So those that were enslaving, what West Africans here in North America did so with the Holy Spirit?
No, yeah, I think that some people don't talk to it and some people don't listen to it. And that's how and sometimes even people who believe in it don't listen to it and do terrible things.
So then there is no benefit of it then, right? Like if it's just there and it's just dormant, like I don't see how the spirit of something as powerful as the all-knowing, all-powerful, well, you don't believe he's all-knowing, but the all-powerful creator, right? This entity, how you could have his spirit in you, right? And it just be dormant.
It's like not having a relationship with someone. You can do that.
Like if it's in you?
Yeah.
Have you ever had somebody else in you that you just was like, oh, I don't even see them there?
Well, God is the only God I know, so I can't speak to that, but I would say it's akin to like not having a relationship. For me anyway, it's akin to
like could you have sex with a man and the man is in you and on top of you and you'd be like, oh, he's not here. I can't
synonymize people to people relationships the same way I can with God. It doesn't.
You said it's just like a relationship though. So what other type of relationship are you?
I'm talking about this relationship, and in this relationship, I believe that there are some people that just don't acknowledge their connection to what I believe is the divine, and
but
because
if it's powerful and it's in you, how can you not recognize that it's in you? Like, do you believe in demons or evil spirits?
I believe in evil energy. I don't believe that there's like a person or something with arms and legs and fangs like that. I believe in bad energy.
Okay. So do you believe that bad energy has effect on the human that the bad energy is on or in?
Yeah, I think we all carry that too.
Right. But do you believe that it has an effect?
Sometimes that's why we do terrible things.
So you think humans carry the spirit of this God, the Holy Spirit, plus the negative energy at the same time?
Yeah. Like a yin and yang.
And so to you, the God is both the God and the what Christians call the devil at the same time?
No, I don't. And I'm not a theologian, so please forgive me if I don't know how to articulate this that well. I do believe that I have the Holy Spirit, but I also believe that I am fully capable of accessing that dark energy that makes people do evil shit. And so through my relationship with God, but it's not necessary. I mean, it's not my morals, but the ways that I walk through the earth and understand my relationship with others
through not accessing it. Is it in you the same way the Holy Spirit is in you?
I don't know.
Why would they be different?
I don't know. I am the first Christian to say that I do not know everything. I'm not going to speak for all Christians, and I certainly can't explain everything. But
this is your belief, right? Like, and so you should be able to explain that, right? Like,
no,
you believe that the Holy Spirit is in you. You believe that you can access an evil spirit, but the evil spirit isn't in you. But you also believe that every human has this evil spirit, right? And so, like, the question that I was asking is, if the evil spirit is in you, is it activate? Like, does it call some sort of action or the person to know that, you know, that these negative vibes or bad vibes are there, or is it just dormant?
I don't know.
Like the Holy Spirit is doing. Like I think, like with you saying that the Holy Spirit is in everybody, but it's just dormant. To me, it says powerless, but like to believe that an evil spirit can be in a person and not know, right, whether it can be in there and be dormant, and then at the same time saying that it's what causes people to do evil shit. It sounds like the evil is more powerful than the God.
I don't know, to be honest. And like, I know you're saying this is my belief system, so I should know, but I don't. That's what deconstruction is. It's the acknowledgement that we don't know everything. We grasp onto the things that make some sense in the ways in which we interact with God, and the things that don't, we leave it there until we develop an understanding. So
I think that would make sense if somebody taught it to you, but you're saying that you're an outlier and this is the way you believe, which means that you created this belief or came up with this belief yourself, right? Like you weren't taught this, right?
No, the deconstruction movement, we teach each other and we teach ourselves. I'm not the only deconstructing Christian.
No. The belief about the Holy Spirit being dormant in everybody and then the evil spirit, right, being in everybody. Were you taught that, or is this something you came up with?
I don't know if I came up with it more so than I just have. That's been my understanding of my experience. I don't know if I believe that there's like also an evil spirit thing that lives within me, but I do believe that evil is, we do it. So, and I don't know how to tell you where that comes from. I don't know. I don't know what I believe on that.
That's interesting. So like I don't necessarily hear anything different like with the Holy Spirit. Like I don't, my original question was what is the benefit of the Holy Spirit? And I get it. It sounds like you're saying you know what the benefit is for you, and what you believe the Holy Spirit is doing for you. You believe that same benefit applies to every other human who is that type of person that you are, but you can't articulate a universal, like definite benefit for this Holy Spirit. That you like, for example, you can't do this unless you have the Holy Spirit. There is no benefit, basically.
I think that because through my deconstruction, there's stuff that I've had to throw away and stuff that I've had to believe. The fact that I believe these things and I don't believe other people are experiencing or believe the same things means that I'm not really an evangelical. So I can't make this apply to everyone all over the time, all of time. Like I can't exactly make it fit exactly the way it does with me on every other person. So that means that I'm one of those weird Christians that can fully admit that I don't know everything. I don't know.
Well, I definitely appreciate the conversation. I don't have any questions. Simone or Mezzo, do y'all have any questions for Wakanse?
I have a million, but I don't need to do all of them. I think like a few like things I just want to check in real quick. So with this idea of kind of like Holy Spirit cloud that we can all access, it's like a shared Google Doc that some of us can tap into and some can't. Do you think that any non-human things have the ability to tap into this, or is it a strictly human password?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I'd be hard pressed to believe that a squirrel can do that, but I'm also humble enough to believe that like God created that too. So maybe, I don't know.
That's why I was asking, because like if maybe it was a thing where it's like this value, like the value that this brings is the thing that separates us from the animals. Sometimes people try to do that. It never works. I love talking about it. It's one of my favorite topics, but okay. So it seems like you're not too sure on that. So what about when two people go to get information on a similar topic from the Holy Spirit, but get different advice?
I don't know about that either, because I don't know their relationship with God. What resonates with me more is confirmation of what I believe that I've gleaned from my own discernment, and then somebody else discerns that too, completely separate, and then I find out later. I'm like, oh, okay, this piece of wisdom, this discernment that I had made some sense. But I don't know what to say about people who come to a different disagreement. I would say that part of it is there are some Christians that are so egotistical. They just believe that God whispers in their ear and they just take it as law rather than waiting for it to confirm itself. And I don't do that.
That's how I was. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I was exactly that. I heard voices in my head and I thought it was God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit. And I did what they said. But the way that you described it, where it's like, I don't know for sure what it is that I'm being told until later, is a little bit scary. Like it feels a little like, Well, first of all, what you're describing is exactly confirmation bias. Like you're looking for the answer, hoping that it's correct, and then when you see anything that kind of points to, yeah, you made the right choice, then you take that. But if something, if something isn't pointing that way, then you might say, oh, that was just the evil spirit this time. It doesn't make the Holy Spirit bad or anything. So like you get to basically like, it's interesting. I can see why Thinker was kind of like, well, what does it do? Like, it seems like you've nullified its value to be so like pointless that like you might as well just like not believe in it also, and you would have the exact same life and nothing would be different. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like fun, I guess. Is it like fun?
I don't know if it's all of that. I'm also like not really strict. Like I'm not like a person that's like, the lottery numbers are this, and then when I'm corrected, I'm like, see, God, look, it's not how that works for me at all. But sometimes for example, I get this a lot, and other people who have other belief systems sometimes do too. But I'm really keen on like seeing some real deep darkness in people. So sometimes I'll meet people and I'll have a visceral reaction on the inside. I'm like, something's wrong. Nope, no, and nobody else around me sees it, and then down the line, I'm like, oh, that's what that was. I saw it from the get. And I don't know. I believe that's I believe that's the Holy Spirit within me that I kind of listen to. But I mean,
are you getting that with me at all?
No.
Okay.
I haven't gotten that with anybody in the room.
Just making sure.
And honestly, there are some boxes where I'm like, nope. And I just don't get in the box.
Here's what I would suggest trying, and like obviously you don't have to do this. I might never ever talk to you again. I hope we do though, because you're charming to speak to.
Oh, thank you.
If you're willing to risk eternal damnation, which maybe you are at this point in your deconstruction, try next time you need some to tap into that advice spirit. Try asking a different spirit. See if you say, dear spirit of, like you can even just make up a thing so you're not like doing an idol.
Like dear Satan.
Try Satan, or try like if that's too scary, just try Marduk, or try Zeus, or try Mother Earth maybe, and just see if you can still try to find the same bias or the same points later that will confirm that as working, right, as being true.
I'm saying it will. That's why other people's belief systems still count. To me, it does. So yeah, if I asked Zeus, if I really truly believe that Zeus was, I was in a relationship with Zeus, then yeah, that's fine. So yeah, that's for years I walked around thinking I was a weird ass Christian. Then I came on TikTok and I met other deconstructing Christians just like me that have these belief systems that we weren't taught in evangelical church.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's how, sorry, this is gonna be rude, but like, that's also how cults start. people link up and go, this isn't quite right. Like everything in this book is so right, except we have a new insight. We've figured it out a little bit better than the rest. And then they kind of do their own thing. And sometimes those people are perfectly fine. And then sometimes they, a comic comes and they drink juice about it. So
did you know you were a cult?
I
was kind of.
Please take this very seriously, everyone. I want to extend an invitation to my cult. If you would like to join my cult, please follow me.
I probably won't join another cult, but I do really like your username. It's a very cool name. I don't know if that's your real name or not, but it sounds like you're like, it's like both Wakanda and Beyonce, and I like the idea.
The first person that guessed it. Nobody ever knows.
Hell yeah!
Damn, we've been mutuals for years, and I never even thought about that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess happy MLK Day, everybody. I think I win MLK Day for getting a double black reference. I'm just kidding.
I thought it was your real name this whole time.
Oh yeah, no, it's I made it up because I was like, I want to be royalty and cool, and that's how that happened. But y'all, it's been really nice to talk to you, and thank you for being so gracious. And I'm gonna drop because it's weird talking this late, so I'm gonna go. And thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
I thought it was that when she first got up, but then I was like, that if that's her real name, that's going to be really mean to say. It sounds like too.
That is
I guess
so crazy.
Beyonce is real. I was about to say two fictional things. Beyonce's real, right?
Yes. I don't know if it's Beyonce or Sasha Fierce. I'm not sure which one, but I love them both. But I'm not sure. But yeah, like I've been mutuals with her for a while and never even thought to put those two together.
I fucking loved Black Panther.
You're the true thinker, Mezzo.
You know what it is? I bought my kids and I have been watching the original Batman series, and we found like the 120 episode DVD box set at Walmart for $30, and there's all these riddles in it. Everything is like, I mean, there's the Riddler, but everything is like silly little riddles. So I'm just like in this like game mode right now, like word game mode. Oh, bless you.
Mike, were you trying to let us know you were on stage? Mike?
Uh-oh.
Mike, did you come up on accident?
Accident.
Oh, no worries. We'll take you down, okay? Have a good night.
Right, thank you. You too, thanks.
I like the way he just said accident.
He was like with several babies. It sounded like too. It could have been any kind of accident. We don't know for sure.
Yeah.
Can I tell you something? My kid said today about God that was really fun.
What?
we were talking about, well, we were listening to the "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou" soundtrack with the Soggy Bottom Boys. I don't know if you know that movie. It's a great movie. And in one of these songs, he's singing about how if I don't know when I'm going to die. He's singing the song to his lover. Someday I might die, and if I do, just bury me and go love someone else. Find another lover, and then we'll meet again in heaven. And so I was explaining the lyrics to him, and he's 9. For people who don't know, I have 9-year-old twins. And I was explaining to him he's they'll meet again in this afterlife in heaven place. And he was like, "Oh, that's cool. But what about the other guy that she goes to be with? What happens when they all get there?" And I was like, that's a good point. What does happen to them? And he was like, drama. I was cracking up that he just said drama in heaven about this weird threesome situation.
What would be the name of the reality? What would be the reality TV show in heaven for that situation?
Yeah, right. What are the I guess it'd just be the Real Wives of the Golden Streets or something
Golden Gate Club. Real Wives of Golden Gate Drive.
Oh my God.
That would be crazy. But isn't that the question that the Pharisees asked Jesus about? And he was like, "There's not going to be that in heaven."
Oh, really?
Yeah, they asked him that. They were thinking. Thinking this back then. And he said that there would be no husband and wives in heaven.
Whoa, really? Okay, so no one's ever brought that up to me, and I ask about what we're going to be like in heaven all the time, but he actually says...
Yeah, let me bring it up. Let me see. Hold on.
I'm going to read this to my kid. No, actually, I'm not going to do that. I want him to start looking through this book. Not for kids. I mean, I know that there's Jesus made new rules about divorce. That was one of the things that he did.
Yeah. Matthew 22:30. That's what it is. Hold on.
Got it. Says, "For in the resurrection, people neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like angels of God in heaven."
Yeah. There you
go. Well, we don't marry anymore. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, you're saying here. So leaving the widow to his brother, the second to the same, and the third, and then they all go. Well, oh yeah, it's exactly it. Yeah.
Yeah, it says.
Whose wife of the 7 will it be?
Who gonna have her in heaven? He's like, ain't no marriage in heaven. Chill.
I love the idea of Jesus sitting there going, "Oh shit, I gotta think. It's what do I say? No one's married. It's fine. Don't worry about it."
Not Otto Benedict said so. No head, huh?
It doesn't say that.
Exactly. But yeah, just let them know it's free for all in heaven. Jan? I think Jan is asleep. Saved in the saved knots? Saved in the saved knots. I'm tripping.
It also says right here, sorry, I'm still reading this, that the idea that we are going to neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like angels of God. Like we do, because that was a thing that we talk about a lot, where it's like, okay, they made humans who do have free will, but the angels don't have free will, and we don't know if we will in heaven. But it's, if we're like angels, then it's like we're gonna give up our free will to be in heaven.
But you know what? Like, so look at this. They have a reference right there. You see that A next to God? Look what it means. Other ancient authorities. It means a lack of God. Like what? What does it mean? You know what I'm saying?
But are like angels of a lack
of God. Like what in the fuck? Like what does that mean?
Wow. We're given in marriage, but are like angels lacking God?
It doesn't.
Oh, no, wait. Maybe it's saying... Hold on. It's just saying that it lacks of God. So it just says, are like angels in heaven. Like it just does it mean that it like doesn't have those two words?
Other authorities lack of God? Oh, maybe. I don't know.
They lack the two words of God. On my book, of God, I can't really see the screen, but of God is kind of italics and the others aren't. So I think what it's saying is, are you married, but other angels in heaven. And then sometimes it says angels of God in heaven.
Oh, okay. Because I'm like, what
That's
the
got to be it.
Because it looks like it says lack of God. Like other ancient authorities, lack of God. It should say other ancient authorities.
Like
it
the
needs
words.
to put it needs to put question quotation marks around of God. I think that's what it needs to do. Because it reads like one sentence. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, it totally does. I'm right though, because over on the other page it says other ancient authorities lack something else hard to bear. Like that just is a way that it does it in this.
I saw that just now and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But yeah, so they're going to be like angels, which means either the angels are in heaven having sex because they can procreate with humans. We know that they have genitalia. So they're either in heaven and it's a free for all, or there is no sex in heaven and they don't.
Oh yeah, well they're famously horn dogs, right? So we'll all be in heaven lusting after who's left on earth.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. But some believers say that the angels came down here and took on human form, and that's when they grew their genitalia, which would mean that the angels created their own type of human, because it wasn't the God who created them human. They created themselves human then, and they may have given themselves like big schlongs.
Like they got down here, we're like, whoa, these babes are hot. I need a deck. And then they just warm. That's so weird.
Yeah, that's what they believe.
I promise to all of the women,
clean.
To all the women in chat and on the panel here, if I die first, I will not lust after you as an angel in heaven, just out of respect. Okay? I'm just going to put that out there right now.
But also, your wife will still be your wife.
Not according to Jesus.
I'm saying according to you. Like,
oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, your wife will still be your wife.
Oh, I'll be lusting after her for sure. Huh? If I'm up there and she's down here, I'll be lusting after her.
I'm talking about in heaven. Mezzo. I'm talking about in heaven, Mezzo.
She's going to live forever. I'll hear nothing else about it.
Yeah, eternal life. Robert, how are you? Robert? I know he has to be there because I muted him and he unmuted himself. Okay, then we will move on. If you're in the guest box on purpose. Can you please comment so that we can bring you up and skip the accidental request? Okay, Gaio. Make sure that you are 25 or older when you come up, please. That is the rule. Gaio, how are you?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
Yeah, I'm a young 44.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Oh, I'm an atheist, full atheist.
Okay. When you come on stage, you have to be coming up to provide some type of information or value to the conversation, just not to like rag on Christians about how much you hate Christianity. So what you got for us?
Okay, so I don't know if it relates totally because we're talking a little bit about morality, right? About your prompt is asking about morality, and and I guess I came from 2 lives today, and it kind of relates. One live I just came from the prompt. The prompt was atheists do not value life.
Wow.
Yeah, and basically at the end of the end of the conversation was the host did not believe that atheists could form social bonds with other human beings. They flat out could not. They said no, which is what I did get them to concede is that they, even though they believe all the other thousands of religions are also wrong, that the people that believed in other religions can kind of sort of form bonds. So it's just that atheists are just more wrong than the other religions. That was their position.
Did you ask them for any type of evidence of their claim?
I try to get them a definition of a bond, what they think a human bonding was. They totally avoided the question. And then I even asked, are Satanists, what do you think about Satanists? Are they more right than atheists? And they refuse to answer that question also.
I think we may see some believers trying to do what they see us do, and then they forget to actually do what we do. Because like to make a statement like that, like if we were to say Christians, atheists are more, have higher morals than Christians, we would point out that a believer is, willing to lie to protect their beliefs, or believers have murdered other people in past history over a belief. Like we would point stuff like that out to back up our claim. The fact that they would put up something like that, just make a claim, and it's like, just believe what I say, right? I don't have any examples, just believe what I say. It's the same thing that they do with this God.
Oh, I agree. It's very authoritarian. It's very authoritarian. And I was just disappointed. Because with this host, I've been on his live a couple times. And I've kind of talked to him one-on-one. So it was kind of definitely disappointed that he would come out and say that atheists cannot form bonds with other human beings, even though I thought I formed somewhat of a bond with him, just talking to him a couple times one-on-one. So I don't know why I'm not an expert on religion, or why they would do that, those mental gymnastics to uphold their worldview. I think it's quite dangerous. But I was just trying to relay that experience, that one live's experience. And then the other live was a Muslim. And that live was also very similar in the sense of going on about morals, how atheists are morally bankrupt. And again, I did get the host to agree that their issue isn't even though the prompt was targeting atheists, that he considered all other religions wrong too, and so But for some reason, they think that the other, as long as you believe in a religion, they're less wrong than atheists. I don't know if your experience, if you found that this is somewhat of a trend that, like people who believe in religions just think atheists are just more wrong than other believers, or of more wrong than believers of other religions. But yeah, that was 2 lives today of just basically saying that atheists were incapable of having any type of morals, which is I find.
Can I say something on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, like, try telling that to fucking everyone who loves me. I don't mean like this, like, community, like my fans or something. I mean, I love you guys too, but like my family, you know what I mean? Like, that's such a, like, just absolutely nonsense claim to make when, like, my children cry every time I leave the fucking house. Like, give me a break, dude. But the other thing about, like, there are terrible atheists in the world. Right? Like, there really are. And there's, like, some people that I totally disagree. Like, people will bring up, like, Stalin and Mao and stuff. And I just realized this. There's kind of, like, an interesting point about that is, like, yeah, that Stalin guy did a lot of really, really bad stuff. I'm sure glad that I don't follow the same God that guy does. Sure, he's an atheist, but I'm not following what he's doing. I'm doing what I'm like. We don't have the same, like, they do follow the same God of the ones who did the Crusades. They do follow the same God of the ones who did the, colonization of fucking everywhere. They do follow the same God of the Old Testament. They are in line with all that stuff and saying we can't connect. They're disconnected from reality. They're like, I mean, not all of them. Like, that last lady who was here was very nice. But like, these people that are running this live you're talking about are disconnected from empathy. They have no idea. Like, they just have, like, a complete misunderstanding of what it means to be an atheist. They think we all, like, get together and pray to Satan. They have no idea what's going on. It's just like constant like misinformation that they're spreading around, and I find it terrible.
Yeah, I found it pretty disgusting, and that's why I was trying to harp on just trying to nail him down if he thought that just, I even brought up that, hey, babies naturally form bonds no matter their religion to their parents. Just trying to nail him on that, and I just find it just extremely dangerous. Yeah. I don't know how prevalent this view is between religious people, but I wouldn't be surprised.
My dogs like each other. They don't believe in God. Like, that's just such a stupid point for them to bring up.
Yeah, I think it's stupid, but I just thought it was just interesting that it's there.
My cat's a Christian though, and a flat earther. For people who have seen, like, my cat jump up in my lives, but we get along, I think, is the point. I still have the bond with her. We're still able to connect,
Yeah. I just thought it just frustrated me. It just frustrated. I don't know if religious people, and like I mostly talk to Christians and Muslims, if they think that without an obvious moral framework that we are incapable of, like, operating at all. I mean, I think it's a lack of understanding, and I don't know if it's a intentional lack of understanding or just something that is.
I think they're just regurgitating something that some apologists said to them. I don't think they actually understand what they're saying. Like, I don't think they actually critically think it through, right, and or even analyze that thought, or even try to compare it with themselves. Like, that's why I asked, like, did they give you any examples or evidence? Like, the very fact that they couldn't tells me that they're regurgitating. It's like bot-like behavior, and they, like, somebody said it, and they was like, man, you know what? That sounds so profound, and then they just start saying it.
The closest thing I can get, like I couldn't get both of them to. Well, the one person I was trying to get to define bond, he wouldn't give me any evidence when I try to press him on it. But the only thing I could maybe observe is that because some atheists don't explicitly have a formal moral framework, like I do agree that not every atheist goes in depth in developing their moral framework, like very defined. I think
Correct. Yeah.
it's tough. I think it's tough. You know, not everyone has the time to do it, right? But I guess unless they have some type of strict moral framework, then they're incapable of actually doing some natural, like, I don't know if they understand that some behaviors just come naturally. Like, I don't know if they believe that.
I don't know. I don't know. That's the whole purpose of these conversations, to try to like understand where they come from and how they think or don't think, their process of analysis. So that's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that was it. That was just, I was just wanting to like, tell you guys like, just what my experience was with these few lives, and just how disappointed I was in them. Just to think that you have other human beings, it's dehumanizing. That's what it is. It's really dehumanizing to say that because of my lack of belief in your particular God, I am now incapable of expressing natural human behaviors. That's what I think.
Yeah, and it's very dehumanizing. But when we asked them, like when Wakanse was up on stage, like, what can you do as a human that I can't do without your God or without, the Holy Spirit that you believe you have? They can't produce, any type of difference. But other than being a nice person, right? Some of them believe that they have the capability of decoding this Bible, but 9 times out of 10 they be wrong as fuck on that. And so like they can't actually produce a difference from human to human with this God. So all they can do is just make these unsubstantiated claims about, people who don't believe in their God.
To be fair, I think it's humanizing, but that they think humans are shit. Like, I think that like they're feeling like they're humans plus Holy Spirit, so they're these like superhumans, and so they're humanizing us only, and saying we're like this lesser thing. You know what I mean? It's like, but it's so frustrating. It is so like, I get really upset too when I hear people use like the NPC insult. It does the same thing when people say like, "Oh, you're an NPC." It's like it basically just means you're a boring person. But NPCs in video games are specifically the like non-player character. Yeah. It means like this, you're not part of this main story. You're not really part of what's going on here. You're this other bot that just like repeats themselves. We are the main characters that are important here. And it's something I hear both sides throw that around, but it's like a dehumanizing term to be like, oh, these are the lesser people. They don't get, their opinions suck and they can't form real bonds. They don't know, they'll never feel love because they don't have this like extra superpower we have. Fuck you.
Yeah, it's like saying they were like coded in to just like be there, like be in the way, like you're an extra in the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was an extra on the show North Shore a long time ago, which was like a drama that took place in Hawaii.
Yeah, my son was an extra a couple of times in the show Nashville.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Like, and then on top of that, like, how can you be an extra, but be extra as an extra? Because
there's always
like he was so extra, like he was all up in the camera, like yeah, he did more than he was supposed to.
I love finding those people that are like, this is their moment, and they're swinging their hips, and they're like smiling as much as they can, and like trying to hold their chin up, all like sucking their gut and everything like getting discovered and stuff. I love that.
But that was all I really had. I haven't much else to say. That was it.
All right, Gal. Thank you so much for coming up. That was a really good atheist conversation, and I feel like I created a bond with you, dude. I appreciate you.
I'll imagine that we're capable of forming bonds.
Perfect.
All
Have
right,
a good
thank
night.
you. You too.
All right. If you are in the guest box and you are in there on purpose, can you please comment so that we can bring you up?
It was nice.
Yeah. You're writing a series about extras? Oh, that would be hilarious.
There was a show about extras.
Was it?
Like a long time ago, but I don't remember if it was good. Like maybe like a Ricky Gervais thing, I want to say. But I mean, not that it isn't something that couldn't be tapped into. Yeah.
Oh, you
Ricky
said it couldn't be tapped into? Why?
Jet Case. No, I'm saying not that you couldn't do more. There's so much stuff to do with extras. Like you could. I'm not saying it's like done. Like you for sure write that and do another thing. Yeah.
There are 6 people in the guest box. If you are in the guest box on purpose and you want to come up on stage, can you please comment so that we can bring you up and bypass the accidental request? Can you check your phone to make sure you're not in the request on accident? If you are, please remove your request so we'll know who's in there on purpose.
Thinker, once you get another good person in here to have a good conversation, I'll probably drop out and try to get some rest. But I'm really glad I got to get up here a little bit today. I went back and listened to when we both got kicked out of Joel's at the same time as the TikTok was getting shut down.
Such a sad moment.
And like it was sad on our end because it just like went and there was like a message from Dear Leader, which was creepy as hell. But then I went back and just watched the clip of his YouTube and his like heart dropped. It was so freaking sad because he goes like, you can watch it, you can play it back. And he's like, I don't remember what you guys were talking about, but it was, you said something and then he was like, yeah. And then this and that. And he did, one of his great Joel jokes and he's like, yeah, isn't that right, Thinker?
Don't make me
Thinker,
cry,
Thinker. And then we were gone and he was like, this is sad. Like it was so much sadder than he expected. And he was just like, fuck. And then we showed right back up and he was like, oh yeah, this is going to be okay. And we went right back to it. But there's a moment where it was like, whoa. And it did shake me a bit, even though we're all back and I'm glad we're back. Like we gotta maybe have a better backup plan than what we did. And, not to Pascal's wager everybody here, but yeah, we should like, I don't know, have an emergency evacuation thing where we all know exactly where we're going to go. Cause when I did that YouTube one, I couldn't do it. I can't run it on that. That's not going to work for me.
Yeah. I can help you set up like the VOD thing that I did. It worked pretty good last night. We had some
the Ninja one?
Yeah, the VDO.Ninja.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I actually have it set up here. So if anybody from YouTube, you see that black box on the screen?
Oh.
Yeah, if anybody from YouTube wants to join, they'll show up right there.
Oh, their video will?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sick.
So
yeah, I like
that. You can
do
4. Like it'll look like TikTok. You can do 4 on the screen.
Yeah.
So I can show you how I set that up. And then
but you're running through OBS, right?
Yeah.
Or TikTok Studio.
Well, right now I'm running it through TikTok Studio, but when I stream directly through YouTube, I ran it through OBS.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can show you how to do that. And then Joel helped me get the Discord sound working good with YouTube. But I think I also figured out how to get it to where the panel can hear it through TikTok Studio too. So we'll test that out tonight. But yeah,
I can do it all. I'm super savvy at this kind of stuff. I can figure it out. I have like drawers full of cords, but I don't like doing it because this is my hobby. Some people do this for work. I get that too. This is a thing I just do for like my enjoyment and my relaxation, and like I love it. Like I'm passionate about it.
It's too much work.
If it's too much work, I'm not going to do it enough, and then I get sad that I'm not doing it. And so it's so nice that it's like button, start, phone, go. Like it's so great.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to go anywhere though. I don't know. Maybe I have, wishful hoping, but I don't think it's going to go anywhere. But if it does, we'll go back to the YouTube. Because I think I have that pretty much figured out. I have my meeting tomorrow with the Atheist Experience.
Yeah, I heard you were doing that. So you still don't know exactly what it is that they're thinking about with you?
No, I know they said at least they want me to be a guest on the show, but they also have like a idea that they want to run by me. So I'm excited to see.
Where do they
to just
actually
be a guest on the show?
Yeah, that'd be amazing. Do you know where they like stream from? Would you have to like go there, or it'd be virtual?
I don't know.
I think Justin did it virtual.
I'm pretty sure it would be virtual.
Yeah. They're not like flying people around. They're not quite there yet.
Yeah. But I like their goal, their mission. Right? Like to heal the world through atheism. Like I freaking love it. Like
I would love to see you up there. I think it'd be a really interesting like, you know, they get all kinds. So you'd have to sit there and deal with the people who are doing Philbro stuff while they, you know, do that, and you just probably wouldn't care or say whatever. But as soon as it gets biblical, which it always does, you just would fucking like, it'd be so fun to hear you and to get to see them as you're ripping into people. I think would be really fun. That's what I really enjoy. Like I want to see, like, I wish I don't need your camera on, but I wish that like Selena's was on. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see other people just being like, oh shit. That would be great.
There was one guy that came in last night on the YouTube, and at first he was like, "You're taking too long to take him down." He was like, Justin would have been got this guy." And then he goes, "Oh shit, my bad. You're a silent killer." Yeah. Manifest. So I saw your comment when I asked for people to comment and let us know if they were in the guest box on purpose, right? Your response was, "You guys are hilarious." And I didn't let you up at that time because I was like, well, is he saying that he's enjoying the show and Mezzo's jokes are top notch? Or is this his way of letting me know that he's on stage? He just doesn't want to do the thing that I asked him to do. So I just ignored it. And then you raised your hand, and that let me know that you wanted to come on stage. So were you saying that you liked Mezzo's jokes, or were you being facetious?
First, thank you for having me. I I think you guys are really hilarious, and yes, I am enjoying the show.
Okay.
Mezzo is very hilarious. Yes.
How dare you?
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes?
Sure, 40.
Awesome. And are you a believer? Are you deconstruct? Right. It's an amazing voice. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
None of the above.
Okay. So the show is about the God of the Bible, and we are talking to either believers, people who are deconstructing from that belief, or people who have deconstructed and are now either a non-believer or an atheist. So you would have to fit in one of those to participate.
Well, may I tell you the reason why I even wanted to join? I saw the title. I mean, I saw your the name Thinker, and I said, okay, well, that's a good thing. And then for me, and then I said, okay, well, let me see if I can have a conversation or share some of the thoughts that I've had as of recently, or even period. That's literally the reason.
Yeah, so like I just need to know which way. Like, are you currently a believer in this God or a non-believer in this God?
In the sky, the God of the Bible, the God of the Bible. Oh, the God of the Bible. Period. No, I do not. I do not.
Okay, awesome.
Accept. Yeah, I do not accept or you know. I consider myself a thinker. If I had to, you know, classify myself as anything, a thinker. And with that, I don't even remember what the original question that I posited to myself. But it led me down the thought path of Moses and the Torah and that whole rivalry going on with the early scriptures and the Greek scriptures and all that battle that goes on between individuals who classify themselves as Christian or non or whatever. So I began to do research on on Moses himself, since he's credited as the writer of the first 5 books. And even they have their discrepancies as to whether he did or did not. It's amazing. So, my research led me to thinking about DNA. And I'm like, okay, well, first of all, if in order to credit him, my original thought was I now remember. My original thought process was, okay, there are tons of individuals and tons of organizations and tons of just slew of just people making money off the sale of the Bible. Tons of people, right? Tons of organizations. And so I said, is any of those individuals that are currently making profit, literal profit, money off of the sale of the Bible, are they giving any credit to the families of the lineage of the individuals who are the people in the Bible? People like Moses, people like, there should be blood lineage of these individuals still living today. I mean, I would think, but that's what my research led me. And so I started looking into DNA and how long it lasts as it relates to, being deceased. And it's not very long, right? So according to my research, no, there could not be any proof of any of the individuals in the Bible because it's gone past the time frame to even identify who anyone was in the Bible. So these people are just making money off of just something that someone wrote. Now, what my research also showed me was that, I guess the first accreditation was, somebody named King Jerome or somebody like that who he authored or, transliterated the original Greek scriptures to what's called the Latin Vulgate, translation. And so that's where everybody gets their original, or what most individuals, I guess, get their primary understanding, or, one of their main reference tools that they have, in terms of their faith. That was just one of the reasons why I just don't subscribe to any of it, because all of it is a constant loop and a constant, contradictory situation. You can't even prove that Moses was alive. That's number one. And then you still give that person credit, and nobody can prove that he was alive. And yet people are making money off this thing. And it's just a big money scheme to me. That's all. That's just all I wanted to share about my recent thought process. But
thank you so much for. You're welcome. Thank you so much for. You're so welcome. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a good night.
You too.
I learned also that the NIV is, I don't know if it's like trademarked or copywritten or. Actually, hold on. Let me do this just since I feel like I should do this now.
I don't know if the NIV is trademarked or copywritten, but
sorry, I'm just kidding. No, I learned that through Joel. He said that he was reading the NIV on his channel, and then realized he maybe shouldn't be, because it was like copywritten. So
I cannot breathe. Oh my God.
that's my normal voice. I normally have this higher filter on. That's what it is.
Oh my God, Mitzo. What the fuck, dude? Oh my God. But the NIV is, it is, all of them are copywritten. The King James, I'm going to say the British government. Yeah, the UK government and the Crown of England has the original copyright on the King James Bible. They have a letter. Yeah, but patent. They have a patent. They have a letter.
Do
patent.
They like hold you to it that much though, or is that?
Yeah, like for theirs. So in order for Queen Elizabeth to get the letter patent, she had to like italicize words, she had to like make minor changes to make it her own, right? She couldn't just like
That's so dumb.
yeah, like first she like had them italicized words and stuff, and like the governor was like, nope, this is not enough, and you can't, you'll be setting a precedent that anybody could just italicize words and call somebody else's work theirs. So she had to make other changes to get her letter patent, and then so the rule is you cannot quote more than 200 verses of the authorized King James Bible in one singular work without the permission of the UK government and Cambridge University. Cambridge University has the sole printing rights to print the Bible for the authorized King James Bible. And so what people started doing is doing their own translations. So when they translated and they use different like modern language, and they add a word here and add a word there, take this out, now it's a different work, and then they copyright that work. That's why you have over 4,000 variations. But the King James one, you cannot quote more than 200 scriptures in one single piece of work and it not be considered copyright infringement.
So do like Bible Gateway probably pay a premium to have like things like that up?
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't think they have, like back then they weren't thinking about electronics. So I think there is like a loophole with ebooks. Like, but still, like with the Bible app, if you look at the very bottom of your Bible app, it says that they have the right, they have permission from the Crown of England to have the Bible app. Yeah,
I mean, they like someone said it in chat too. Like the idea of copywriting the words of God is so funny.
What's so crazy? They told her at first when she first went to get a patent on it, because she said that she wanted to protect it so that nobody would change it. And they said God is not human, so he can't get one. They told her that he couldn't have one because he wasn't human. Yeah.
They do sometimes like grant personhood to like large boats and corporations. I wonder if now they could do it to like ancient texts. That's an interesting idea. That's so weird.
That's why like I be asking like Black Christians a lot, like, does it matter to you that you're stuck on like this King James Bible, and the person who the people who own it, like who have a letter patent on it, are the ones who used it and championed it for slavery? Like they have a patent on it, and they be like, nope. Like it doesn't matter. And that's just wild to me that it doesn't matter to them once they learn that it's patented.
The slave owners own the book that you follow. The slave owners own you. It's like what basically is happening.
Yeah. Yep.
Yikes.
And they don't care. When they find out, they do not care.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they think that like somehow the spirit breaks through all of that. But that's bullshit. Lala's here. Hey, I haven't seen you in a million years.
Hey,
get up here.
I thought she was going to say she didn't know she was up here. How are you feeling? Oh, you whispering. Are you you're at the hospital, you're home?
Yeah.
Stronger?
Of course, yeah. What'd you say?
Are you feeling stronger?
Getting here, like I've been having my days, y'all. Like seriously, I'll have so much energy one day, and then the next day. So yeah, it's a process. I think I overdid it because I had one out the other day and a few stores for my husband, and yeah, I overdid it.
Oh no!
I could tell by the end, but
but at least you got out, getting some air. Do they recommend you
some
get
fresh air?
Mm-hmm. Okay, good.
And I enjoyed it.
That's good. It
was fun.
Well, I'm glad to hear you. Are you going to stay on stage since you accidentally came up? Or are you going? I'm
staying on for a little bit.
Okay, yay. Okay, if we get a screamer up here, just chill. We got you.
All right.
Okay.
It's good to see you again.
You
And
too.
hear you. Yeah. I should go, Thinker. I just realized it's like midnight here. I'm going to jump down.
Good
Yeah,
night.
thanks again for having me. Oh, wait.
Good night, everybody. Thanks for having me.
Oh my God. Have a good night, Mezzo. JJ Veritas?
Hello, how are you guys? I haven't been on this live in forever. It's always super busy when I stop by.
I'm doing good. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I don't remember. Are you a Christian or are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm actually Catholic. I was trying to figure out what you meant by, well, what the host meant by this like prompt.
Give me
Like,
just a second. I manifest. No, your voice isn't hilarious. You actually have a very nice voice. Mezzo's ass
oh,
is
thank
hilarious. No, I'm sorry. You have a nice voice too, but I was talking to I manifest in the comments. No, you have a very nice voice. It's Mezzo that's hilarious. Yeah. We did not expect that from Mezzo. He just kind of does things. That's Mezzo. Sorry, JJ. You were asking about which point, which topic?
well, it says, did the God of the Bible lie when he said humans were good? What if obedience requires sacrifice? Well, okay, so
Wait, which one do you want to talk about? The first one or the second one? Because you can only talk about one. So which one?
oh, okay, because I was just like, whoa, that's a lot of questions to answer. I don't know. I don't like the first one because it's like really like I don't know. I do think that obedience does require some form of sacrifice. Like for example, I'll say like when you're a kid, right, and your parents tell you to do something, you have to sacrifice your pride to obey to whatever and curb yourself to whatever rules they're putting onto you. The same thing with with religion, like thou shalt not steal. Like, okay, I really want this thing and I'm a little kid who doesn't know any better, but I went to church and they taught us, our Catholic class, and they taught us thou shalt not steal. So now I have to face temptation. So I have to find a way to obey to this new rule that I've learned. It does require sacrifice, in a sense, if that makes sense. Like, you know what I mean? Sacrifice of sacrificing to your actual want, and you have to really like force yourself to obey to these rules, because if you don't, then you're breaking the rules. I don't know. I don't think I'm really explaining it well, but that's like the best way I can think of it.
Yeah, but that like so you kind of took it to say that it's just like you sacrificing, a part of you, and not necessarily other things. Like that's as far as sacrifice goes, right? Because
sacrificing your working going against your will.
I'm sorry, I didn't cut you off while you were talking, right?
No. I was just
no, JJ, let me finish. Yeah, because I gave you respect, and I deserve the same respect back, right? Or are you sacrificing your pride right now? Are you there? Shall I move on to the next person? Because I can.
I was muted. I didn't know I was muted.
Are we going to be civil, right, and not interrupt each other? And if anyone has to interrupt on the stage, it would be me. But I try my best to not do that, right? So if I can sit there and listen to you talk, then you should show me the same respect. Agreed?
Agreed.
All right. And so what I was saying was there's more to sacrifice, right, than just sacrificing a part of you. In this God, when he says that obedience is better than sacrifice, he's saying that he never even requested sacrifice of animals, sacrifices of humans. Like he never requested that. He doesn't delight in them. He only requested your obedience. But even in that, if he's asking for you to put him first before other humans, your mom, your sister, your brother, your daughter, your wife, your husband, your best friend, right, then you would end up having to sacrifice somebody in your life or somebody in the world in order to be obedient, to this God. And so the question is, if obedience required sacrifice, are you obeying, or are you going to choose, right?
Wait, are you asking me this? Are you discussing this from the perspective of Christianity or from Catholicism?
If I say don't interrupt, that's what I mean. Like, that's just fucking ridiculous.
That was really quick.
It's ridiculous. I don't know why they can't just, like, goodness. And then if I'd have been like all up in her face, what's wrong with you? You rude this, like, and then it seems like the only person, not the only person, but because they're throwing these shots at me, I try to look at myself and say, am I doing the things that the Christians say that I'm doing, right? And I try to adjust to some degree to make them feel comfortable, but they seem to be the only ones willing to do that. Do y'all notice that?
I know I do.
Like, it's insane. Go ahead. What'd you say, Lala?
No, I was agreeing with you.
No, she was Catholic. Oh, okay. No, she's Catholic. I said Christians 10. I said what Christians say to me. I didn't say she was Christian. I did not say she was Christian. I didn't say that. MVP, how are you? MVP? Justin Clark? You were clarifying in the you were trying to understand in the middle of me talking. Like, there's no need for me going over that with you again. Justin, are you there? TikTok needs to do something about that. Like, there needs to be like a confirmation. Do you really want to go on stage? If you are watching from YouTube and you want to join this conversation, there is a link in the YouTube description where you can join via VDO. You do not have to be on camera. I know it's in the middle of the night. You can turn your camera off and just be audio only. Or you can call in through the Discord link in the YouTube description. Yep, I am. I do have no tolerance for rudeness, so I could give less than 2 fucks about that. Alisa, is there anyone in the guest box on purpose? If not, I'm gonna clear the guest box out. There's 5 guests waiting. If you are there on purpose, can you please comment? Blaze. Well, Okay, I don't think any of the guests are there on purpose, so we're going to empty the guest box out. If you are, I don't know, is there a delay?
I don't know. I don't hear one.
Theocracies?
You hear me?
Yes. Hi, how are you?
I'm okay.
Okay. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
Yes, I am 41.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am a Christian, yes.
All right. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
Let's say the first one.
All right. Go ahead.
You mean about the Genesis?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I believe that when God said that humans were good, or maybe that creation were good.
Can you read the question? Can you read the question out loud?
Did of the God of the Bible lie when he said humans were good?
So the answer to your question is in the question.
But as I remember, God said that creation was good. Not just on humans.
I'm not asking you about creation. I asked what I asked. Can you answer the question that I asked?
Can you give me a context where this is written that God say that all humans are good?
So as a Christian, do you believe that Adam and Eve fell from grace?
Somewhat.
Are you sure you're a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Well, tell me about Adam and Eve.
Well, Adam and Eve were living in the paradise, but they weren't prepared for to face the temptation that they faced, I think.
Keep going. And what happened?
Okay, they eat the fruit of the tree and they fall out of grace, as they say, but
I'm sorry, one second. How did they fall out of grace? How?
They eat of the fruit of the tree,
but
of the knowledge.
Not why. How?
How they eat it. I mean,
if they were not good, right? If this God had no expectation of them being good, then there's no way for them to fall out of grace, is there? So how did they fall out of grace if they were not good?
Well, Adam and Eve were not perfect.
I didn't ask if they were I did not ask if they were perfect. I said good. How did they fall out of grace if there was no expectation for them to be good? Good or evil? You said that you said God did not say they were good. So there were no expectation for them to be good, right? So how did they fall out of grace?
Well, they were good in the eyes of God.
So they were good. So your God did look at them and say they were good. So now okay. Now we're going back, okay, to the original question. Did the God of the Bible lie when he said they were good? Because Were they good?
For me, as I understand the text, for the God, they were good because they were free to make a choice.
So when your God goes through all of creation, okay, now we can break in creation. When your God goes through all of the creation, he says, let there be light. And then he saw the light, and then the light was good. Was he saying that it's good because it has a choice? Or it's good and it needs to be improved later? Or it will evolve later? Or it's good because it works and it's complete? Which one?
It's good because it is part of the plan of the God. God has a plan, and the light and everything.
So I'm saying things.
Yes.
I want you to think about the things that I'm saying. Take a second before you respond and kind of think about the answer and then give me an answer, okay? So I'm going to say it again. Take a second, think about what I'm saying, and then answer afterwards, okay? My question was, when God looked at the light, he said, let there be light. He saw the light came, and he saw the light, and he said, it is good, that the light was good, okay? Was he saying that the light was good because it had a choice? Because he gave it a choice to be good? Or was he saying that it was good because it works the way that it's supposed to work, and there is no further improvements needed for it? It is complete. There's a balance. It's complete. Light and darkness, complete. And in what context did your God use the word good here? What did he mean?
Okay, maybe it's neither of these two that you say about. Okay, maybe there's a third option.
What's the third option?
That is, the light is good because it serves the plan of God.
Which is functionality, right? The plan, if it serves the plan of God, that means it functions the way this God intended for it to function, correct?
Yes, but not forever. The light is not forever.
That's okay. So when he says, let there be light, and there was light, and then God looked at the light and he said, it's good. In other words, he says, let me create light. He tests the light out, or he looks at the light, he examines the light, and then he says, okay, it works. It functions. It's good. Moves to the side. That's done. Complete. Right?
Yes.
And then he does this with everything else. The trees, the sea, the animals, the birds of the sky. But he does when he gets to the human, when he says everything is good, is he saying that humans are morally good?
The human body, it's good as a function, but also
did you hear the question? Did he say that? Is he saying that humans are morally good? When he says everything is good, is he saying humans are morally good?
No, I don't think it's that he said that humans are morally good. I don't think so.
So he was not saying that humans were morally good. Okay, so if he was not saying that humans were morally good, does that mean that he knew that humans, or he didn't know whether the human would choose to be good or bad?
For God, I think at this point it was okay that humans had free will. But he knew
free
that
will,
they are...
I think y'all's God's name should be free will. Can you, okay, the question that I just asked, since he did not say, right, that humans were morally good, is it safe to say that he did not know, right, whether the humans would choose to be good or bad?
He knew that some will choose good, some will choose not good.
I'm talking about the Adam and Eve. Okay, is it safe to say that he did not know whether the humans would choose to be good or bad?
What do you mean when you say good or bad? What do you mean exactly?
Let me use biblical words: good or evil.
Yeah, what do you mean good? What is good? To eat from the tree of knowledge or not to eat from it? Eat the tree of knowledge.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the question again. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So we've already deduced that the God did not say that humans were morally good. We've already got that, right? Now, my next question to you is, since your God did not say, look at humans after he created them and said, okay, they are good. They are morally good. They are balanced. They have reached completion. Nothing else, right, needs to happen with humans. No evolution, nothing, right? He did not say that, right? And we got to that. And so is it safe to say that when your God created humans, he did not know which path humans would take, whether they would choose to be morally good or morally evil? He had no idea. Is that safe to say?
God knows that some will be good and some will be bad. Yes.
So your God knew when he created humans that some would be good and that some would be bad. Which one? Did he know which one of Adam and Eve would be good and which one would be bad?
From these two, you mean these two, Adam and Eve only? You must tell me what you mean. It's for you good that they eat from the tree,
I
or
think there
it's
might
bad?
be like a language barrier. I don't know. I don't know. I think there might be a language barrier.
The thing is, when you say they are good, it's good to eat from the tree, or it's bad to eat
I'm
from the
not
tree?
talking about the tree. I'm not talking about the tree. I haven't mentioned the tree. I don't know if, because you are a believer that you can't get past the stories that you're taught by your pastor, and have a regular conversation, or if it's a language barrier. I'm not sure, but I haven't mentioned the tree.
So you mean if Adam and Eve go to paradise or not go to paradise?
What I'm asking you is, like, if your God didn't look at humans and say, okay, humans are morally good, like they've reached completion, which means he didn't say, right, that the humans were good. That means he didn't know. He had no idea whether humans were going to be good or bad. And the very fact that you all as believers keep talking about free will and your God giving you free will, that means you yourself are saying that your God had no idea that Adam and Eve were going to disobey or do whatever. But he never had an expectation of them to be good. Never. Because he never said they were morally good. Right? And so I just don't, like, I don't want to arrive to a conclusion for you. I just don't think that the conversation is going where it should go, to where we can exchange ideas. And so unfortunately, I think I'm going to move on to another guest.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry about that, okay?
Okay, sure.
All right, thank you. I hope you have a good night. I don't think he was going to get it. I don't know. I wish that you would come on stage and let's entertain that, right? If he told the truth, right, that they model free will, and it's quite simple, then that would mean that if your God knew that they had free will, that means that when he said humans were good, that means he lied. That means he knew that free will would make humans do bad shit, right? That means your God lied. And then if you say that your God gave you free will, but didn't call you good, that means that there is no fucking way you could have failed from grace because your God had no expectation for you to even be good. So there is no fall from grace. I didn't mean to bring this person up. I think they sleep. Exactly. Yes. Thank you. I manifest. Exactly. Nancy said the Genesis catch 22. Vernon Evans. Vernon. Whoa. I think the next two people in here are asleep. They've been in the box for a while without commenting. Eric. Yeah. And then Sweetie Case, I think she's asleep. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Or if you're a nerd, of course, you know the guest box is open. Oh, you're not asleep? Oh, okay. You've been in the box a while. When I was asking for people to comment to let me know if they're in there on purpose, you didn't comment. Are you on stage on purpose? Is it an accident? Sweetie Cakes. I think she's on stage on an accident though. Can you type and let us know? No, we can't hear you. Try to go down and come back up. I'm going to disconnect you. Go down and come back up. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Of course, if you are a nerd, then you know the guest box is open for you as well. If you are watching from YouTube, y'all, we have 91 people watching with us from YouTube. If you want to be a part of the conversation and answer have a discussion about one of the topics on screen, you can join us via VDO.Ninja or Discord. Both links are in the YouTube description. Sweetie Case, can you try to say something now? We still can't hear you. My YouTube is on the screen, y'all. It's at the bottom, Arch Thinker. Okay, change your phone and then come back. Aaron, are you talking about me? You said put you on the live. Aaron, I think I've said multiple times, Aaron, that you can get on the live by clicking the links in the YouTube description. click the YouTube description to get on the live. Nine times out of 10, you won't. Sweetie Cakes.
Good morning, Thinker.
Good morning. How are you?
Oh, I'm very well, thank you. Sorry about earlier, actually. When you were saying I was in the middle of an email to my staff, and then when you said, I said, "Oh my God, I can't talk," so I just left it.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Technology.
And I was
technology.
Oh, and I was still a bit discombobulated from that guest you had with the voice.
Oh, I manifest.
Oh my God.
Yeah, his voice.
He was talking. I got so confused. Wasn't listening to a word he was saying. I was so distracted. And he came off. I was distracted for about 10 minutes after.
Oh, wow. Somebody is distracted by your accent right now. Ella says she loves your accent.
So we're just all distracted. Oh, I'm so glad you're back on TikTok. Yesterday was so awful. It was at the beginning of the because I joined you at the beginning, and it was just so technology was doing its thing yesterday, was it not?
Yes, it was frustrating. But
oh my God.
Glad to be back. You see our hashtag at the top?
What does it say? Oh, I haven't got my glasses.
It says, "You prayed, but we stayed." Oh God. Yeah.
Oh God, no. Yesterday I said, oh no, I was glad. I don't know. I'm not sure how glad I was about the Americans coming back. 12 hours. Just 12 hours. But I really missed you. I thought, oh my God, I'm not going to see Thinker. That live is gone. That was my devastating thing. I could have done without TikTok, but not this live.
Oh, we were all feeling the same way. I was on Joel's live with Mezzo when it went down, and it just felt like, oh my God, it just felt so bad.
If it was, sorry.
Even though we could hop on Joel's Discord immediately after, it didn't feel the same, and it was just they're cutting us off from each other, and creating bonds with people all over the world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like they took that away in the blink of an eye, and it just felt so unfair. I was so mad. I kept telling my daughters, y'all, it's like my heart is just so broken. Not knowing how long it was going to be out, and it was just, yeah.
I kept thinking the whole time, I was thinking it wasn't going to happen, that they weren't going to do it, that, we're going to get a last minute, a deal's been struck and, whatever. And it actually happened. And I thought, how do people stand for this? I don't understand. There was no protest. This is 170 million people. That's more than the whole population of the UK.
Yeah, why didn't we protest?
And people couldn't go out and say, we will tear your house down. You vote for this thing. Right? And you will never be safe again. This is my life, because there are people making their living off TikTok. There are people whose lives have changed because of TikTok. And everybody just sat back. I think it's a test, and everyone failed.
I think you're right. Shit, we did fucking fail.
Everybody failed. They can literally do what they want with us now.
Damn. Fuck that.
Everyone failed. Did. They did. I couldn't believe the numbers. The American numbers.
But I thought, okay, so in our protest, we did a digital protest. Let me take that back. So the protest over to Red Note was, I think, one of the biggest slaps in the face.
Yeah.
To them. And I think, so we chose that style of protest. But I also think that we should have been marching in the streets.
There should have been a physical protest to tell these people, you can't do this. This is because we know they don't care. We know this, right? But they pretend, they come and they do the spiel and they make the speeches. This is for the American people, especially with you guys, so insular. And everything is for the American people and all this business. It's all a lie.
Yeah.
Because this was something for you. It's 170 million. Do you know what the population of the UK is? 78 million.
Damn.
I couldn't believe that. I thought, oh my God, how are they taking something away that so many people are using? And yes, everybody went to Red Note, and I thought that was great. I thought it was hilarious, and I knew that was
up. I could imagine Americans just running. Like, I swear, the image that I had in my head of Americans running to the Red Note app, like, that shit was so funny.
I thought it was hilarious.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I thought my FYP was so funny at that stage because they were talking about what it was like, comparing lives. It's the American leader's nightmare, right? For people who don't travel, with a large percentage of the people who don't even have passports, very insular, actually realizing what it's like to live in a place like China and interacting with those people. I think that's probably one of the reasons it was brought back so quickly, to be honest.
Yeah, they weren't expecting that.
No, because that is a Chinese app. You want to talk about Chinese? That one is a proper Chinese app.
Yeah. And then, so here's the thing. So I learned that the founders of Red Note are getting ready to split it in two, right? They're getting ready to split it. But I was wondering, like, why would they do that, seeing that TikTok is being banned? Well, they can't just automatically ban it because it's Chinese. And so they would have to go through the whole process again for a Red Note. Like, so they was like, we didn't consider this. They said it never would have crossed our minds that Americans would run and give their data to China. And then they said we can't play whack-a-mole. Like, we can't. It's like
another one. There'll be another one. Yes. And everybody was mass deleting their dead Facebook page that they haven't used in years, but it's there for Zuckerberg for data to say, we've got this many users for revenue, and people were mass deleting Instagram and Twitter, and they just thought this is not what we were expecting, because they expected a mass migration.
Yeah, they was like, they said America has so many good alternatives to TikTok. Like, no, you don't. Y'all have not figured it out. You just don't have it. You don't. But that was so funny, and just like reading their interviews, and like, they don't know what they're gonna do.
They would have been playing whack-a-mole. They realized that very quickly, that you ban this, or they're just going to spend their whole time banning things, banning apps, because there would be a next one. Because if they ban RedNet, the Chinese would just create a new one. And people will go to that.
And people will go to that. Like, they and then the Supreme Court, one of the justices was like, I hope Congress, learned from their unforeseen ramifications of the decision that they made. And I think a lot of people think that, like, the Supreme Court is saying, yes, the Congress was right. What they really said was, we don't have any say in this. Like, this isn't our area. So they were not saying Congress was right. They're saying that it's an executive decision, and therefore it has to go back to the executive. And so, but one of the justices was like, I hope they learn from this unforeseen circumstances. It's like, I hope they learn.
This. You cannot stop. This is not something you can do. They thought they could, because we're just having the nerds burning the world down, because nobody likes them. And because we've got that Musk, he's now interfering in our politics over here, like, really badly. He's said that he wants to sponsor our far right party, because we're a two-party system, just like you.
Who said that? Trump did? Who?
No. Musk.
Oh, Musk. Oh, fuck Musk. But
yeah, he's sponsoring. He said he's going to give them millions, and and the leader of it here was just wetting himself with joy, and saying we're going to be the next.
This is what I'm talking about. This is the shit that we need to be, like, concerned with.
It's not just here. He's doing it in France. He's doing it in Germany.
They're doing it everywhere.
And I think what's the other country? I think Norway. He's doing it because this is pocket change. The money is using to buy these politicians and buying the media and just pushing his own ideology forward. We saw the salute yesterday, and pushing his own ideology forward. He's creating. It's terrifying for me as a black woman.
Yeah.
It's absolutely terrifying. It's terrifying. I have young children, and I'm sort of sitting down thinking, what's going to be my second country? Because we might end up at a stage where I might have to leave this place. And I'm thinking of having to build a base somewhere else so I can just pick up my bag, collect my children, and still have a life somewhere else and not be a refugee.
I come around and go to Chandigarh. Chandigarh is pretty nice.
Where's that?
In India. I spent the week. Yeah, I spent the week in Chandigarh, and it's nice, and the people are really, really friendly. And yeah, TikTok is banned in India already.
Yes,
but
yeah,
they don't like conflict. What's conflict? In India, like they are not gonna yell at you, like, and if you have a disagreement, it's the way they disagree with you is just so calm. Like it's so calm and it's that
sounds peaceful.
Yeah,
because Nigeria is not calm. Nigeria is anything but calm. That's not going to be my second country to run to. I'm not running to Nigeria. I need to find somewhere else. Because they're anything but calm. It's chaotic. When I go home, and I come back, I often need another holiday to decompress. So I know I couldn't have that all the time. I'll be finished. So, it's really, really frightening what's happening, and we're observing it in real time. And you have people who went through the Second World War saying that this is very, very simple. This is feeling very, very familiar. I can't lie. My anxieties are going through the roof. When that orange man was re-elected in November, and not just slightly re-elected, he was very, very re-elected. It wasn't a slight win. And he's now literally going to be a dictator because he's not going to listen to anybody. And he's...
Let me say this. So like this morning when we were talking about the Convention of States, and so just thinking about the checks and balances, right, that was written into the Constitution. This is one of the times, right, where like the forefathers actually thought about this in the future, that whether a president could write an executive order and just call a convention of states, and they set it up to where even the president can't just call a convention of states. And so, like, I'm glad to hear that he can't just write an executive order and do that, because I know their plan is to do a runaway convention and overhaul the Constitution. But in order for them to do that, they've got to get a convention of states called. Now, they got the person in office that would do it if he had the power, if we didn't have those checks and balances. And that's the one thing that I say that I'm glad that, the forefathers put those checks and balances in place in the Constitution, because if he could, he would definitely do it. And we would probably today, he would have written an executive order to call a convention of states if he had the power. And we would be really fucked. We'd be really fucked.
And I'm scared of what he's going to do to the rest of the world. You have a constitution in America that prevents a lot of things. There are many countries that don't have the power he can just do what he wants. He literally can. To them, and there is no moral there's no pretense either with him. The other people, they're doing some really fucked up shit, but they're pretending. He doesn't even do that. It's terrifying on a whole different level. Not that I'm saying it's good to pretend. I'm not saying that. It just means that they would not do certain things in case he came out. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he would do it. He would do it, whether, and make everybody watch. That's different. and knowing that there's nothing you can do. That this man stood up and said, we're going to make Canada our 50 whatever state. What? That's a whole country. I just thought to myself, you know, when he said he was seeking a re-election, I said, nah. But then I said to my mom, I said, I didn't think he was going to be elected the first time either. So I could be wrong, and I was thoroughly wrong.
We were all shocked. It just went quiet. Like, we were live.
I remember the FYP.
It just went really quiet.
Everybody was like, oh my God, everybody was in a state of shock.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because his opponent, you know, whatever issues you may have with her, she was a worthy opponent. She's more qualified than him, and this guy is a criminal. How are you putting... I know, you know, we're quite bad here because we're like America's sister. That would never happen here. It just wouldn't. He wouldn't even be allowed to, you know, to sign up to run. The party wouldn't choose him because you've got court cases, my guy. Go and deal with that. So I couldn't imagine here, the prime minister, somebody who's running to be prime minister, having court cases. It was just ridiculous on a whole different level. I thought it couldn't get any worse when he got in the first time, how funny America was, because I just thought that's not realistic. But then we had our own. We had Boris Johnson after him, and then we didn't have the right to laugh after that. We couldn't laugh at you guys because he was equally ridiculous. But we got him out. He didn't serve a full term. He was removed. But this man not only served the full term, like in the most crazy fashion, he came back, was re-elected, not just a little bit, by a landslide. And I just thought that this can only happen in America. To you know, a white billionaire who is not qualified in any shape or form to run the world, because he's not just running America. That's what people need to understand. He's the leader. I think
so many Americans think that wealth and success equals intelligence.
No, it's not. I know lots of rich people that know nothing.
Oh, me too. Like,
I've worked for a lot of.
You don't have to be like that. A lot of them have like the ability to figure out exploitations. Like, they know how to manipulate and you know, exploit.
You just need to be a psychopath.
You don't have to be intelligent. You just have to know how to exploit.
You have to have a certain level of wickedness, because I have my business, and I everything that comes in I want to share with my staff. I couldn't imagine having money, living excessively, and my staff can't even you know, they can't afford anything. I find that quite bizarre. And because they talk to you, they come to you. I'm still quite, you know, on the ground. My boots are still on the ground in my business, and they come and they talk to you, and you know their problems. And, you know, for you to have excessive amounts of money, Bezos, and you have staff who are afraid to go to the toilet because it's taking too much time away from their work, that's the psychopathy on a different level for me. And these are the rich people, and these are the people who are now, they've got money. That's not now enough. They now want to run the world. They want power now, and they're getting it. We're sitting back and watching it in real time. These people, they've been in politics for years, but behind the scenes. But now, no, behind the scenes is not enough. They want you to know they're in charge now.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but I didn't mean to get everyone down. I actually called to answer the second question.
No, it's okay. What's your thoughts on the second question?
The third one, sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
You can't. You absolutely cannot sort of have... It's not possible to uphold human morals with maintaining unwavering loyalty to God. It's not possible because we've seen it time and time again. You would give an example of some really fucked up shit, right? And they will go, no, that's not nice. Like in any other circumstance, excuse me, they would be the first. They wouldn't even allow you in the church. You wouldn't come through the door if you did something like that. But read it out in the Bible, God did it. They'll say, well, God's ways are beyond our understanding. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and that's what feasts say. Is always his ways are not our ways, his thoughts are not our thoughts, or it's beyond your understanding when the God is asking you to do something that is below your personal morals.
And they just accept it. And I mean, I get it because when I was a Christian, but I didn't lie. When I was a Christian and I was having conversations, and somebody, say you had these debates with Muslims and people from other faiths and stuff, and if somebody was to ask me a question and it stumped me like that, I would say, oh, actually, I'm going to have to think about that. I'm not going to lie. But these people will lie, and they would pivot, and they would make up the most, where they sound like psychopaths themselves. But I know they're not. Some of them are good people. Some of them are really, you can tell that they're good people. But when it comes to the God, and if God asks them to, they will do it without blinking. They will do it, and that's scary. It's terrifying. And that's why I think, sorry to take it back to your country again, the Bible Belt in America, they're the most frightening people you could ever come across. They do the most fucked up shit, and they use the Bible for it to excuse their behavior. All the things they do. There is no love. They don't see it. That there is absolutely no love. None at all. There is no love. There is no care. There is no, and I get it, because when you look in the Bible, there is no love. There is no care for those that are othered. So if you're if whatever culture you're in, if you're white, if you're Christian, when you're othering other people, there is zero love. There is zero sympathy. Whatever you do to them, they deserve. Whatever comes to them, they deserve. But that's because the Bible is like that. The God of the Bible is like that. The God of the Bible says, these people, they're not following me. They're not my people. Right, go out and annihilate them all. Women, children, the whole lot. Make sure there's nobody left. Even their livestock, get rid. So these people have this mentality. They are like their God.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember in church when these verses would be read out loud and you're there and people raising their hands. Oh, yes, God will annihilate my enemies just like this. And it's like, these people were not your enemies. They didn't even know of you. Your God sent you there because they weren't worshiping him. They don't even know him. He's bloodthirsty. And he wanted you to go and do that. And people cannot sit down. And this is why, if you have a problem and you go to a Christian, you're wasting your time, because it will be you're not praying hard enough, or your faith isn't strong enough, or like in Nigeria and these places, they'll ask you, first of all, have you paid your tithe up to date? Because, if you haven't, the devil finds its way in. The fasting, we've got a fasting and prayer program coming. And you say, I've done it all. And they say, well, your faith isn't strong enough. You're doubting God. That's why you're going through all this. There is zero sympathy for you. If things are happening to you, they want you to check yourself. They want you to, it's like, why isn't God answering me? No, don't worry about God. You need to check yourself. The problem is you. So there is no way you can maintain loyalty to this God and be a nice person and be morally upstanding. You just can't. They are like this God. They follow the way he is, and he is not very nice. Him and the devil, I believe, are the same person. There's no removing them. There's no separation for me. I don't see a separation. they are the same person, because the devil doesn't do anything that the God doesn't want him to do. There is nothing in the Bible the devil does that the God doesn't want him to do. In the case of Job, God literally sends him. He sends him, go and fuck with Job. I want to show you how good he is. How is that okay?
It's to us, right, who they think can't have human morals or ground morality. It's not okay for us. But for them, all they hear or see is the God, right? Like their loyalty and the blood blinds them. And I don't think that a lot of them actually know what, being good actually is, which is why they'll come up here and they'll say, well, define good, right? Because they'll say that what Abraham did to the Abimelech king was good because Abraham was scared, right? And God being willing to kill Abimelech for what Abraham did was good because Abraham, it was God's prophet. Like there was a guy yesterday on the live that was saying that it was that the whole situation was Abimelech's fault and not Abraham's.
I heard him,
and I'm like, how? Like, where does your brain arrive at that?
I heard him. He danced around so much. I'm surprised he had any toes left, because because I listen to you when I'm getting ready, getting ready to go to work, and when I'm on my way to work and on my way back, you're still on, thinker. and I listen, and when these guys come on, I think to myself, you should play this back. Go on YouTube and play this shit back and listen to yourself. I think a lot of these Christians that come on here to do the defending, because sometimes when you're talking, you're not really hearing yourself because you're thinking at the same time. And, because I do, for me, I'm an educator, so I do a lot of, when I was training, we were taught to be reflective in our practice. So when you finish teaching, or at the end of the day, you sort of think back to all your lessons and, you reflect and think, so such and such a student said this today. Maybe when I'm delivering this lesson next time, I should factor this in. Let me plan, let me change it, tweak it a bit. So I tend to reflect. And, there's also, the pain of being an overthinker as well. These people, they need to go back and listen to the things they are saying and just hear themselves. And I know a lot of them would be disgusted with themselves. I
doubt they would be.
I think some of them secretly would, because they're afraid. Yes, I think they're afraid of hearing the truth. They're afraid of admitting the truth because it would mean that they don't love this God. It would mean that they doubt this God. And that means it's all fear. Everything is fear. And I think they also know that if they were to ever admit the truth, listen to the truth and admit it, I don't think they would be able to function, because what do they do next? What next? It's like when you start deconstructing, initially, I thought to myself, what do I do now? Because when I was a Christian, even, when you have a problem and you sometimes you go and pray and there is that temporary ease because you think, I've handed it over to God and he's going to take care of it. You find he doesn't, nothing happens. But for that moment you do your prayer, there is an element of peace. When I came away from the church and I stopped praying, I felt completely helpless. Because there were certain things you then have, because with religion, you're so used to handing everything over to God. You're not used to problem solving. Your problem solving skills are literally asleep. So after I walking away from the church, I realized actually, Maureen, you've got to sort this shit out yourself. You have to find a way to fix this. Whatever this is, sit down and strategize. And a lot of people, they've been in the church 50, 60 years from when they were born. And they're not professionals. Some of them are not particularly educated. They do not have those skills. So they can only hold on to this God. That's all they have. And the fear of hearing that this thing is actually ridiculous, it doesn't make sense, it's not real, it's too terrifying for them. It will be like being thrown in the middle of an ocean and you not having the capacity to swim.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was thinking, I was looking at the Article 5 convention thing, and y'all listen to this loophole that they.
That's sigh, I think.
Article 1, Section 8, Clause 5, contains the Weights and Measures Clause. It grants Congress power to fix the standards of weights and measures. History prior to the Constitution shows that this language includes authority to adjust the calendar and measures of time. Congress exercises this power by, for example, adopting the abomination known as daylight savings time. The Constitution provides that congressional representatives serve for 2 years and senators for 6. Conceivably, Congress could pass a law declaring that a year is redefined to be 100 revolutions of the earth around the sun, what previously was a century. By extending the official year in this way, members of Congress might think that they were ensconced for life. Then they could impeach and remove anyone in the executive or judicial branch who defied it, including the president. This would not result in a dictatorship, but in an oligarchy.
Which is what you have now.
But that's the loophole for them to do what they need to do. Is redefine the word year and use their daylight savings time law to do it.
Sorry, thinker. I just saw. I've got my glasses on. You prayed, but we stayed. I'm so sorry. You prayed, but we stayed. That's.
It says, let's see. It says the weights and measure clause is not a hidden flaw. This is because to the extent determinable, the Constitution's words mean what they mean when the document was ratified. Thus, when the Constitution uses the word year in describing terms of office, it means year as understood when the document was ratified. In other words, the period of 1 revolution of the earth around the sun, not 100. Under the weights and measure clause, Congress may change the meaning of year for other purposes, but not to alter the meaning of the Constitution. So I guess they tried to use that clause, that clause, and was unsuccessful in doing it. So they already tried it, but they were unsuccessful in being it and doing and using that. But they're looking for from what I just researched, they're looking for the flaw that an Australian citizen said that he found when he was running away from Albert Einstein. Gödel's flaw is what it's called. And Gödel, or I guess that's how you say his name, Gödel or Gödel, he died not telling anyone what the flaw was that he found in the Constitution, Article 5. And so they have paid a lot of money to people to try to figure out what the flaw was. And so it says when he went before the naturalization hearing in December 5th, 1947, the judge says to him, "Mr. Gödel, where do you come from?" He says, "I'm from Australia." They said, "What kind of government did you have in Australia?" It was a republic, but the Constitution was such that it finally was changed into a dictatorship. The judge says, "Oh, that is very bad, but that could never happen in this country." Gödel replies and says, "Oh, yes, I can prove it." And the judge goes, "Oh, God, let's not go into this." And then it says his application was successful and he became a citizen, but he died with the flaw. Like, he didn't tell anybody about the flaw.
Oh my god.
But they've been trying to figure out what the loophole is for a while. And they thought that the loophole was changing the definition of year. But that didn't work.
They found it, thinker.
You said they found it.
I think they found it. That's
ain't no telling. If they'd have found it, I think somebody would have. Because people are writing about the Article 5 convention. Because we know that's what they want. Like, they want an Article 5 convention. So I think, like, I haven't seen anything about the loophole. What it is, unless they're saying that the loophole is the runaway convention. Because I know that's one way for them to rewrite the Constitution, is to schedule the convention, and then they have to rebel. They have to riot at the convention and run away with the convention. So I know that that's one loophole, but I don't know if Gaudell's loophole is a completely different one. But the thing is, like, there are no rules for an Article 5 convention outlined in the Constitution. It's just the checks and balances on getting one scheduled. So that's another thing.
At least you guys have a constitution, thinker. We don't even have one. They can do whatever here.
Yeah.
We don't have a constitution. Lots of European countries do. France do. That keeps a lot of checks and balances. And I think some of the Northern European countries, they do also. And that keeps a lot of, but for us, they can create any law anytime. They change the laws as they please. And, some of the most horrendous things, there's nothing to stop anything here.
Yeah, it's these people wanting to be in power. That's, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really lovely talking to you. I'm so glad you're back on TikTok. They prayed, but we're still here. So they their God couldn't even get rid of us, so we're still here.
That's why I put you prayed and we stayed.
I love that. I think it's incredible. You really sat there and thought of this.
Literally, this whole post came while I was in the shower. Like, everything, I thought of all of this while I was in the shower.
I saw your glee. I saw the post you made when somebody sent you. Oh, at least the best thing about the TikTok ban is that you're not going to be here anymore.
Exactly.
And all the deconstruction lives have been gone, right? And you came back and said, well, even your God couldn't. I saw the post and I said, oh my God, Thinker, you're being a little too gleeful.
And yesterday, they spent the whole day yesterday on Sunday talking to God. It was like, wait a minute. Yeah.
Why even just this? You couldn't even do this. You should all start questioning your God.
They're so mad in my comments, like, it's ridiculous. And then, like, one guy messaged me earlier. Give me just a second. I put it in the family chat. I put it in the Discord earlier. One of them, the part where he starts talking shit, he says, point 3, like, he wrote me a really long message, right? So the third point of his message, he says, you brought your past marriage. He spelled past, P-A-S-S. P-A-S-S.
It's always them.
Yes. You brought your past marriage, relationship, emotional baggage into the discussion with that brother, implying and assuming with your Johnny Carson sidekick. I guess he's talking about either Fee, Selena, or Oso.
Johnny Carson.
Yeah, like, I don't know which one I don't know which one of y'all he's calling Johnny Carson's sidekick. I have no idea. Fueling your attack. The brother not once cursed you or disrespected you, and not one motherfucking time, in all caps, Oh, he could be talking about mezzo, yeah. Not one motherfucking time. And then he puts in parentheses, no pun intended. Where was the pun? Like, do they just say shit? Like, where was the pun? Am I missing it?
But I think he spelled past as in past.
Yeah.
So you just have to accept anything at this stage.
Then he says, your mouth needs to be checked. You are a grown, intelligent black woman. And then in all caps, act like it. Stop all that gutter ghetto gangster rap lingo. You should have your sidekick talking. How many times you say fuck and put $1 in a jar to your heartfelt charity. Yeah, I'm typing in caps. And then he says, you were an asshole this morning. Then he goes, do this ? Do this, like, I don't know. Then he said, okay, so the next thing, it says, Google what the Palestinians look like. So he says, do this ? Google what the Palestinians looked like in the early 1900s and be shocked how African they look, not far from Mesopotamia.
Oh God, this is too much.
and then he says, look, not far from Mesopotamia. And remember, before the Berlin Conference, that biblical region was called Northeast Africa, not the fucking Middle East. The niggify that mouth brain.
Oh dear God.
Yeah.
I just, no, that's too much. That's just too much. He sat there and typed this. I could, like in the old cartoons, like the Warner Brother cartoons where they had, I don't know if you're old enough, where they've got like steam coming out of their ears and stuff, and when they're cross. and I just said, what? A grown man sat there and typed this. And what was he, I don't understand the purpose. Have
no sense. Like, it makes no sense. And then that El Elyon guy messaged me talking about, you need a king.
Oh, right.
And then it was telling me why I needed a king. And I said, you should, like, find more value to yourself than your gender and your genitalia. And I was like, I have 9 brothers. I'm good. So that he messaged back and goes, I didn't say nothing about you needing a man.
So what? Oh my God. So what's, yeah.
They don't make any sense. Like, they are none. And then, like, for some reason they want to claim my intelligence. Like, he messaged back and was like talking about how intelligent I am and how I need to behave in such a way that represents the black community better because I represent the black community. Like, I don't represent you. Like, you are misogynistic.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't think alike at all.
No, I get told the same though, Thinker. I get told by Nigerian men that I'm a Nigerian woman, therefore I should act like it. And I just think, well, I'm not representing you, I'm afraid.
Exactly. Like, I don't share your values.
Your ways and my ways are not the same.
My ways are higher, bro. Like,
yeah. I'm way higher than your ways. I don't deal with people like you. I protect my peace and I don't need you to ever talk to me again. I'm okay. Because I don't really post, I don't post anything. I share stuff and I repost things. And it's because of my job. I don't really want my business is at such a stage, I'm too scared to put myself out there. And so I don't, but then I still, just because I write comments in people's comment sections, I like to engage, with my followers' content. I have people coming into my DMs, and I think to myself, you really need to chill out. It's not that serious. My comment is my comment. It's okay to disagree. You don't have to bring it here. Let's just discuss it where the conversation starts. If I feel like responding to you, I'll do that. But don't come and tell me, oh, you're quite an intelligent young woman and you shouldn't be doing this. Just fuck off. I would do as I please.
There's one guy that wants me to talk shit to him for $7,000 a month. For 7 G's a month. Just talk shit like I talk shit on the live for 7 G's a month. Like, humans are weird.
Very weird.
Yeah.
And a lot of them that come into your DMs, I think they want that, but they want it for free. They want you to cuss them out. And I don't have that energy to give you. You just need to, I'm just going to block you and that's it.
Yeah, that's what I do. I just block. At first I talk shit. I talk shit because if a man messages me and tries to like the Ilion guy said something about how he would control like my intelligence and like how I need men protecting me and walking like in front of me and behind me and all this stupid shit.
God.
Like you, for some odd reason, you think that because I'm a woman, you have a right to who I am. You have a right to what I've become just because you are a man. And I don't fucking know you. You can't DM me and try to like put your foot down like I'm supposed to listen to you. So when I get those, I talk shit and then I block. Like, I'm not going to let the moment pass where I don't cuss your ass out. I told him after I corrected his bad Bible interpretations, I said then, and I put in all caps. So since he like, I'm typing in caps. My last response to him was, then check my mouth, motherfucker, since you think it needs it. And then he's gone.
Good Lord. No, I don't have the energy, thinker. It's one of the reasons I could never do a live. I don't have the energy. I don't have the patience. And when I see like a really long paragraph, I know straight away it's bullshit. I read the first 2 lines and I'm just blocking you. Just go away. I can't do it. I just can't.
I do that to the religious ones. And like they start off and say, I'm just reaching out to you because Jesus asked me to. And I'm like, block.
I just want you to know Jesus loves you in spite of whatever. Even when I was serving him, he didn't love me. So he most definitely doesn't now.
And then like they don't ever think, right, that if you're telling me that Jesus told you to come tell me, right, that he loves me, what the fuck makes you think that I'm gonna think that you're talking to Jesus when Jesus could have just said it to me? Like the very fact that Jesus needs to use you to tell me that he loves me and I'm supposed to believe that you're talking to Jesus, like literally use common sense. It doesn't make sense.
Their God don't know how to talk to people. He's got to speak to specific people. You have to be a little bit mad first.
Yeah.
You can't be normal.
Yeah, and that's why I asked the question, like, what was different in the human makeup of the humans in the late Bronze Age and the Greco-Roman period that they could, you know what I'm saying, hear this God and talk to this God that the humans today can't? Like, what was different about the body, about the mind, right? Like, what capabilities did they have back then and their human biological makeup that y'all don't have today? Eye salve, yep, eye salve, definitely, Joshua. That's definitely one.
Yeah, no, I frankly don't have the energy for Christians. I don't, or religious people, because when I started deconstructing, I I also started looking into African spirituality, looking into Nigerian gods, and they're all bullshit. All of them. There's no such thing. I've concluded it's all rubbish.
Yeah.
Because none of the gods are nice. None of them
It's
are
all
nice.
about control and status and hierarchy, mind manipulation.
Yeah. And I just think, there is no protection. You just have to live your life. There's nothing. None of this is anything. People should just stop wasting their time, money, and energy.
I think what people may be calling spirituality, though, is just personal development.
Yeah, and you can do that. You don't need to assign it to a god. You can just personally develop yourself.
Yeah.
Which is my only focus, is being able to problem solve, just dig into myself. And dig into myself, getting to know me and how I do things and how I can overcome trials and tribulations and how I can function as a decent human being, causing as little chaos to this world and the people around me as possible. Because you will hurt people. You can't get out of that. But being intentional with your words, being intentional with your actions, being intentional with your love, being intentional with your care with everybody around you, and removing yourself from people that will cause you to do harmful shit. Just removing yourself from that, because some people are so hateful, they're so disgusting. You want to match their energy, and I don't sort of like taking myself to that part of me. So I will remove, unless I can't. If you're my boss or something, then I'm just going to have to fuck you up, and that's it. But, unless unless I cannot remove myself, because when I opened my business, there was, there's always people that you have to, they actually have to, there are certain things they need to sign off, because I opened a school, and for special needs young people, and the head of the council, she needed to sign it off, and she gave me so much problem. She was fine with it until she came and she asked, she saw the paperwork and she saw that I'm the head of this shit. It's not, no, there's no one above me, it's mine. She wasn't happy, and she really became very difficult. It was all a struggle. I just had to deal with her. She needed a bitchy side of me, so I had to give her that because it was necessary. But if I didn't have to deal with her, if she was somebody that was just a colleague or whatever, I would just remove myself. I won't interact with her, and I will leave her be. But if someone's trying to harm you, you then have to, you have to find that side of you. In life, we all have to just function as best as we can in the world that we're given. It's a very horrible world out here. And there are people who do mean you harm. Like every day of your life, they mean you harm. And it's evident on social media. And sometimes I do worry about you. These people, they are so unhinged that it's not, you really, really have to be careful.
Yeah.
Because I don't see why they feel they need to, this all-powerful, all-knowing, almighty, with all the omnis, God, that they have to fight for him and protect him. It doesn't make sense to me.
I agree. And that's why I say that, the scariest part of Earth are the humans, because they're so unpredictable, underdeveloped, and a lot of humans are immoral. And that's the scariest part of, the world. Not the universe, being the universe. Like, honestly, that's not, the universe isn't as scary. If God was the universe, then God isn't as scary as the human. Like, the human has the biggest potential for creating chaos.
God cannot harm you without a human. He needs the humans to do it. They're doing it themselves and telling you it's God.
Well, if God is the universe, then it could do harm, like forest fires, tornadoes, hurricanes, floods, right? Snow, ice, dry weather, droughts, right? It could creating like famine, pestilence, things like that. It definitely could if God was the universe. But like physically, like intentional harm, I no, I don't think that that God could do that. He would need a human to do it.
Yeah. And they're doing it, saying they're doing it for God. If you go to the Southern American states, that's just terrified. I have cousins who live in Texas. And I said to my uncle, of all the places, right, you could have gone, you could have packed your family to, you chose Texas. Of all the places. And he said he didn't know, he didn't realize at the time.
Yeah. My daughter wants to move to Houston, my youngest one, and I told her I don't want her to do that. I would worry about her every day.
Every single day. Especially, you know, with what's happening. And a certain type of people being very emboldened.
Yeah, y'all, let's get to 175,000 likes before the comments go off, please. I cannot stand it when the comments are gone. So,
no, the comments be wild as fuck. Yeah. When I'm on here, I would be laughing to myself like a mad person when I'm reading the comments. I just say, oh my God, these people are so wild.
They're the best part of the show. Like, honestly, I don't think they realize. Like, people think they come here to hear us, but they really here for the people in the chat. And we know that. Like, we know that y'all show up for the chat.
We show up for you too, Thinker. We show up for you too.
I'm sure y'all do, but the chat be lit. Like, the chat makes the show.
It does. The chat's hilarious. Yeah. I do laugh when I'm able to read the chat. Like, I go into the bathroom and I'm sneaking a look at the chats and scrolling and just laughing to myself like some sort of a mad person. It's the best show on TikTok. It really is. And I also love I think it's Justin. The way he's so rude to the idiots that call him, and very calmly, it makes me laugh. He'll be calling somebody an idiot and go, no, I just think you're an idiot. It's nothing to do with that. No, you're just a fool because I don't know why you're saying that. I just think, oh my God.
Yeah. I love Justin.
And Mezzo with his music. Oh my God, Thinker. So funny. Joel and Mezzo, they're like two teenage boys.
They really are. And I think so. Mezzo did a video the day that TikTok came back online, and it was a jingle selling some dirty ass rag. And I need to know if that's Joel singing, because like the video is funny and the song is funny. I can't remember the words. But I can't decide if it's Joel singing or if this is something that Mezzo, pulled from the internet or something. But it is hilarious. But they are like together. They make the perfect team.
They do.
And the fact that they met on TikTok just makes
so many people have. So many people have found their community, found best friends, husbands, wives on this app. There is no other app like it, and that's what's killing them.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you so much, Tinker, for having me. It's been lovely talking to you. Really glad you're back on. And I will be in the chat. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome, and you're so lucky to be able to be in the chat with such amazing people. But thank you for coming up. I enjoyed the conversation. It's always a pleasure speaking with you.
Me too. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. You too. Bye.
Bye, sweetie cakes.
Messa needs to say he found a crush.
Aww.
Let's see. If you're in the guest box on purpose and you want to come up on stage, help us out and please comment and let us know so that we don't accidentally pull you up on stage. There's 5 people waiting. Also to the YouTubers, we're up to 101 watching us on YouTube. And y'all, we're at 2980 subscribers on YouTube. We just need 20 more subscribers on YouTube to hit 3,000 subs. Yes. And we did that, and like we've been on YouTube for probably 3 months. So we've grown at a rate of 1,000 subs a month, y'all. That is that's amazing. So like just 20 more people and we'll hit 3,000 subs tonight. So if you're over there in YouTube land and you have not hit sub yet, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. If you're over here and you're not following us on YouTube, it's Arch Thinker on YouTube or In Growth on YouTube. You can also join the conversation. There are 2 links in the YouTube description. Click one of those links to be a part of the conversation. We want to know what y'all think over there. I can't read all of your comments. The chat is popping over there too. My back is turned to y'all where you are on my desk, so I can't read your comments. So hit the link and join us. Did anybody comment to say that they were in the guest box?
I haven't seen it yet.
Okay.
And I'm reading comments.
Let's see. I'm just going to bring somebody up and see if they are there. Not done yet? Not done yet? Let's see. They are. I can't. Are they on stage?
They are. And they muted as soon as they got up here. So.
But I can't remove them. Can you? I don't see them. Are you able to remove them?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, thank you. Let's see.
Goals.
Hi, how are you?
No, I don't see this one.
They have a green PFP and they just have a TikTok jail number. Okay, can you see them on stage?
Yeah, I see them.
Okay, can you remove them for me?
Okay. Okay, now the box trying to malfunction on me. I got them.
Okay. Simone? Is it Simone? I can't see. Yeah, that's yes. Simone. Okay, let's take that person down. I don't think any of these people are actually here. Okay, we'll take that person down. Vico.
Hello guys.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good today. How about you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please? And let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist.
Okay, so I'm 25. Okay, I'm a Roman Catholic, and I wish to defend the biblical point of view from the topics on there.
Okay, which topic? And can you speak up a little bit? The chat is having a little difficulty understanding what you're saying.
Okay, is this better now? Is this fine?
I mean, it sounds the same. I think they said that you're too close to the mic, maybe. Like it kind of, your words are kind of hard to make out. I can understand you, but they can't. So just keep in mind the sound is different when you're on stage versus when you're in chat listening. Okay. All right. Which topic? You can only do one topic. So which topic are you wanting to come up and discuss? Also, this is not a debate. It is a discussion from 2 different perspectives. Okay.
I want to talk about the last one with regards to morality.
Are you able to speak up
to
now?
God.
Like it sounds like you're whispering or...
Okay. Is this fine now?
Yes, that's much better. Thank you.
Okay, the last one. I want to talk about the last one.
Okay, go ahead. Read it out loud first and then begin.
Is it possible to uphold human morals whilst maintaining unwavering loyalty to the God of the Bible? So, when it comes to human morals, our general belief is that we derive our morality from the Bible, from God, because God is perfect in nature, and thus God's morality, or God's rules for our morality, would need to be in line, in the sense that we derive our morality from the Bible. Simple as that. Now, when it says in the second part, whilst maintaining unwavering loyalty to the God of the Bible, I believe, yes, you can still maintain loyalty to God whilst upholding human morals, because your human morals should be derived from the Bible. The Bible is the moral compass. You continue to follow this moral compass, you will be in line with God. And it shouldn't conflict or contradict. That's what I believe.
Okay, so humans know, but believers of this God or followers of this God, then I guess you could say so. And so when we talk about human morals, we're talking about morals that are universal, right? Like common values for humans, right? And so, for example, do no harm, right? Or take the path of least amount of harm, right? Being compassionate, fairness, right? Things like that. Honesty, integrity, right? Helping those that are poor, right? Things like that. Not oppressing people or exploiting people. But then when you talk about the morality of the God of the Bible, his morals or expectations for morals for humans would be different, right? Because he has one where he says, love him, right? The love for him should be like at the forefront. Obedience to him, right? Let's see. When he talks about justice, there is undefined, right? Justice would be doing his will, right? Righteousness would be defined by him as well, and that would be based off of if you're living according to his morality and what he wants you to do, right? Mercy would be his. He said justice and mercy, forgiveness, but his forgiveness is conditional, right? Let's see. What's another? Love for others, but that's also conditional because you have to put him first. What's another moral you would say? Oh, loving your enemy. Right.
Theft, adultery.
Yeah, that's like that would be under like do no harm. But like even with him, like we can list theft for him, adultery. Although there are times where those things don't matter to him. Let's see, if we got loving him first, sacrifice, let's see, he says thou shalt not kill, but it would be under certain circumstances, right, that he allows you to kill, even when it includes wealth and power, and land. Or as a punishment, he allows killing as a punishment. Anything else?
I think you've listed quite a few morals that we derive from the Bible.
Yeah.
And some of which, right? Oh, okay. If you don't mind me saying, yeah, I kind of have like an issue when it comes to this part of upholding human morals, because if we look at it from an atheist point of view, for example, okay, somebody who doesn't believe in God, doesn't believe in any God, okay, when they for example, come up to me and say, this is right and this is wrong, or this is morally just, this is morally unjust, I can now say to you, okay, what do you follow? What is this ultimate guidance that I can go to, that I can see, oh, this is morally wrong, this is morally right? Because, for example, just to dumb it down, let's say theft, for example.
I don't think you need to dumb it down, but I think you need to speed it up. Don't focus so much on dumbing it down. We're pretty intelligent in here. Just focus on speeding it up, because we get bored quiet really fast.
No problem. Let's say, for example, theft might be something that you think is morally wrong. If you go to the other side of the world, someone else just similar to you might think that theft is perfectly fine. So
that doesn't mean that it's moral.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that it's right either. Right?
So who are we to decide what is right or wrong
God
if we have no moral compass?
Your God said theft is wrong, and he steals all the damn time. As a matter of fact, the laws that he gave to Moses came from Babylon. Like,
are you saying that we follow the Mosaic law till today?
Did I say that?
No.
What I said was your God said, "Do not steal." Yet he took the laws that he gave to Moses from Babylon. I didn't say you follow the Mosaic law. Like, how did you arrive at that? Can y'all please get the comments back? How did you arrive at that?
Tap, y'all.
So you've made a claim about the commandment being you shall not steal. And are you saying that it was taken from the Babylonian law?
What I said was, your God said, don't steal. And the laws, right? A lot of the laws that he gave to the Israelites through the Mosaic law came from Babylon, were influenced by Babylon.
Okay, well, okay. Around that time, the code that they have within Babylon, which starts with H, I don't know where it is. Yeah,
I can't.
A lot of them
like
are parallel.
The bedroom voice, like, it makes it really hard to understand.
Sorry, I haven't. I was actually going to sleep in a second, but so there is a code that they had in Babylon at the time. Okay, that had a bunch of laws that were parallel to the commandments that we have inside the Bible. Okay, such as theft, such as murder. Okay. The claim that they were stolen from that law, unfortunately, isn't one that I could take seriously, in the sense that many other societies, many other different people, many people who believed in different gods, pantheons, all these different stuff, they still would have shared some of the same morality and some of the same moral laws.
Right,
that you can find
before your
within
God
this.
gave these moral laws to Moses, right?
Which, as in, they would come up with this before.
Before your God gave these laws to Moses. Your God didn't give any revolutionary moral laws to Moses in the Ten Commandments.
Have I made the claim that they were revolutionary?
No, you said that
laws?
the morality comes from the God of the Bible, and you brought up theft, right? That law did not come from your God. There, like, nations prior to your God giving that law to Moses had that same law in their legal code, and in fact, the Israelites lived amongst the Babylonians. The Code of Hammurabi, right, influenced the Mosaic law.
So, if God now decided to make theft right, would that mean that he's more valid for doing it, just because he's not copying, or, in your words, like, stealing from other laws?
What? Like, how?
Well,
what
I'm
is your
asking.
Process of thinking?
Okay,
like, did I say that? Did I say that? I didn't say that. This is the second time you've done that.
No, I'm not saying you're saying that, right? I'm asking. Okay, if God was to now decide that he was going to allow theft and not include it in the law, would that mean to you that he is more valid as a God?
He doesn't follow it. That my whole point in bringing that up is that, yes, your God says thou shalt not steal, but he doesn't follow that law.
And I'm saying that
It doesn't matter if he takes it back. It doesn't matter if he takes it back. My whole point is, he says don't steal, yet he took, right, laws and stories from other cultures and slapped his name on it. That's stealing. That was my whole point in bringing that up.
Okay. When it comes to this, the idea of stealing the law from Moses or the Babylonian law, okay, the way that scholars have interpreted this, right, is the sense that, like you said before, there was a shared cultural and legal environment, okay, where, in the sense that within that specific environment, stuff like theft, such as murder, that kind of stuff within the legal codes were very, very wrong. So when the Bible now presents the Ten Commandments as divine revelations, okay,
except it's
these
not
were not supposed
divine
to
revelation.
But it is divine revelation.
It's not, because they already existed and they were influenced by Babylon. And the Babylonians claimed their God gave them the code. Their God Marduk, right? Their God Anu. So it's not divine revelation when the people in Israel says that the God of Israel gave them those codes as divine revelation. It is a lie.
Well, it's okay. The Bible presenting the Ten Commandments is divine revelations in the sense that within that time, what was understood to be justice and morality and law in that sense was the norm, and therefore they had been living under that kind of norm already. So it would have made sense for God to now decide that I have been letting you guys live a certain way. Here are the laws. And they would be set to be in line with how they have lived already, because if God thought that he needed some kind of revolutionary morality or set of morals, okay, he would have done that before in a different way.
So let me ask you a question. So people in that part of the world were living a very specific way, and your God was like, oh, y'all are already living this way, so I'm just going to reiterate or reinforce how y'all are already living, and just state the laws again to Moses and say, hey, this is divine revelation. Is that what you're saying? Just yes or no, please don't go into a whole nother explanation. I just need to clarify that I understood what you're saying.
Could you repeat the question?
You didn't hear anything I said?
Someone followed me and then it kind of like made a loud noise.
So you said that your God saw that people in the world were already living in a specific way, right? They already had their own laws, their own rules, and your God said, well, they're already living this way, so I'm just going to give these laws to Moses, reinforce them, and call it divine revelation, right?
That's not what I said.
You said that they were already living that way, correct?
I said they lived in a shared culture which had similar moral laws.
Right.
This was meant to be a moral and spiritual foundation.
Right, but laws that they got from their gods, Marduk and Anu. Right?
What about it?
So you said that they were already living, right, according to these moral laws before your God gave the laws to Moses, correct?
That's the claim that you came up with.
But I'm saying,
initially,
you're saying, okay, so God saw that they were already living this way, right? That's why he gave the laws to Moses, because he saw that they were already living by them. That's what you're saying, right?
I said it would be very contradictory for God to come out with a whole new set of moral laws.
But so you're saying that's the reason why he gave them to Moses, because he saw that they were already living by them?
That's not what I've been saying whatsoever.
Then can you clarify very specifically? Okay, the Babylonians were already living by these moral codes. The Israelites lived amongst the Babylonians. They lived in a shared culture. And so your God gives Moses laws that are influenced by the Babylonians. What is your point right now in saying that the reason why your God copied it? What's the reason you said?
Okay, no problem. Okay, so the reason why, or to answer your question, put bluntly, God had a covenant with
no, not that. I don't care about the covenant. No. Why did no. Okay, hold on.
Okay, here we go.
Why did your God give the same law, the same, not why did he give them a law? Why did he give the same laws that Babylonians, Egyptians, Assyrians were already living by to Moses and call it divine revelation?
Okay, now I will answer your question. Okay, these laws were given as part of a covenant between God.
I don't care
and
about
his
the covenant.
people.
Why were
Let
they
me
the
finish.
same? No,
If I
no,
can finish,
no,
I'll explain.
no. You have talked a lot. You have talked a lot. And honestly, I'm trying to move the conversation forward, okay? And it is my turn to talk, but I am trying to make sure I understood what you said, not for you to say something different, okay? Why did he give them these same laws? Answer that.
It's not the exact same law.
Thou shalt not
Because a
kill.
covenant
Thou shalt not kill.
is not.
Thou shalt not kill is the same law as Babylon's don't kill.
That's nice. The Bible also says you shouldn't make yourself a
I'm
graven
talking.
image.
Oh my
But the Babylonians
fucking
didn't
God.
permit that.
Stop. What the fuck? Why is it so fucking hard to have a simple conversation with y'all? Like, why is that hard? Like, if I say that your God said, thou shalt not kill, and the gods of Babylon 100 years before or 1,000 years before said, don't kill another human. If you do, you shall be put to death. If Babylon said it a century before your God said it to Moses, my question is, why did he give the same law? You said, oh, it's because they lived in a shared culture. That's what you said. And now you're trying to play obtuse, right? And introduce word salad to confuse the conversation. And I'm not interested in doing that with you.
Okay, I'll answer as simply as I can. Some of the laws may have been seen as similar. Why? Because they had a shared cultural environment between the two different people who were set people who were living there. Now, my point is that not every single law was exactly the same. For it to be,
I don't care if every single law is exactly the same. That's not because that is not the claim that I made. Absolutely not. That's not the claim that I made, that every law is exactly the same. And even with you saying that they lived in a shared culture, Babylon's legal code was in existence at least 1,500 years before the law of Moses. Okay? And so if your God gives them the same law that the Babylonians' God had given them, and then your God is saying, oh, this is divine revelation, your God lied. But you said that the reason why your God did it was because they were already living by these laws, and now you're walking it back.
Okay. No. What I'm saying is that for me to have been able to take the idea of it being stolen specifically seriously, we'll need to understand the wider context. The wider context is that there are similarities between them as well as there being differences. The whole set of law and the whole set of morality is completely different to that of the ones that the Babylonians followed. Right.
I don't care. I don't care.
Understand.
You're arguing something that I did not. You're arguing against something that I fucking never said. I don't care. I never said that the Babylonian law and the Mosaic law were word for word the same. I don't even know why you're arguing that.
I wasn't arguing that. I was saying that for it to be taken as stealing, it would make more sense.
You brought up theft. You brought up the moral law of theft. And I addressed that moral law of theft and said that law existed in Babylon prior to your God giving it to Moses. stick with one moral law.
So, why is stealing morally bad in both
my fucking God.
cases?
Nobody
For
said
example,
anything. No, I didn't ask
I'm
you
not
why it was
saying you
stealing
said
morally
that.
bad. I didn't ask you that. What the fuck is wrong? What is wrong? What's wrong?
This is what happens when you leave Atlanta, go to Germany to get to Memphis.
Mr. Curtis paid to drop you. I don't give a damn if you think it's morally wrong, but you got to go. And then maybe why instead of focusing on dumbing down conversations in here, maybe focus on improving your communication skills because they suck.
To the next level running. Dude, you weren't saying anything for somebody to run from. I was low-key falling asleep.
I hate when people come up here and try to like pretend to be like intelligent or pretend to be a thinker because you say a bunch of nothing. Like honestly, if you just let yourself be a human, right? And just fucking be yourself, like just stop trying to be a fucking philosopher. Stop it. Spoonie, how are you? Exactly. Hello? He sounded like the dry eyes guy. Spoonie, did you mean to come up?
No, I didn't. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I'll take you down.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Bye. Yeah, he sounded like the dry eyes guy. God did not. Why should stealing be by God still God? That's what he sounded like.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh. Daily Belly Road. I thought you were talking to me. Like it's 3 questions on the board, but you choose one question when you come up. Melchizedek, are you in the box on purpose? Chicano Strange, are you in the box on purpose? Chicano Strange? Okay.
Hello?
Finn?
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you guys doing?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
I'm 18.
Oh, man, you got to be 25. Do you see the host note at the top?
25?
Yeah.
Why 25?
Because we have some really deep conversations in here, and it's dealing with faith and life and like belief systems.
I think 18. Like you don't think 18 is okay?
You see how you just interrupted me while I was talking? Usually, people young as you don't have a lot of good manners. And then you're newly an adult and you're kind of testing that out, and I'm not your mama, so I don't have the patience for it. But I also think that your parents should still be the ones that you talk to about these things. Okay?
I disagree, and I was in the military, so
I get that, but that's the rule of the live, okay?
And you have a okay.
Got it. So
he couldn't even
yeah. But I think it is crazy. Like he's right. Like I'm in the military and I can have a conversation with you. That's so real. Like I can go and die for your right to have these conversations, but I can't have a conversation with you. I think they're too young to be in the damn military too. But that's
me
just
too.
me.
They need to raise that.
Huh?
They need to raise that to 25.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think their minds are fully developed to be able to make that type of decision. To sacrifice themselves for other people. Yep, 25. But if you are a believer, or if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, or if you are a nerd, the guest box is open. We don't have anybody in the guest box. Also, we haven't gotten anybody from YouTube to join the stage tonight. There was a guy named Anthony who was like, let me on this live. I'll address all 3 questions. So as soon as I tell him, hey, there's links in the description for you to be able to join the stage, he bounces. And people were like adding him, like, Anthony, go on stage, and then he just stops responding. If you put it out there, I'm not gonna run from you. Like, the links are there for you to use, right? You don't have to ask to come on stage. Like, you don't have to beg to come on stage. The links are there for you to join us in the conversation. I'm not gonna turn you away unless you're a very disrespectful person, or unless you are not one of the 4 categories that's allowed to be on stage. But other than that, if you put it out there, I'm going to call you out and take you up on your offer. Insecure Warrior, how are you? Insecure Warrior?
Oh, well, it's an accident.
No worries. I'll take you down. Have a good night, okay?
Thank you.
Sorry, have a good night.
Massanisa, what's up?
They prayed for you to get up out of it. Prayers don't work, y'all. It really didn't work. Because I know it was a whole bunch of them praying on their hands and knees. Their knees probably hurt too.
Yeah, they were praying. They were bragging. Like, they were doing some of the most craziest shit, logging into Facebook. Talking about anybody know Thinkers TikTok. Like, they were gloating. Like, they were doing some fucked up shit. Thought they had a victory. Victory is mine, yeah. They were probably singing that song, The Devil is a Liar. They were probably praise it.
The weird thing about this this religion stuff, because I'm being affected like even in real time by Christianity, right? So I was trying to buy land in Kentucky, like 177 acres. And I guess by the way I was talking to 2 people, but I ended up taking an airplane, a flight over there to check out the land. And I guess they didn't know I was black till I showed up. So, they showed me the land. They were kind of really short about it and stuff like that. I only got to see 10% about it, but I was like, I'll still buy the land or whatever. These are Christian so-called people in military also. That's why we had that commonality. And like right when I came back to New York City, I got in contact with him one time, and I've been ghost ever since. I got redlined. Wow. I've been redlined by a Christian. Wow. And I felt really, really like I felt naive because I know I'm black. I know that these things happen. I know that these things go on. I don't know what made me think that I would go to Kentucky and they would allow me to buy land. Like, you know what I'm saying? I had to literally call some of my white friends to be like, listen, I want to still continue looking for land, but I'm going to need y'all to spearhead it for me because I cannot deal with the red line in 2025.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Like when I tell you my feelings is so hurt, and I remember you had a live where there was a very disingenuous white woman on there, and I feel like the same thing because they never act like they dislike us. They act like it's all cool. They act like they're with us. They act like that it's just cool. Like, and then they'll do stuff like that.
Did you see that video of that real estate agent that went viral? For like lying on that black man that lived in her neighborhood.
No, what is it?
So she was out walking with her kids, and he came home. He didn't know who she was because she was in front of his house. He slowed down. He was asking her, "Are you looking for someone?" And she like,
he said, "Can I help you?" And she ran off with her kids screaming.
But she knocked on his door first. Like, she knocked on his door. Do you live here? He was like, yes. She was like, I don't believe you. And then she like takes the kids out of the stroller, leaves the stroller on his porch and runs off, starts screaming, "Help! Help! Help!" So her apology video made me so mad because she's on there saying, "I'm the least furthest thing away from Marine, sis." And then she lies and says, "I didn't say that I don't believe him. When he said I live there, I was like, oh, okay." And
it was all on tape.
Yeah, it's on the Ring camera. But her apology now, like everybody is like tagging her and stuff, and I guess I think she's more hurt that she's going viral for this than she is for what the fuck she did. Like her whole video is just so cringe. But watching her video today made me just think about what you just said. Like there'll be some people who will say that they're for you, while the whole time they're plotting against you. They don't want you in their neighborhood, their neighborhoods. They don't want you in their office building. Like my sister called me last week. She was so hurt. She works at a company where she's the only black person in her office. The big wigs came in town, and her boss was introducing everybody to the big wigs. She said her boss skipped her desk and went to the person after her who was a new employee, and she's been there for like a couple of years. She said her boss introduced her to every person in there but her, and she's the only black person there. And she goes through so much there. And I told her, I was like, you need to record it, so that you're in a hostile work environment. Like it's making her have high blood pressure. They be yelling at her, like using all caps when they talk to her in email, and I'm like, you need to address that, right? They went to a Christmas dinner, did not invite her.
I mean, I wouldn't want to go to the Christmas dinner either. But
the
yes.
fact that they did, it's like they're intentionally letting her know they don't want her there. As you know, like, I'm not on Twitter. I don't have that app.
But this is what we deal with, and the wild thing is,
Massanisa, real quick.
Go ahead.
Sheba's in the comments. She said, "I live in Kentucky. My children are biracial. Never experienced this."
Who was in the comments?
She a whole white woman.
Who?
So my experience don't mean nothing then.
Exactly.
And
I hate when they do that.
And the wild thing is, this is like not even one time. This is, and like I felt really naive afterwards when I'm trying to get in contact with them, because I'm not going to keep calling you to try to buy something from you. But I went through this when I went to buy my Sprinter. I got a Mercedes-Benz Sprinter. I don't know if you ever seen it. It's $140,000 vehicle. Like, I walked into the dealership and they treated me like I was a peasant initially, and then they tried to say my credit wasn't good enough and didn't even look at my credit. I'm like, so they was like, well, your credit got to be really high in order to get this item. Did you check my credit? My credit is over 800.
Have you looked to see if there was an inquiry from them?
No, well, that was before they even they didn't even do the credit check. They wanted me to not buy it by discouraging me with my credit, but they didn't check it yet.
Hold on. Mr. Teal, you may have to swipe out and swipe back in. I don't see anybody else complaining about the screen being dark, so that's got to be just your phone. So swipe up and swipe back down, and that should fix it. Sorry, Massanisa, go ahead.
No, and that's why I knew it was bullshit, because if they would have pulled my credit, it would have been one thing. But it's like, you didn't even check my credit. And I check my credit all the time. My credit's over 800, been over 800 for a long time. And so after they checked it, like, because I had to check, I was like, you didn't even check my credit. Then they came up with another thing like, oh, well, even though your credit is good, the banks may not accept it because you may have not bought an item of this value before. And then I was like, I owned like 4 houses. Like, and then, everybody was on eggshells after, like, I looked at her forever like she was crazy. And, but this is something I know I dealt with. What I should have did was I should have reached out to my white friends first.
Hold on for a second. I'm sorry, Miss Anissa. Sheba, tokenizing your children, right, and to discredit an experience that Massanissa had is disgusting. And that is exactly what we be talking about, right? When we say, when you have children who are biracial, they are not your fucking tokens. They're not your tokens to say, to invalidate the experience of people who are like half the community that your children come from. Like that's disgusting, and you probably shouldn't do that.
You just let us know how you're going to react when your biracial kids come home to you and tell you about them being discriminated. You're gonna question them more than the people who did anything to them. You know, biracial kids get discriminated against too, especially probably in places like Kentucky. Listen, I'll be honest with you, ma'am. I didn't go out there for all of that. I really didn't even think about it at all. It wasn't until afterwards when he flaked and stopped answering my call. It reminded me that I was black. But I didn't go out there with any intentions. And I have white friends. I've been in the military forever, and I have white friends that and I don't hang with too many vanilla villains and stuff like that. They understand what's going on. But what I should have did was I should have had them do it initially, so that way I didn't have to go through what I'm going through now.
Sheba, that's not what you typed. If you meant you were lucky, you should have typed that. Which is why I said my son went to college in Kentucky and he experienced it. Your exact words were, I live in Kentucky, my children are biracial, never experienced this. You had more characters that you could have typed, I'm lucky we never experienced this, or I'm glad we never experienced this. You didn't run out of characters.
Right. So something like that. Just be careful with your words.
Yeah, just be careful with the way you do. Like you don't want to tokenize your children. Like that's disgusting. Black American Prophet. I never told you to get off Twitter. I never said that. I said I'm not on Twitter. So me saying that I'm not on Twitter is not me saying you should get off Twitter. Oh, okay. Because I know you messaged me and asked me about Twitter. Okay, my bad. I thought you was talking about me. I don't expect anybody to do anything I do. This Deja came up early today and said her family told her that we are a cult. No, we not. I'm not expecting nobody to do anything I say or anything I do. I do what I do. You do what you do.
Well, I don't know how I could sue. I don't even know if anybody ever did sue for redlining. It's just a thing. I did have a mind to have one of my white friends call and pretend like they was going to buy the land, et cetera, and go through the entire process. But I'm so not in the mood to deal with racism. I just started looking for other lands, but I'm not going to approach none of them the same way. Again, I'm going to have one of my white friends do it for me and we'll figure it out by the time it comes to buying it.
You know, when I first started my company, I was told that I needed to what they call white face it. And they said that it would be harder for it to grow and for me to get capital if I didn't. And they didn't lie. They didn't lie. And in fact, it was a black person who told me to white face it. But I wanted to do this as a black woman. Like I wanted to do it as myself. And it is harder. But when I reach the goal, I'll be able to say I did it, as being who I am, so that other young black women, young black boys that grow up know that they can do it. And by doing that, when I first made the decision to not take their advice, I didn't necessarily know that me being in that space, that I would be a part of changing the space. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so doing that, being able to open doors so that young black tech entrepreneurs can go into that space and raise capital, build businesses as themselves without having to do the white facing. Like there were times when I would go out and talk to businesses and oh my God, like over the phone, they're okay taking the sales meeting, right? Because they assume that I work for the company. But when I show up, right, to do the sales meeting and they learn that I'm the founder, all of a sudden they're not interested. I had one guy who met with my co-founder, who was a white man. He's not my co-founder anymore because he did some fuck shit. But he had the meeting. He had it in the bag, and he's like, "I'm gonna send my co-founder over there, and so we can close the deal." I go there. The guy, he's really nice. Like, you know, we chill, we talk, we eat, and then when I leave, he calls my co-founders like, "Hey, we changed our mind."
Wow.
Yeah. So like, you do experience that, and it would be easier if you just, you know, if you have a co-founder that's white, or like to send them out instead of you. It would be easier. And some people think that is a good business decision, and sometimes it probably is. But two, at the same time, and it may have been a stupid decision because I could have grown a lot faster had I not decided to do it as me. But that wasn't the most important thing to me. Does that make sense? Like I wanted to do it as a black woman. I wanted to do it as myself.
No, you totally make sense. It got me questioning, should I do that? But I just don't want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to have to, because then you feel crazy. Because like, I had to talk to my white friends and I was like, I don't even know if I'm right or not. But I know that this is a thing, and it makes no sense for him to like not respond. Like, you know, they're saying that we didn't go on a date. Like this, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is business, and there's nothing about this business that I couldn't pull off. So, you know, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just hate that I have to even like think about it, because I didn't go all the way to Kentucky to thinking about it at all, you know?
Yeah, unfortunately it is, you know, in our society, and we're doing the work to try to eradicate it. I think that's all we can do, is just continue to move forward and, you know, fight against it. There are going to be some people who are never going to change. You know, some people don't want unity. They don't want peace. And we just have to, you know, keep moving forward despite that, and keep, you know, deconstructing, because deconstruction takes more than is more than just deconstructing from religion. It's deconstructing all of the harmful ideologies that we were taught and raised in this society, that's keeping us from truly obtaining peace and harmony amongst the human race. That's the most important thing. And then, you know, making sure everybody has access to the basic needs for them to live, for them to survive.
Right.
Yeah. So we just
my dream for the land was to like, you know, get a decent size, definitely anything over 50 acres. Close to 200 acres is better. Build a little city on it, and just have a nice space for people to come and relax, you know. And that's my goal. I'm gonna keep on trying to do it. I don't know how I'm gonna approach it, but I just don't want to keep dealing with that stuff, because it makes you feel icky, you know. Like, I felt ick by the time I realized what's going on. I was like, oh yeah, I'm black and white people still don't like us. Yeah, right. You know, it's just like, I got to deal with this. So, I don't know. I'm going to still continue, though. I'm not discouraged from it. I just don't know if I'm a white face it or not.
Yeah. I mean, do what you got to do. If you have a friend, you know, like if there's a workaround, that's what allies are for, right? And accomplices are for. They can get in places that we can't. They can get things done that we can't, unfortunately, because of these biases. So I'm not saying it's wrong to do that. That's what allies are for, right? So if your friends will do it for you, let them.
Yeah.
Especially if you can trust them. Like, don't let them go and do it, and then next thing you know, the land is in their name and they run off with it. Make sure it's somebody that you trust.
Nah. At the end of the day, we're just like, because I'm just doing it all under my name and my credit and my everything and my grants. I'm a military veteran. I don't know if I ever mentioned that, but and the friends I'm talking about is also military veterans, also that I was literally in war with in Iraq. So, and these are not just like run of the mills people. These people are vetted for years on the many racial issues and stuff to see how they hold up, and they did well, really well, to the point where I felt like, damn, I should have did that initially, but I was so caught up in the dream of, going out there, buying the land. I did a whole lot of looking at the land, seeing how close the hospitals are, how close the cities are, how far it is from this, how far it is from that. It's 4 hours away from Atlanta. I did like a lot of research. So my mind was not on that at all. I was just trying to, make sure that if I decide to pull the trigger and get that property, that that I did my Cav Scout stuff where I know what is what. So I wasn't thinking about that.
Yeah, well, I hope that you're able to get it done, and I'm glad to hear that you're not going to stop and you're going to keep on moving forward.
Yeah.
Did you have anything else?
No, that's it for me. I love y'all. You know what I mean?
I love you too.
I'm gonna take it on down, and I'm always happy to support. And if you need help with your company, there's a lot of things I know how to do too. I do like a lot of viral stuff for like the internet for other people, like clients, and help businesses get have basically a good footprint on the internet with videos and stuff like that. So that's what I'm pretty good at. So if you do need help, just let me know.
I appreciate that, Master Nisa. I hope you have a good night, okay?
Yes, you too. Take it easy.
All right. Lady X? Lady Double X?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I love you guys. I always here listening. I'm so happy that you guys are back on TikTok.
Thank you. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Deconstructing. I'm struggling with this stuff all the time,
Yeah, it's a pretty
I
hard
feel
process.
like I'm leaving, and then I'm like, maybe I do still believe some of it. And it's like, oh my God, it takes too long.
Yeah, but that's normal though. So don't beat yourself up, right? You're going to feel like that for a little while because it was, indoctrinated into you and you really believed it. And it is kind of a scary thing, right? Because it deals with afterlife. And it's the unknown. Like you just don't know if you're making the right choice or not. Until you educate yourself on what it is that you're being indoctrinated with. Right. That's I think that's one of the most important features of this live is that we try to share as much factual information about the text and the historical context through facts and data, and that helps you better make a decision for yourself.
Yeah. Also, like, yeah, if you know the history and you also like see it on a bigger scale of things, like not bigger but like a longer scale, it's more, to me at least, it makes it a little more clear that like, oh, this is really not that cut and dry. Yeah, it just gives very human when I think about it. But what I wonder sometimes, like, oh, maybe there's a creator. But I came to actually answer the prompt. The middle question. Oh no, it's the last one. So, is it possible to uphold human morals while maintaining unwavering loyalty to the God of the Bible? I don't think so. Unless you're one of these like non-denominational type of person that like kind of invents their own sort of interpretation of the Bible. But in general, no. And I also think that it takes a very, very like good at heart person to hear all the negative things that the Bible kind of teaches, like, oh, or at least associated with the Bible, right? Like, oh, women have to be virgins when they marry, and slavery is okay if it's indentured servitude or if it's people from some other nation that you don't know. I think it's not possible. It's just not possible to be a good person with all that in your mind, unless you are already such a good person that you would be good in any setting.
Yeah, and I think also, unless their definition of what a good person is doesn't necessarily match the universal definition of what a good person is, because they think that they are a good person because they follow whatever this God says to do. For example, if a believer has a child that doesn't believe in this God, but decides to be spiritualist, right, and do tarot card reading and stuff like that, and the parent says, well, as for me and my house, we gonna serve the Lord, and they kick the child out, to the parent, right there, the parent probably thinks to themselves that they are a good person because they're following what this God says,
and that they're doing good by like mistreating this person because they're like, oh, they're gonna learn a lesson and then they're gonna come back. I have even experienced that with my own mom because she was a spiritualist when I was growing up. She wasn't like that much of a Christian. It was more like my grandma. Now she's a Christian and she looks down on me that I do tarot cards and light incense up. And I'm like, come on, you were doing the same stuff when I was growing up. Like, it's not like I even grew up like with a mom that was that much of a Christian. Now she's like, saved, reborn in Jesus and stuff. But no.
And it's so crazy. Did you learn any of the tarot card reading and all that from your mom? Like, were you influenced by her doing it at all? Seeing her?
Yeah.
And
yeah, she didn't do it herself.
Thing. But she like would go to a tarot card reader or and you saw that as a kid growing up. And it's like, you influenced this, right? And now you look down on me for something you influenced? Like, that's crazy.
It makes sense. And I don't understand. Like, they think also that is like their duty as a good Christian to bring you back into the fold, right? Like, to make you see sense, even though you're saying, please, this is my boundary. Don't talk about religion. Don't try to bring me to church. I am not going to church with you. It's like, no, but you have to. You don't know what you're talking about. It's like, oh, Lord. Yeah, so I think even just by that crossing of boundary of something so basic, like respect my belief, let's not talk about it. They can't even hear that. They can't even hear no. So how can you be good if you don't know no, right?
Yeah, that's true. So, yeah. I definitely don't think the two can coexist. But yeah, that's true. And then, like, do they care about the coexisting with human morals and their loyalty to their God? I think it's also another question, because I saw a video of a Christian woman being interviewed on a podcast, and she was like, I'm not concerned with Christians being good humans. She's like, that's not, important. She's like, I'm more concerned with Christians being better Christians. And
what? Oh, like more extreme Christians then.
I don't know what she meant by that. Like, I in my head, I was like, I wonder what she's saying is the difference between the two.
I have heard something like that in relation to like pro-life.
You said pro-life?
Yeah, I heard that being said, like, oh, you have to be actually a good Christian, like better Christian, something like that, because you had to be pro-life, according to this person. It's like an unrelated thing. I don't know which video you're talking about, but this person was saying that you can't call yourself a Christian and be pro-choice. You have to be pro-life.
Oh, that's because they think abortion is murder, but they don't think genocide is murder. They don't think stoning your kids is murder. But like anything, like if a human does it within all legal cases, then it's murder. But if a God tells a human to do it in their brain and that human does it because a human said God said they can, then it's not murder. Like that's how they literally think.
Yeah, and they don't understand things like, you know, the guy who went to the Andaman Islands, that's like a very isolated Sentinel Island, like a, and then he was, you know, he passed on because he was attacked by the people.
Yeah.
But in his head, right, he's doing the right thing. He's being a good Christian. He listened to God, and he went.
But was he really being a good Christian? Because he was warned, right? He was warned by the government. He was warned by his family. He was warned by his church members, by his friends not to go because of the history. You know, in the agreement between our government and the people of that island. He was warned not to go. But he said Jesus told him to go. Right?
Jesus would be like a bigger authority than people, right?
But Jesus is in his head.
Yeah.
Right.
Of course.
Right. So to me, it just seems like a ego thing. Right? Like, oh, I'm going to be the one that's going to save the people of the Sentinel. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So like the question is, was he really trying to be a good person, or was he trying to be the savior? Was he trying to be like a vessel used, right, to save these people? And then his name is in lights. Like what was the true motivation behind that? Is the, you know, I it's something that I would explore.
Like I think it depends like how brainwashed you are. Because if you are like brainwashed to that point and you grew up in that sort of setting where you've seen people being delivered, all this like dramatic stuff, and you think all of that is real, and that like miracles can happen like at the blink of an eye, and because somebody put hands, and you know, then you kind of integrated.
But who goes on a
magical
mission trip?
Thinking?
But who does that by themselves? Right? Who goes on a mission trip alone to save an entire island of people? Like I just feel like there was ego all in that, especially when you're being warned by your government to not go, and your government tells you, hey, we have an agreement in place with them that we won't do this, and you do it anyway. I just feel like ego was all in that, because
I think that alone. Too, but you have to have magical thinking, because you have to believe that you can. Otherwise, if he knew, like if he is like, oh, I'm just going to show off, but I know these people are like, they're going to eat me for barbecue, he wouldn't go.
No, I believe that he believed that he could, but that's the part of the ego. In his head, Jesus is telling him, you are the one chosen. Like, you are the one that's going to save the Senegalese. I need you. Right? That's why I'm saying that it's like ego had to be at play there. For him to believe that he could do that. I mean, the Sentinelese, he had, like, ego had to be at play for him to believe that he could do that alone.
Like that he alone is the one to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's true. That's true. But I think like all Christians suffer from magical thinking.
I wouldn't say all of them. Well,
a lot of them.
Not all, maybe, but the majority. Some Christians are Christians, and they don't believe that they can talk to God. They don't believe that God, engages with humans. They don't believe in hell. They're just Christians, right?
Like labeled Christians, but they don't really have like a. Yeah.
Yeah, but because it's hard to say all for one thing. Right, so a good majority.
Oh yes, for sure. Because otherwise I don't know. Like I also fall into the trap of magical thinking sometimes. Like, oh, maybe it was meant to be that way, and maybe it's destiny, and this bad things happening to me because I needed to learn something important. But yeah. Really, it would not make sense a world that's constructed that way because there's other less painful ways to learn. So the only possible way to have to learn through only pain pretty much has to be a masochistic God. So yeah, it doesn't make sense, but it really is the indoctrination that makes you doubt your own clear thoughts, I think.
Yeah, most definitely. Because it tells you that you can't think without this God and that you need this God. You know, you need the Holy Spirit in order to think clearly. Like, just think about how they come in here and say you can't read a book that's in English, right? That's written for humans to read and understand. They tell you that you cannot understand the book unless you have some magical ghost inside of you.
I never heard that one, but that's new to me. Yeah, it's like a little bit because I'm Brazilian. Like they have slightly different versions of that, I guess. Like you're not like reborn, so you can't really like take the blessings. Your life is gonna be empty. They say more things like that.
Yeah, that's about the same thing.
Like, oh, bad things happening to you because you have shunned like God and God has shunned you.
While calling the bad things that they're going through a test. You see what I'm saying? Like literally they're the ones assigning labels to stuff. They'll tell you that you're going through bad stuff because you stopped believing in God, right? And it's because you're away from the presence of God, and God is punishing you or trying to get you back, right? But when they go through stuff, God is trying to make them stronger. God is trying to bring them closer. God is testing them. And the reality is that we're humans and we just go through shit.
That's so true. And like also before, okay, so what was God doing before the Bible was created though? Like before Christianity was even created or even any of the Abrahamic religions? Like what was he testing people for? They weren't gonna know. That was gonna make no difference. So, or punish people for what? Like they never were Christian. So yeah, it's just, it really, oh my God, it's, never mind me. I think I don't have much else to say, but it's always nice to come here.
Well, thank you so much for coming up.
I'm happy that you guys are back.
We're happy to be back. We're happy that we didn't lose y'all.
Thank you. Bye. That's great, though. I'm so happy that you guys are here.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Good night.
You say it's amazing to see their faces when you quote a scripture, and that lets them see how fucked up they are. Smile pumpkin?
No.
Did you mean to come up?
No, didn't mean to.
Okay, no worries. Have a good night. That's a good one, Stephen. Stephen says, so we need the Holy Spirit to understand the Bible, but we need the Bible to know about the Holy Spirit. But they don't think about stuff like that. Virtue to Pharaoh? Virtue to Pharaoh, are you there? Mr. Evolving. Mr. Evolving said TikTok came back faster than Jesus. I know the Christians are mad. Sheba, can you comment in the comments and let us know if you came up on purpose or on accident, please?
I was like, okay, we jamming.
YouTube's gonna be like, can I monetize copyright infringement?
Right.
And like, where do people come into the chat and say, what's the argument here? And there's literally a big ass post with like some really wordy sentences.
And in different colors so that you don't know where one ends and the other begins.
Like, what? It's too much work. It's too much work, which is why a lot of them don't read their book. It's just too much work. Also in the genealogies, that shit, the genealogies make you want to fall asleep.
Yep.
Mati, how are you? Mati? Okay. All right, y'all. It is 4:34 in the morning. About 30 more minutes before our sleepy heads start waking up and getting ready for work or for school or for the TikTok streets. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Of course, if you're a nerd, you are welcome on stage to come share your deconstruction journey. Ask a question that you've been pondering about, or propose a question to the audience. And if you are on YouTube and you want to join the conversation, you can do so by clicking one of the links in the bio. In the YouTube description. We don't have anybody in the guest box. We're going to sit here in silence for like 10 minutes. It's 619 people in the room.
No, somebody typed in French that it's unfortunate, all these lost souls.
Why did they type it in French? They think that we weren't going to be able to understand it.
Right.
Why don't you come up and say that in English? Or
right.
Can you speak English? Like, if you can, you're more than welcome to come on stage. But God said that humans were good at first creation, then sin into the world. Well, Jasmine, that is the question. Did the God of the Bible lie when he said humans were good? Did he lie? Good means morally perfect, like they've reached moral goodness. If they had the capability of being bad, then that means that they were not good. Right? Chicago, are you asleep?
No.
It sounded like you were breathing like the deep sleep, like when you're laying in bed.
No, that's my ear. I guess that's my ear. Or it could have been me breathing. It could have been both. I just can't say, good morning. Your dead Americans hit me as a French. I'm part of French too. So I just want to say, poo-poo on you for you not believing in God, El Gate. So me and the Beast would live together happily. We'd read the Bible every day in the Beast Castle, and me and our Stockholm Syndrome woman Belle, she enjoys the Bible too. So please do not try to persuade us to that poo-poo atheist or non-believing side.
You said who is Stockholm lady?
Belle.
You said Belle?
Belle, Beauty and the Beast.
Oh, Belle.
I mean, she got Stockholm, right? She fell in love with him.
Amir, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Good morning to you. Anybody want to hop in the box? If you are a nerd, this would be a good time to come up, share more about your deconstruction journey, ask a question.
Yeah, I'm about to drop though, but I just want to say hi to you and Thundercleese.
Well, hi, how are things going?
Chicago.
Huh? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Are you going to answer me?
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. What did you say?
I said, how are things going?
Oh, as far as the TikTok side?
Yeah.
It's fine. Gotta get rid of a lot of the rumors and all that stuff too. People do, talking about the meta bought out and all that stuff, which is not really a thing,
Yeah.
And then the other one was this conspiracy with the CEO taking CEO out their name, but he never had it in there in the first place. And then
Wait, they said Show took CEO out of his name?
Yeah, but it was never there. It's all, what do you call that? Mandela effect.
Yeah.
People
so
so everybody
what they want to see and creating like conspiracy theories.
Like I said, now that I'll be fighting against, like I said, I'm a guy who love anime and stuff, but I do not like fan fiction from anything. I don't like fake theories. It drives me nuts. So when I hear, that's why, we get the philosophical bros or something, the what if stuff. Ugh. Just give me the facts.
Yeah. I wonder who came up with that one. Who decided to go and look and say, let me see if his TikTok still says CEO. Like, who did that? And who is looking at that, like, prior? Like, I don't, like, what? Like, who's paying attention to the CEO of TikTok that much? Like, he didn't even have, I think now he has like 4 million, 5 million followers. Before that, before the ban, he was at like 3 million. And then he released that video after the Supreme Court decision. And when that video went viral, he went up to like 5 million. So like, he wasn't as popular as the most popular TikTok influencer on here. So who's really paying attention to what his bio is saying?
It's just, these theories and conspiracies about everything. So, I mean, like I said, did something change? Who knows? I don't know. We'll probably never know. There's probably that one video of somebody wearing a goat head, doing something, and that's all good, fine and dandy. But
yeah, it's a trip. What's up, Linda Way?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, how are you?
I'm excellent. I just wanted to, you said it would be a good time to come up now and give an update on our deconstruction journey, and I wanted to say that I am having much less fear than at the beginning. Fear of reprisals from God for being disobedient and pulling away, and much less of that feeling of being a bug waiting to be stepped on, because that's exactly how I felt at the beginning. But not so much now. I do
how
still
is your
get
health doing? Like, did you get your...
I'm doing much better. I'm riding my Peloton every other day, every day, and I don't have to walk in. I don't have to really use my cane much. I'm getting stronger, and on the 25th, I have a assessment with a gym that is private, and every move you make, they're right there with you correcting your form, and I need that because I don't know what I'm doing. So it really is too expensive for my taste, but it is required at this point. I know it is to regain strength, because unknowingly the slow down, almost crawl that I came to by working from home during all the years of the pandemic really did a number on my muscle mass. And then I'm not one who likes to exert, themselves. If I can find a parking spot in front of the door, I'll do it. And so that doesn't help. I'm very much like a cat. I like to lounge, and that's not very good. And so, but to answer your question, I'm doing much better and will be doing much more better. And I'm tomorrow going to make my reservations and everything. So because I don't want to miss out. When we went dark for a minute, I was like, damn, this is awful. And then when we came back up, the relief that I felt, even just in the voice lounge in Discord, made me recognize that I needed to make the trip. Because all of you have become quite a part of my daily life, and I want to meet you guys.
Yeah, we're almost there.
It's coming very soon. And my trip to Thailand showed both my daughter and myself some things. Here in America, if you don't have to exert yourself, you won't, unless you're a person who does it specifically because you want to be fit. And as young as she is, she found that there were some things that she was not satisfied with because she couldn't make it to the top of the waterfall. Now, there were several levels, and it is like a mountain, but she still thought at 22 that she could make it, but it got increasingly difficult for her, and she stopped like on level 5, and there were 7, and I stopped on level 3 because I'm significantly older than she is, and much less fit. And so, it showed us that we need to get our game right. And plus, I don't want to be a fear mongerer, but where we are right now, and I really don't even want to discuss it much because it's problematic psychologically. But where we are right now, we all need to be fit. We just all need to be fit. We need to have some money in the house, and we need to have our passports. Because if you're a history buff, then it started just like this in Germany, and I don't think that it bodes well for immigrants to be put out, nor does it bode well for us who are at African Americans who are at the bottom of the socioeconomic status, because then the 13th Amendment, I think these people are quite comfortable with us doing the labor for nothing, because that's what made America great.
Mm-hmm.
Free labor.
Yep.
That's how we got to be on top. And that's why the fires were being put out by experienced firemen and prisoners. Prisoners always work fires here in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And so for the trip, I had to renew my passport. So I'm good into 2034. So I just would advise everybody to, I feel like, was it too short? I said, if you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. So do that. Just so that you're ready for whatever dude has, because he's already taken something off of the federal website about women's health rights. I mean, it's like Yahtzee, Germany, and Handmaid's Tale mixed. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
And then the last thing that I wanted to ask was biblical, because I probably can find it in the Discord, but I'm going to have to spend more time learning, because there's a lot of stuff in the Discord, learning where to go. But what is it that Gentiles are supposed to be doing in heaven, as opposed to what Jews are doing? Because as I understand it, we're supposed to be laboring.
Yes, Isaiah 60. They're building the walls. The foreigners are building the walls for New Jerusalem.
Is that here on earth?
It's on the new earth.
Okay.
Yeah, they're building the walls, carrying the wealth of the other nations, the kings of the other nations, like Gentile nations, and giving it to the Israelites, nursing the Israelites' children, planting trees from Lebanon. Yeah, so they're like building. They're doing the work to rebuild New Jerusalem.
Okay. Yeah, see, I'm not, like I told you, I'm very cat-like. I like to lounge. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be carrying, toting, lift that turn that barge, or whatever that phrase is. I don't want to do any of that. And so I've let this go because it doesn't seem to make sense to me anymore. And it never really did. Even as a child, I remember sitting in church and looking around at people whipping themselves up into a frenzy and thinking, this is odd. I mean, a little girl, like 6, just looking around at the adults like, I don't think I, and like when we used to call it getting happy, catching the spirit, all of these phrases where you freak out and flop around like a fish. And I remember my mother even doing it. And I thought to myself, now, well, I just could not understand it. And then what's odd is I never talked about it because you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to question. And so I didn't say, so how did you lose your mind in church? What was really going on? I couldn't say that. If she was still alive now, I think that I would really ask her, what is that about? Because I never spoke in tongues. I never got overcome by the Spirit to the point that I fell out, that I had an epileptic fit. I never did any of that. So I don't believe it. I don't believe it's real. I believe that these people want to perform in church because it equates to being close to God, and that is their goal to relay that message to others in the church. That's all I think it is. And that you can whip yourself into a frenzy like that. In in an emotional situation, you can whip yourself into a frenzy. And I still believe that there is a supreme being, but I'm not sure of its origin. I don't think it has anything to do with any of the religions. I'm not sure. I haven't reconstructed what I think, but I am still tearing down what I thought.
Yeah, it sounds like you're making good progress, with your deconstruction journey.
I feel like it.
Yeah. When you first came up, I remember that you were just now deciding, like you were trying to decide if you wanted to deconstruct, and that was probably a little under a year, but getting close to a year now, maybe 6-7 months, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so you've made significant progress towards that within the last 6 months. And then like even just what you've learned about taking your own history into your hands and being accountable for that and serious about that, without just like praying and hoping that a being in the sky does it for you. I think that's pretty powerful too. And I don't think there's anything wrong with like believing that there's a creator. Especially like if that makes you feel better about the unanswered parts of how we got here. I don't see anything wrong with that. Because you're not out here saying you need to believe in my creator. You need to believe them. You need to give loyalty to my creator. You owe him everything. Like that's just something that you believe for yourself, and that's perfectly okay.
I don't. I'm most happy that I don't feel that level of fear that I felt 6-8 months ago. I do find myself occasionally getting not upset. I'll take that back. I find that when I have friends who are in significant distress from things in their lives, who want to lay it at God's feet and pray, I always they tell me that, and then I always remind them, and then not preachy or anything, I just say, and yeah, there are some things that you have to take into your own hands and do, to help God achieve these things for you, because that he gave you the ability to think and do and have logic. And, so using what they believe to kind of slide in the idea that there's a whole lot of work that they have to do themselves, instead of allowing them to sit, not literally, but sit figuratively in the corner and rock and hope that God to get your ass up and do some shit. Because that's really what's going to manifest it. But I can't be that, particularly with my believer friends, I can't be that blunt because they will, rebel or well, not rebel. They will recoil, and I don't want that. So I just gently try to remind them that there's a whole lot of work that you have to do, and God will support you in all of your work. I try to put it like that for them, but I never did that before my beginning of deconstruction. I would say the same thing, like, yeah, God's gonna help, pray harder, all of the things, all of the things. So I'm quite happy. I also believe that my deconstruction journey is what really forced me to look at my daughter's situation, and it's mine as well, because we both have hidradenitis suppurativa, and it can be it can be deadly. I almost died in college. I had to withdraw, fly back to Michigan from UCLA, and go directly from the airport to the hospital. And they said in 1 or 2 more days, I would have had sepsis and I would not have made it. And had the surgery, stayed in the hospital 10 days. Alyssa, my daughter, she's never had to have major surgery like that. I've had surgery several times, but the illness manifests itself differently in us. But my point was that, and my God, this is gonna, oh Jesus Christ, it's on YouTube. Okay, hopefully, okay, I won't say her name again. But anyway, it's all out there for forever. Jesus Christ, I didn't think about that, but it's okay. What is my point? that freaked me out when I realized I was being recorded. I thought I was just talking to friends, and then you realize, oh no, it's going all over the world.
Yeah, and I unfortunately, because it's such a long live, it doesn't allow me to edit it.
Yeah. So it's cool though. I'm good. It's not, I'm not talking about anything too personal. I mean, anybody that knows me knows that I have it. So if they see me, they'll be like, oh yeah, I remember. So anyway, I think that my deconstruction has been instrumental in helping me to provide protocols to address all of our issues: health, beauty, fitness, instead of sitting and praying and waiting. That's really, really what I think.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, and glad to hear that you're doing well with your deconstruction journey.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anything else that you wanted to share?
No, that's all. I just, that's cool. Can I stay on the stage?
Unfortunately, I don't allow anyone to hang out on the stage.
I
It's
knew
just
you were going to say that. I thought I would ask though, because sometimes I want to say stuff, but it's cool. I'll go down now. And thank you so much for your tutelage. Tutelage, and for being here I'm thinking about Fee now, because she doesn't and too much. She's very intentional with her words, and I have been trying to model that, but I'm not as good as she is, so it makes me slower to convey my point. But your tutelage and just your presence and your wealth of knowledge, because I'm a linear thinker, and the way that you present information, the way that you speak, really resonates with me. And that's why I heard and stayed. And so I thank you for that.
You are so very welcome. Y'all, I'm fighting for my microphone from this child. Give me just a second. Give me my mic. Boy. He come crawling in my room.
Oh, and then he had a lot to say.
God, he done. Give me just a second. I'm so sorry.
That's hilarious.
I am so sorry. He came in here crawling. Stop. And he crawled up in my lap and grabbed the microphone and unscrewed it. Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Now.
I'm so sorry. But thank you so much. I appreciate you for saying that. And I'm thinking about bringing back Freeform Friday. We did a all panel this morning, yesterday when we came back, and it actually went pretty well. Like, there was some over talking. Selena only had to remind people not to over talk one time, and so I might bring Freeform Friday back. So, cause I know that some people be wanting to come up here and ask questions, or they provide insight. Also, it's just that I can't have everybody on stage.
I saw that. That's why I asked, because I knew what the rules were, but then I saw that yesterday and I was like, oh, well, maybe. But it's cool. I'm good with whatever the rules are.
All right. Well, I definitely thank you and appreciate your support as well.
All right.
All right. Have a good one.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
This little boy is strong. Stop. No. No. Okay. If you're in the guest box on purpose, can you please? Huh?
I said mine will be down in about an hour.
Oh, goodness gracious. They're coming down?
Yeah, he upstairs.
Oh.
So he'll be up and running down the step in about an hour.
He came crawling in here and crawl right up in my lap. Eddie? Hello, Eddie? Hey, Rena B. Okay, Eddie is not there. I wish I knew how to do the interactive poll. I want to know how many people in here are awake.
Right. Let me see.
Organic Perception says, cheers to Linway on their journey. Thank you so much, Organic Perception. Let me get this box to open. You want to get down? Go ahead. You want to get down? I can't get the box to open. Okay. Arnie Trees, are you in the box on purpose? Strawberry? Did you? Strawberry, are you there? Okay, Strawberry's not there. Arnie Trees, are you in the box on purpose? I don't think she is, because she said she wouldn't. She's not ready to come on stage. All right, if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, there's 615 people in the room, and the guest box. There is no wait. Normally there is a wait. So take advantage of this time and come up. What we are discussing today is, did the God of the Bible lie when he said that humans were good? What if obedience required sacrifice? Are you obeying? And is it possible to uphold human morals while maintaining unwavering loyalty to the God of the Bible? Hey, Kay, how are you?
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
I just came up to share a part of my deconstruction journey. And I think I did it, I won't say backwards, because there's not a right or wrong way to do it. But I know that you said that you kind of started your deconstruction journey by researching the biblical stories. And and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it kind of started with the inconsistencies in the Bible for you, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So mine is kind of backwards, because I'm just now learning about all of these inconsistencies in the Bible. It was the way Christianity made me feel that made me want to deconstruct. The biggest thing I had with the Bible is I knew that we were not working with an original translation. I knew that as somebody who has learned Spanish, and I would reach out to people and say, oh, well, how do you say such and such? And I'm thinking it's a really common theory. And they're like, we don't have a word for that. And I'm like, wait, so you don't know, you can't say, no, that's not really an essence. Like, I can't really say that directly. I could say this. And that's when I started to understand how volatile translation can be and how easily it can be misunderstood. And I didn't really know, not even a fraction of the details that I've learned from this live. I just knew I doubted it, and I knew I did not want to be controlled. And that was what essentially led me on the deconstruction journey. So I enjoy your lives because it teaches me some of the ways to respond to not necessarily criticisms, but when people don't understand. And because all I've been saying since I've been doing it is, I don't have a problem with people being Christians. People have a problem with me not being Christian. And now I have a little more of a backing on how to respond. And again, I've told you this several times. I'm just grateful for your live and for the information that you give and the confidence that you give me to be able, if I were to be confronted by a Christian or questioned by my choices, I think I'm a little more equipped to respond biblically now, and with a deeper feeling on why I have resigned to the religious choices that I've made. So I'm just grateful for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm glad that you are getting the tools, the information that you need to be able to, validate or invalidate a belief system, or defend when someone is trying to attack you for not holding the same belief system that they hold. And that's the whole purpose of the live. Well, one of the purposes of the live. The main purpose of the live. Another purpose of the live is to kind of see if we can understand where the fuck they're coming from and why they think and say the things that they do. But yeah, I think critical thought kind of scares them a little bit, and that's what they consider to be the demon, the devil, because it's taking away a fairy tale. Because I don't know, fairy tales cannot exist where. Can fairy tales exist where reality, where logic exists? I don't know. But I think that's what kind of scares them a bit about these conversations, and why, they're willing to attack you when you try to engage in a conversation, with people in your life who are religious, and why they want us gone so bad.
Well, and I'm still struggling with my daughter. We talked about this the very first time I came up. Y'all gave me some ideas about my daughter. We've set some boundaries and things are better because she decided to return to Christianity after I started my deconstruction journey, and it has felt like such a slap in the face. But and it's not that she chose Christianity. She's like Bible thumping. It's you can't even say, she can't even say goodbye. She has to say, have a blessed day. And you're just like, girl, it's heavy right now. But, and even I have a set of twins. So I send them a message about, what happened at the inauguration. And I'm just trying to make sure that my children are, that we have the ability for me to dialogue with them about what's going on politically, right? So I send this to them, not just so they can be knowledgeable. Whatever choices they're making politically, I just want you to understand some of the things that you may not understand, because there are things we haven't talked about. We've not seen a time like this before, really. And so her response was, she sends like a YouTube, a Jesus song. And I'm just like, girl, I don't subscribe to this. And I said, I'm just trying to keep y'all knowledgeable. And that's just the way I said it. Like, I really wanted to say, I did not ask you to send me a Jesus song, but okay. But yes, things are getting better since y'all have kind of helped guide me on how to approach that. She has not refused, but she has chosen not to read the book. Y'all gave me, I think, When God Was a Woman. I presented it. She didn't necessarily decide. I mean, I gave her a choice, and she was just like, yeah, I'll look into it. And she did not decide to do that, which is fine. But that is probably my closest issue in all of this, is still accepting her. And I truly believe she will find her way to the truth. It's just dealing with her judgmental ass and loving her all at the same time while she try to find her way.
Yeah, that's the headache.
Yeah, because she wants me to be this selfless person, which I was a single parent for a long time. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really, and I watched my mother be a selfless person. And now that my mother needs care and is bedbound, it's very hard to find caregivers for her. And so I'm just like, I'm not going to be as selfless as my mother was. And then when you get, you deny yourself all your life for other people, and then you get old and kind of are forgotten about. Like, nah. And so I'm not going to be the person that she wants me to be. But then even in my selfless acts, she is judgmental. Like, well, Mom, you should forgive them. Well, you should forgive that person. And I just be like, girl, I do not subscribe to like, I'm not on the punk ass stuff. Like when people do me bad, I'm not on this forgive, forget. Let me turn the other cheek. Let me allow you to. I'm not built like that no more. And so that is where I'm at with my daughter, which again, y'all help me with that as well. And the boundary is better, and I'm just not discussing it with her. But of course, she discusses with me, especially when she sees that I'm not meeting the standards of what she decides is a decent human. Yeah. So there's that.
Well, I wish you the best with that, because I know that like that's your daughter, and it's hard to say, just don't talk to her because that's your daughter. But maybe just try to keep reinforcing your boundaries with her and let her know that makes you feel uncomfortable, for her to keep doing that.
And she's so sweet. Like, she's so sweet. Like, I know she's confused. And that's why I completely understand the 25 and up thing. Whereas the ones that are under 25 want to argue with you about it. I know what a 23-year-old mind functions like, because I have two of them. And even with, an upbringing that I feel like is pretty responsible, I exposed them to different religions. I intentionally exposed them to different religions. They are still in a very sensitive place with their mind frame. So I understand the 25 and up thing, because I think that a lot of it is that she is still young. What if she stays religious? I mean, that's her choice. I don't necessarily. I think that she will learn how to deal with me in my choices, just like I'll learn to deal with her in her life's choices. I'm scared because I'm not scared of that, but I'll say I really hope that that's not the case, because there are a lot of things that I can't bond with her on. She is again, knee deep in this stuff. Like she has to spend her Sundays at church. She has to, and it's a non-negotiable. And so I feel like it has created like a wedge with me, because there are places that she goes that I don't want to go. There's things that she does that I don't want to do. The other day she got in a car. She asked me to take her to church. Cool. She gets in the car and she's like, Mom, let me get on the aux. And I'm like, please, no. Because I already knew it was going to be
church music.
And it's not that it's church music. I still have connections to gospel because that's how I was raised. That's not what it is. It's that because I'm in a different mind frame, I hear stuff that I just don't agree with. Like what was that song that she played? Do it for me. God, if you don't do it, it just won't be done. And I was sitting there like, well, that's stupid as hell. Like, you got to do something. Like, what do you mean, God, if you don't do it, it won't be done? So you just wait. Like, and again, I'm in a different mind frame. And so even hearing her sing songs like that, even as a Christian, is just disheartening, because I'm like, why would you be sitting around waiting on God to do something that you're not willing to do for yourself? So it's just like, yeah. Oh no, I still love my gospel. I do. But it's just some songs. It's just some things that there are some words that I will not sow into my life.
Did you have anything else you wanted to share, or?
Oh no, I'm trying to read what Onyx is saying. No, I'm good. I appreciate you again. And that's it. I'll continue to listen.
Well, I definitely thank you for coming up, Key, and thank you for giving us an update on your journey as well.
Absolutely. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you, you too. when you put in the work, God mysteriously steers your life in the right direction? Is it mysteriously? You're literally putting in the work, like you are steering your life in the right direction. It's not mysterious. Like if you're putting in the work, you're doing it. Nakalanzi, how are you? Nakalanzi? I don't get that. Like, how do you type that and not see the correlation between the work that you're doing that's driving you in that direction? Like, that's like saying you're steering the car, but God is making the car go in the direction you're steering. Like, I don't get that.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm all right. So what I was saying is, when I was younger, I had my daughter, and so I was working at this gas station. So I ended up going to school to learn how to be a cabinet maker. But while I was going to school to become a cabinet maker, one of my customers, who was a floor finisher, a hardwood floor finisher, he gave me a job working with him. And so for the next 14 years, I basically worked with him. And so what I was saying is, when I put in the work to become the cabinet maker, mysteriously, God sent this man into my life to push my life forward.
So what did the floor maker, where were you working before, when you met?
I was working at a gas station before all this happened.
No. When you met the floor maker, where were you?
Where was I working at?
Yeah. Where did you meet the floor maker? Where did you meet the floor maker at?
Oh, at the gas station. He was a customer.
Okay. And then how did he know that you were doing cabinet work?
He didn't.
He just walked up to you and randomly offered you a job putting in floors randomly?
Yeah, because I built a relationship with him. He was my customer. So, I would show, I have my baby. And he had a baby at the time, and so we made a connection like that.
But how did he know that you had the skills to put in the floors is my question.
I didn't. He was giving me a job. He taught me for the next several years how to do the job.
Do that. So you meet this customer that comes into your gas station every day, right? You're at work. You meet this customer, you're nice to him, he's nice to you, y'all talk, right? Every time he comes in there, y'all build a relationship, both of y'all have children, you're talking about your children, and then he tells you that he has a job available.
Yes.
And then you accept the job.
Yes. But I pray to God,
where is the
because
mystery? I'm sorry, hold on. Where is the mystery? I don't hear anything mysterious about that.
Okay, the mystery is, what I was doing for myself was going to school to build cabinets. That's the plan I had to better my situation.
Yeah, but where is the mystery? I don't hear the mystery. I hear networking. I don't hear the mystery.
Okay, so the networking is the mysterious part, I guess, because I was expecting
networking. People do that every day. Like one of the things, like with my children, I use my network to help my children in whatever goals they have in life, right? If I know somebody in my network that has access in that field, or they have reached where my children are trying to go, I make sure my children get to meet these people, right? And that's me using my network to help my children learn how to network and further reach their goals, right? That's just called networking.
Okay. Well, I ended up stopping going to school to do the cabinet making because, of the flooring that I was doing. And so, yeah, I figured that the flooring was God's plan because the cabinet making was my plan.
It's just, no, you also created the plan for the flooring because you accepted his job. You could have literally said no because you already was in school to make cabinet making. You made that decision, not a God. And a God didn't tell you to make that decision, right? Like, I think because you're so pleased with it and it must have been lucrative for you. You stayed for 14 years, right? You must have been able to feed your family. I'm sure it was more money than you were making at the gas station. Therefore, your life changed drastically because your income was higher, right? When you work with him, you're meeting different types of people who also have an influence on you, every day at work. It's not mysterious. But I think you're like, oh, this is good. This happened good in my life. Therefore, this had to be God.
Well, I did pray to God before I got the job with the dude because, God knew what I was doing for myself. So.
Yeah, but you still haven't, I haven't seen a God, I haven't heard a God in this story. Other than you saying that this God sent him into the gas station, but he was coming in the gas station anyway to get gas and you built a relationship with him. I haven't heard of God yet.
I just figured that's how God works in my life.
Right. You are assigning that to this God, but you, but are you brushing your teeth?
Yeah, I gotta go to work.
Can you go on mute while you do that?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank
you. Yeah, like you're assigning it to the God. Like, it's fair. Like for you, this is how you figured God works in your life, but that all I hear is humans doing human things and humans making decisions, right? Humans being humans. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I appreciate you giving me the time, Thinker. It's always a pleasure listening to you.
Well, I appreciate you. I hope you have a good day at work.
You too, and I'll be listening if I can.
All right, thank you.
All right, bye.
All right. I don't get it.
Good morning, y'all.
Good morning, Fee.
I don't get it either. And I think you hit the nail on the head. It's something.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Selena.
Oh no, I was just saying good morning. It was my button wouldn't work.
Oh, yeah. Good morning. The things that they attribute to this God are some of the most mundane and expected things. I just don't understand. Like you mentioned, it's absolutely normal for a person who works in a store to establish relationships with repeat customers, to talk about their lives and find shared experiences. And then for another human to want to help another human that they like. Why can't that be networking? Why does that have to be God? And then when you call it mysterious, I don't see anything mysterious about that. I could see if you were, on a fishing boat in the middle of a lake and somebody pulled up to you and was like, hey, are you going to school to learn how to make cabinets or something weird like that? But none of this is it's just regular human interactions that they deem beneficial. And because everything good comes from God, this must be God. That's attribution. That's not necessarily correlation. causation.
Yeah, and those are usually the antidotes that we get when we ask them, like, when someone is like, prove that your God exists, they'll go to stuff like that, and it's like, that's not proof at all. And then they get upset when we don't want to hear those things. Like, I don't know, but to do the work, to be the one, steering the wheel, pressing the gas pedal, to make the car move, and then say that something else is causing the car to move. It's like saying that the gas isn't causing the car to move. The gas pedal isn't causing the car to move. You steering it isn't making it turn in its direction, right? The engine isn't what's causing the car to move. It's something outside of the car that's causing the car to move. And all of those running parts are just there for what?
Exactly. It's like miraculously I made it to work. But before you made it to work, you went to the gas station, you got gas, you drove yourself to work. But then, somehow God got me here. No, but you got you there.
Yeah.
You got you there.
So, well, I found $20 on the ground. I needed gas. I didn't have gas. I didn't know how I was going to get to work. And I go outside and somebody dropped $20 and I was able to put gas in my car and go to work. It's like, yeah, and somebody lost $20 and now they're trying to figure out how to put gas in their car and go to work.
But I think that speaks to the selfish perspective that most people see their relationship with God. Because, whatever he's done for you, you completely ignore what the ramifications are for another person. We've used this example before about a person. Oh, well, I got moved. Miraculously, God, sent me a kidney. I was on the organ donation list. Well, somebody's child died. And it wasn't a miraculous blessing for them. But those entailments actually cause them to stop and think about how their perspective really impacts others. And that's not usually what they want to see.
Yeah. Jay, you're right, because somebody said that to me about the $200 that I gave my mom for Christmas. Somehow she lost it. Somebody, got lucky with $200 that they found on the ground. And I had to give her $200 again because I didn't want her to lose out on her Christmas gift. So it cost me $400. And somebody, just got lucky with $200. But people don't think about the fact that, what if, right? I didn't have it to give to her. But people in the comments were saying that it's because you don't believe in God, right? Like you lost the $200 because you don't believe in God, because you're evil. Like that's crazy. That is straight up crazy talk. Because think about it, really I had the money to give to her. And I'm not hurting for money, but it wasn't a punishment. You know what I'm saying? It's not a punishment. I could see if I would have been stressed out and worried about it because it cost me an extra, but it wasn't really a punishment. And so for you to say, oh, the reason why you did it is because the reason why you lost that $200 and had to give your mom an extra $200 is because you don't believe in God. That pissed me off when they were saying that in the comments.
And it doesn't even make any sense. Because that would then mean that nothing good happens to people who don't believe in God. That would mean that you would look at the world and see no beneficial things going on in the lives of people that don't believe in this God, not any God, but this God.
I'm going to tell you what's so crazy. And I was thinking about this the other day. So I go right before I leave to go to Bash's birthday party, cleaning out my purse. And inside my purse is a bank envelope. And I was like, oh shit, I forgot this was even in here. It's been sitting in my purse since December 3rd, $800, just sitting in my purse since December 3rd, and forgot that it was even in there. Right. And so just even thinking about, people will say that God is, doing bad things to you because you don't believe in God, don't necessarily know how you have it in life or how blessed, right? And I use that word blessed because it just, to me it just means I don't know how to say you're okay, right? I'm not rich and I'm not struggling, right? I'm okay, but they don't know, how I live and how my my finances are, but they'll say, oh, the reason why that happened to you, or God is doing things to you because you don't believe in God or because you're evil. While the whole time I'm okay. And I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, damn, that is wild that, I've been walking around with $800 in my purse this whole time and fucking forgot about it. Just forgot that it was there.
And then they don't see how that's just them counting the hits and ignoring the misses. Because if they were to really think about where has your belief in God benefited you from the perspective? Have you never experienced disappointment? Have you never experienced loss? And I don't know that they realize that if you're going to say that a good thing is coming from God, then an entailment of that is a bad thing is coming from somewhere else, or is an indication of God's absence. So do you look at every indication or every loss in your life as a representation of God's absence? You just can't have it one way. But I think that's that critical thought that you mentioned earlier. That's the antithesis of this God.
Virgo said her BGE, her electric bill was $983. And she said she's still, but that's fucking ridiculous though. $900 for your electric bill? Damn. I thought my electric bill this month was $389. That's fucking high. Like normally I'm like $175, something like that. But and it went up to like $389 this month, which it does around this time. No, I get it, baby. I completely get it, love. But like, I'm talking about the electric company. It's the electric company, and like I just wonder, like that's just ridiculous. $983 to stay warm. That's ridiculous. Yeah. Goodness gracious. I hate to hear that. Oh my God. Yours was $600? You don't even have it on 63? Damn.
What? I'm telling you, I had this question. I said, how do we know how much our electric bill really is? Because we don't know what our neighbors are paying per gigawatt. Per watt, I'm saying gigawatt. We don't know their what they're being charged. So we don't know if we're being charged correctly. And what is correctly?
It's crazy. I remember when I bought my house, when I built my house, y'all, I was so shocked that, so my house was huge. My electric bill was no more than like $128 in this big ass house. My gas bill in the summer times was like $12 a month. In the winter, it would go up it would be like $75, maybe $120, like maybe. But my electric bill was less the bigger my house was, the newer. Like my house was new. Like the bigger my house was, my electric bill was less, my water bill was less. And I remember thinking like there are people that live in smaller houses paying $300, $400, $500 a month for electric bills, and you got these people in these big ass neighborhoods paying barely anything for electricity because of the guy explained it to me. It's something, it has to do with the way they wire the walls and what they put inside the walls that makes the electricity low. And then the electricity is ran under the ground, they said. Like it's ran under the ground. And so these newer neighborhoods, their electricity bills aren't that damn high. But I feel like they have to make it up, you know, in other neighborhoods, make up that revenue, and that, like there may be like price gouging.
I built my house in 2021 and moved in December of 2021. I had never had a bill over, I think, $138. And my house is 3 floors and 5 bedrooms. Like, but my ex-husband has a 1-story rancher, 3-bedroom, 1-story rancher, and his electric bill is twice mine every month.
See, because like that, you would think less house, less electricity.
But I think it's the insulation. I think it's the efficiency of the windows. Like my windows are energy efficient. I think it's because newer construction uses like more modern material. But I would not put it past businesses and electric companies to just, take advantage of people, because that's capitalism.
Yeah, because how do we know? How do we, like, it'll tell you what they charge per wattage, but we don't fucking know if that's if they're gouging or exploiting that. Like, how do we know?
And then it's like every other day we've got people in the neighborhood trying to come through and get us to put solar panels on our roof. And the messed up part about it is that if we do, then it voids our warranty for the builder. And most people are not reading that or not looking into it. So hopefully they don't have any issues with these solar panels on their roof, because if they do, they're gonna be screwed.
Like we got a new roof with our solar panels. So, Thankfully, the warranty came with the solar panels, but our electric bill still isn't that low, and ours is same 5 bedrooms, 3. I call this a basement, but it's not.
I
Call
don't
it my
know.
dungeon.
Huh?
I said I call it my dungeon.
It's just weird. I don't know. It was something else I was going to say about it, but it doesn't slip my mind. Jeff, hi. How are you? Jeff, are you there?
No.
You joined on accident?
Yes, I did. Sorry.
No worries. We'll take you down. It's been a whole lot of accidental requests tonight, like back-to-back accidental requests.
Have y'all had any good conversations? I
No.
was last night.
The
No.
very first conversation was good, but no. After that, nope. It's been really slow. I guess it's been very, very slow.
Yeah, it feels different in here now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Monica, how are you?
Hi, baby. I don't want to join.
Okay, no
I'm
worries.
sorry.
No worries. Have a good night.
I'm just listening.
Okay, thank you.
You're good.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I think they might be somewhere with their tails tucked up under them. You know what I'm saying? Because they were doing the most. When they would have to come in here and eat crow. They were doing the most when they heard that TikTok was going dark, and they would I think they're tucking their tails right now. Yeah. Papa User Perkins, are you in the guest box on purpose? I don't think he is, because he never comes up. Every time he's in the box, like, it's always on accident. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. If I don't get a call within 10 minutes, y'all, I'm going to shut down because I don't like begging people to come on stage or sitting here in silence. Where did God said humans are good? Why do they all of a sudden not think that this God said humans are good? Like, why is it now that they're asking that question?
What question are they asking?
Where did God say humans were good? Like, prior to me bringing up this point, wouldn't they always say that Adam and Eve was perfect before the fall?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they did.
Like, now they're saying, where did God say humans were good? Like what the fuck? Are we in a different world now? Do we have a different group of Christians?
It must have been. Maybe they got raptured during the shutdown.
Like, they've been asking that question in the comments all night as if this is a new concept. Perfect and good. Well, what the fuck is perfect? What is perfect? Like, if they're not good, but they're perfect, and they did something bad and that made them not perfect, then please explain your Christian logic to me.
The box is open, good sir. Go ahead and click the little pink and blue people on the side.
You don't see a request button? There's literally 6 boxes open that people have been accidentally hitting all night. But if you can't hit request, can you please explain to me what you mean by perfect if they're not good?
He can click a box.
What can you answer my question for me, please? Do you believe that he can't see the plus signs on the invite? Like, are we falling for that? Or like, yeah, I'm not falling.
I don't believe that.
Hi, Firebrand Atheist. Did he leave? Did he not? Did he leave without answering that question? See, they ask stuff like that, and then my brain goes, why? Like, what made them say that? Where are they coming from with that thought? And then they just fucking go poof and just disappear.
I think it's because they didn't think the thought through. I think they just say something as a refutation of what you've said, but they didn't think it through. Like, I was on Dean's Live last night, Dean the Dude, and he was saying that the theme of the Bible is righteousness, but righteousness has nothing to do with being moral. And I'm like, well, what's the definition of righteousness? And it's literally to behave in a way that is morally upright, just, or virtuous. I was like, so you can't take the morality, you can't peel away the definition of or the concept of being moral or behaving morally from the word righteousness. And so we kept talking, and ultimately what it ended up being is that what he was referring to as righteousness is compliance or obedience. Because my question to him was, can God have a righteous standard that is immoral? And he kind of walked around it, but I think it's the same thing with this question, where if you're saying that God did not say Adam and Eve were good, but you also believe that they were born perfect, you got to explain that, because I don't understand how anything perfect can be anything but good. But that's when they typically bow out of the conversations.
Selena, are one of y'all able to send him a request? He said that he's pressing the button. I don't know.
Where is his?
I don't understand their logic. I don't.
I sent it.
You were sent a request. Just accept the request. You can't join either, PT? I see you in the box, PT. P. Mars, you don't have a brain. Like, do you think, like, what do you think that does? Like, what is wrong with you? You come in here every day and type the same shit. LOL atheism. You remind me of Beavis and Butthead. And I can just literally just imagine you with your phone going, LOL atheism. Like, that's what your comments sound like in my head, P. Mars. In good faith, how are you?
Hey, good, thanks. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
Yeah, 35.
All right. And are you a believer of the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
None of the above. I'm a believer in God, just not the one of the Bible.
Okay. We are discussing the God of the Bible.
We can discuss that. Do I have to believe in him to discuss?
It has to be valuable for me, right, to have this conversation with you. I'm not interested in like devil's advocate conversations. If you're not deconstructing, currently deconstructing from that, like, were you a believer and you're deconstructing?
Well, I mean, yeah, as a child, I think we've all, well, not all, but many of us have kind of just been indoctrinated into this existence of where God of the Bible is the God of the world. At least that's my reality.
Yeah, but you see that the questions up here are focused, or central to that God, based off of Christian theology, right? Christians believe that Adam and Eve were perfect in the garden, therefore when they sinned, everybody is now evil. Everybody's now wicked sinners. They believe that obeying this God, every command, right, is what they are supposed to do, but they will get up here and say that they'll kill their child if this God tells them to. Yeah, and then so like they're all the conversation is all focused around the God of the Bible, and people who currently believe in that God and people who are thinking about or are in the middle of deconstructing that God, and then people who have deconstructed that God and are now either atheists or non-believers who have some type of knowledge to share about the conversations that we're having.
Okay. So don't you think that would be an actual impossible, like hypothetical to answer as far as if God told you to do this, would you do it? Because I mean, how many times?
I asked that question. I didn't ask if God told you to do this, would you do it?
Well, in your example, like you just did.
I said people would get up here and tell us that they would sacrifice their child if their God asked them to. I didn't say, I said, if God asked you to, would you do it?
Oh, okay. But with that being said, realistically, I think that's impossible to answer if they're being true, because they would, I mean, a logical Christian would say, well, my God is perfect and moral, and he would never get me to do that.
That's not true. There have been several Christians who have killed their children because they believe God told them to, and that God was going to raise them back from the dead. People sacrifice their kids every day when they kick them out of the house and make them live on the street for being gay. When they disown their children and excommunicate them because they don't believe in their God. When they marry somebody outside of the church. Like there are other ways of sacrifice, but there have been Christians who have sacrificed who have killed their kids because a God in their head told them to.
So that God is far from perfectly moral. That's for sure. I think we could all agree to that.
Yeah, but when they're telling us that, they're focused more so on obedience and not morality, right? They're defending how they are loyal, how they are obedient to the God, and that the God is sovereign, and that the God can do whatever he wants. And if he tells them, or they believe that he's telling them to sacrifice their child, then he must have a good reason for it. Like we literally had a woman on stage who had just had a baby. She had been barren, told by doctors that she couldn't have kids. Then she got pregnant. She says the Most High blessed her with a child. The child was sitting on her lap, and she's talking to us, and we can hear the child. The child was like 2 months old or 2 weeks old. I can't remember. But she said if the Most High asked her to sacrifice that child, she would do it because he gave the child to her when the doctor said she couldn't have one, and she believes that he could give her another one. It's just straight out of her mouth.
Yeah, and the big confusion there is, well, first of all, they believe that God determines what morality is, and I agree with that, but the big difference is their God comes out of the book and it's man-made.
Which is why we have these conversations. They don't see that. You do, but they don't.
Mm-hmm.
They don't see that.
Okay, well, I'll sit back and listen, and maybe when another prompt comes up, we can have a discussion.
That sounds good. Thank you for coming up in good faith.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Rima? Well, there's got to be a glitch. Like all of these accidental requests, like back to back to back to back, doesn't make any sense. Lynn, man, why did I think this name was Lynch? Why did I read a Lynch? Because it's Lynch. I mean, it's Lynn Leach, but my brain said Lynch.
I get that all the time.
Do you? Oh my God.
When I was in college, I had a professor go, Mr. Lynch? And I was like, are you talking to me? And I can't remember this, like some movie or something where somebody said that and like everybody in the whole class was like laughing. And it took me a minute to like figure out why. But anyways,
Why do we want to like ignore the LEA? We want to ignore the middle and just read it as one whole.
It's a great name to grow up with. That's all I can tell you.
Oh my goodness. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I am deconstructing. I've spoken with you briefly.
And I didn't remember. Did I say Lynch when I talked to you last time?
No.
Oh,
It's
wow.
probably been like a month or so. But I grew up. My grandfather was a Baptist minister, and I had uncles that were ministers, and I grew up with the hellfire, damnation, blah blah blah. And I think the last time I spoke to you, I didn't speak for a very long time. I just shared my experience. I had a spontaneous, what they call a Kundalini awakening. It kind of freaked me out. It's been, I'll be 54.
Can you do me a favor? The gum chewing?
Oh my God, yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then,
yeah.
Fee or Simone, can you do me a favor and take over? I got to do something right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. I'll be right back.
You got it. Simone, you can go ahead.
Oh, she told me to keep going?
Yeah, she just said you can talk to me and Simone.
So I've been seriously deconstructing, but all the trauma that you get, you're like, oh my God, I don't want to let go of this, and all the shame and guilt and blah 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 and whatever. But not that it means anything, but I went to college for 13 years. I have a couple graduate degrees, and I know how to deep dive into research. I'm a disabled veteran with PTSD, so I've been retired for going on 10 years. I am to do the research and all that kind of stuff. And my background is kind of scientific, but so what I just want to share what I've found so far, but I went into the topic of astrotheology, and there's this woman that she knew about 12 to 20 languages, like not fluent in all of them. And she had kind of a similar background, grew up Protestant, blah, blah, and she studied mythology, and her name is D.M. Murdoch and goes by Archara S. or something like that. That's her pseudonym. But she started noticing patterns in mythology, and basically the Old Testament, from what I've put together so far, is not one God. It's mythology based around the sun and the moon and all of the planets and all the stars. And so Genesis 1 is the word God says Elohim, and then in Genesis 1:26 it says, let us make them in our image. And so El is God, and Ohim means gods and goddesses. And then Genesis 2, the word God says Yahweh. And then if you like look through, like, so there was like this thing called henotheism where there's like a lot of gods. And then then you pick the one that you like and you worship that God. And then there's polytheism, which is like you worship all of the gods. And then it like went to monotheism. So all of the times that you look in the Old Testament where it says God, it'll be uppercase God or lowercase, uppercase G God or lowercase G God or uppercase L Lord or lowercase L Lord. And then you'll see names like Tammuz and Moloch and Yahweh. And so basically, all of the deities are the sun. So that's how they kept track of it, because that's how they kept track of the seasons and planted and all that stuff. So when one group of people would overtake another group of people, they like adopted their God as a deity. But like after studying like all of the different like religions, like I've studied a lot of them, they're basically like the pattern is it's the sun. And so like all of these deities are born on the 25th of December. And, you know, it's like a pattern. So like the 21st of December, the sun goes down below the horizon. That's Horus. So if you start looking at like Isis and Horus and Dionysus and Krishna and Buddha, and like I could go on and on and on with all the religions, but they basically combined all of the gods into one, and it's all like basically like I've been watching this channel called Gnostic Academy. This guy's like a freaking genius, but like all of the animals, like the four-headed beast, it's like, you know, the man and the lion and the bear and the eagle. And so that's like the astrological signs, like Scorpio, Aquarius, Leo, and Taurus are the fixed.
What are we talking about right now?
I'm just talking about like where I'm at with deconstructing and like.
So you're spiritual?
You know, I don't even know if I'm that. I mean,
okay, I just want to say, like, what we're talking about in here, right? It's the God of the Bible.
I know, but what I'm trying to say,
I'm sorry, Lynn. If you come up on stage, because you're not a nerd, like you can't just talk about whatever you want to talk about. It has to be about one of the topics on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that. I listen to you a lot because, I mean, there's a lot of times I'm just kind of like just listening and not even there. And I really enjoy listening to you guys. And so when I hear you guys talking about the God of the Bible, I'm just like sitting here going, oh my God, I just want to share that. Like, it's not just one God. It's like they took all these different gods and made it one God. And that's why it seems so confusing.
Yeah. So they didn't take like every God, but they did take the Canaanite deities, right? And usurped that deity into this God. But I get what you're saying. It's just that that's not the topic of this live, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the focus is on deconstructing the Christian beliefs.
Oh, yeah, and that's what I've been doing, like, thoroughly. And that's what I'm saying is that the Old Testament is about the age of Aries and Taurus, and like listening to like all these people studying astrotheology and have done deep dives and studied it for like 20 some odd years. It's like when I listen to you, and I love your, I mean, I'm not trying to flatter you or anything, but I love listening to your voice. I think you're very intelligent. I like how you set boundaries and keep it on topic, and just like what you're doing with me, and that's fine. And I'm good with that. It's just that it's not one God, and it's more than the Canaanites. It's the Sumerians. It's a lot more than that. It goes really deep. It's like a lot of rabbit holes. And honestly, like I've studied the Bible for like 40 years, and I didn't start seeing the reality of it until I started doing this. So I don't like to debate or argue, because the more I learn, the more I realize I don't really know anything. But the hell is winter, and
so I have to stop you, right? So okay. Like listening to the live, you know that I don't allow that type of stuff to go out on the live.
Okay.
Yeah. But if you don't want to talk about one of the topics on the board, I do have to take you down. Okay?
I can't even read. I don't have my glasses, and I'm going to be 54 on the 1st of February, and I can't even read what's on there. So I'm sorry.
I can read them for you, because it may be one of the topics is something that you've dealt with or are currently thinking about as you deconstruct your Christian beliefs. But the topics are, did the God of the Bible lie when he said humans were good? What if obedience requires sacrifice? Are you still obeying? Is it possible to uphold human morals while maintaining unwavering loyalty to the God of the Bible? Those are the topics.
Well, that's the thing, is I can't really answer them because I don't think that the God of the Bible is actually really God.
All
It's
right.
a soul deity.
Okay. No
I believe
problem.
that you can have morality, you can have morals. I mean, I know people that have no religious beliefs at all that have higher morals than 99% of Christians that I've met.
Yeah, you know that most of us in here hold that position as well, but people who are either still a Christian or are deconstructing from Christianity struggle with that. And so that's what these conversations are for. So I'm going to drop you back down to the comments, okay?
Thank you so much. You guys, ladies, have fun.
Thank you. You too. There is no way that I saw his name once before and did not read it as Lynch. That my brain just don't work like that. But he said I said it right the first time. I mean, I believe him, but good gracious, I don't know how I did it. Even when he left, I still saw Lynch. Rocky, how are you? Rocky said, oh my gosh. Oh no, I'm trying to hurry up and disconnect. Oh my gosh. I was trying to hurry up and disconnect and it just got loud. Somebody said so Mill said he on his third dream. I'm done. Freed? Okay. Freed is not there. Mills is crazy. He on his third dream. Don't they know Jehovah, the old servant, the devil? Jay Pure, are you in the guest box on purpose or is this on accident? I don't know. Can't blame me for that. Des, how are you?
Morning, how you doing, fam?
I'm
or are
good.
you up late? I never know what coast you're on. I always forget.
It's 6 a.m.
Okay, that's not bad. Yeah, good morning, good morning. You up early.
I've been
how
up
you
all
doing?
night.
Oh my goodness gracious.
You know I do third shift. Like I start my lives at 11 p.m.
Oh.
Yeah, so I go 11 p.m. to 10 a.m.
Thanks, Joyful. Appreciate you. You always have great questions. I requested because you got good questions. My neurospicy brain started thinking.
Thank you. Which one did you want to discuss?
Well, I like 1 and 2. The 3 is, kind of almost silly to me because morals are silly. But I digress. But I like the first one because then it brings into this question of what is good and bad, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't ascribe to those, actually. And so it's like to think of like the God of the Bible lying about saying that humans were good. I mean, it's like kind of, because if you're lying about good and bad, then yeah. Because good and bad I don't think exist, right? It's more of what is harmful and not harmful is kind of my jam. So, cause otherwise it's just really abstract.
Yeah, but I think like asking from a believer's perspective, right? And they believe in the original sin concept, right? Mm-hmm. And so it's to help deconstruct that original sin or the fall of the man concept. Where,
of course.
Yeah, where they believe that everybody's born in sin. You have a sin nature. You're just wicked by nature. You can't be good without this God. Yeah.
Yeah. And but I think that's great, like, because then, for us that want to get more into the minutia of it, right, is that, like, because concepts of good and bad are, in my affectionate words, horse manure, TikTok friendly, right? Then it actually gets to like, so how are we as humans actually born? And I would venture to say, hey, Virtue, thank you, Fran. And I would venture to say that it's, we are kind of, as someone said in the comments, but blank slate, I don't think is quite it, right? But we are like freely open to discovering self when not imposed by all of these things, right? Because we are still who we are, right? There's like the inherent nature of us, and childhood, like I think in a healthy state would be us getting to discover that. And if you want to say that's good, I wouldn't be mad at that. But
I don't necessarily think that we need to define it as good, because good is subjective,
mm-hmm.
right?
Exactly.
But from a Christian perspective, right, they define good as in following the will of God, right, or
mm-hmm.
Being what Jesus told them to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
Loving your neighbor as you love yourself, like whatever the morals are of that God.
Oh, I hate that one. Yeah.
Yeah, and so with the focus of the live being on deconstructing Christianity, most of the questions are going to be centered around that thought.
Yeah.
With that in mind.
Oh, of course. Yeah. I was kind of going at the deconstruction because it took me a while to get to, because that's where I'm at. I think it's a never-ending process, right? But it was part of the steps that I had to go through, and like realizing this dichotomy of good and bad is all smoke and mirrors to be that nebulous void of subjective ambiguity, so that the masses can be manipulated, and so they can like have the boxes created so they can tell us what to do. You know, it's really irritating when you think about it. You know, and yeah.
I think if people were not taught from a young age that, you know, that they are inherently flawed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that they are inherently flawed because, you know, when you made the point that we are just who we are, like we are us, even if that means that we have to grow into becoming us and perfect, and not necessarily perfect in a way of perfection, but improve. Let me use that word, improve upon who we are as we live our lives. Then I think, you know, people would be able to relate to other people better, and they wouldn't necessarily be willing to negotiate with the lives of other humans, whether that be with oppression, slavery, murder, thievery, exploitation, rape, things like that, you know. But I feel like the teaching that you are inherently bad may increase the badness. Does that make sense?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Because it makes it seem hopeless and inescapable.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like I was in the shower and I was thinking about this. How can there be a fall of man if this God didn't think that humans were good in the first place? Because you don't necessarily see in the Bible where the God says that humans were good, like the same way the God says that light is good, day is good, night is light. Like he says, let there be light, and there was light. Mm-hmm. And then God saw the light, like he examines his work, and he's like, okay, that's good. And the Hebrew word, the Hebrew word used there is kitov, which means like a balance, like a completeness, right? A completion of it. But when it gets to the human, it doesn't use that word. When it gets to the human, and it says like it examined all of his work, and everything was very good. But it doesn't use the same ketov when it talks about, when it includes the human. So it made me just think, like, is the writer of Genesis 1 trying to say that the God of the Bible didn't necessarily see humans as good because he didn't know, like, you know, whether humans, because it's up to the individual to decide to be someone who does no harm, right, or to be someone who does harm, right? And I think it's really hard to have like an original fall of man if this God never had an expectation for humans to be good in the first place. Like, what do you fall from? You know what I'm saying? If you were never expected to be good.
Yeah. Well, that's the. I mean, I have some uncomfortable thoughts about that because it gets back to it revolving around, like having normalized abusive behaviors, right? Because a lot of the interpretation of the Bible being filtered through oppressive people that have used it to do that, right? That's where a lot of those kind of purviews would come from, right? And so when you put like the understanding of leaving that ambiguity for the sake of, you know, how you can manipulate with it, but also like to cause doubt, you know what I mean? And I think it spurs then to loyalty, because that's what abusers always want, because that's where that kind of, or as many like to say, blind faith, right? Kind of, to me, it's the same thing. Loyalty, blind faith, trust without substance, all of those, however you want to put that kind of things, because it wants this willingness to go along with the suffering that is occurring, which kind of gets you to your second one there of obedience and sacrifice, right? And how that becomes then an expectation if you are doing all you can as a, quote, child of God, right? Then you have to pour yourself out like that. And that is why so many Christians are emotionally immature, as well as have a difficult time with healthy relationships of every kind. You know, not just romantic or friendship or, you know, acquaintance, but literally have an issue relating to people on all of those fronts. Because then it becomes all about being task-oriented, right? And about avoiding judgment and being better than, right? You have to be the good one. And that really does reinforce the concepts of perfectionism, like, whoa. And that you know, because, I mean, someone was saying in the comments too, but like perfectionism obviously not being real, right? I think most people can acknowledge that perfectionism as without flaw is, I would say, a nonsensical creation, right? An imaginary, kind of like an imaginary friend, but just an imaginary concept. Thinking that, because everyone can acknowledge, right, that humans are going to mess up. And this concept of how, like, even the understandings and the OG, and it's been a long time, so I don't remember all of the official, like, all of the words, but, like, how, like, even the concepts of sin, and you will correct me, I'm sure you know, like, being a mistake instead of this blemish problem, and how that gets conflated a lot in different texts that have been jammed into the Bible, right? And I think that is part of the distortion as well, not just creating and spurring on perfectionism instead of the understanding that we are flawed, right? That we are going to make mistakes, and that isn't a vilification. It is how life goes, right? Like, nothing is going to always work out. And the important thing is to be able to adapt in the moment, be resourceful, all those things. And I think it's a really healthy way to exist. But because of perfectionism, it actually really mentally handicaps a lot of people. Me being one of them.
But like, would you consider a mistake, like if somebody makes a mistake, right? Would you consider them as immoral?
I mean, no, because I do think that in that sense, like, well, again, I don't really ascribe to moral and immoral, because to me it's just as asinine as good and bad, right? Because it's another ism, another structured system so that people can have superiority complexes, right?
Well, I think it describes like behaviors, right?
But yeah, that's why my plumb line is harmful and not harmful kind of jam, instead of moral and immoral, because it's another abstract otherwise, and people can ascribe to it just like good and bad.
And so, but if someone makes a
I think he
mistake,
does.
right? Would you consider?
Mhm.
I think this is why maybe it might be a little bit more of a more complex thing, right? Because if somebody makes a mistake, right, you're like, would you describe them as a harmful person? If if what they do, causes harm, but it was a mistake.
Well, that's the thing, right? That's why a moral, like the term immoral, is so conflating and misleading, right? Because
that's what I'm trying to figure out. Would you label them harmful? Is my question.
Yes, I would, right?
Because if you're a mistake.
Well, if they caused harm in their mistake, yeah.
And you don't think that would create more of a complex, like because they would be
no.
Okay.
Well, because if you can acknowledge, I mean, that's the whole point of like deconstructing, right, and decolonizing, is so that we can see where we're causing harm because impact over intent.
But I'm saying labeling someone a harmful person because they made a mistake, right? Like I wouldn't necessarily say that they're a harmful person, right? They just made a mistake. If they're willing to learn from their mistake, then that means that they're not a harmful person. They just did a harmful thing, right? Unintentionally did a harmful thing. So it doesn't mean that person is inherently harmful or intentionally harmful.
Yeah, but it's, again, impact over intent, right? Like that's the thing is that, and this is like how kind of like the distortion of the thing, right? And that like when it comes to I don't know. I think we put too much of a kind of vilification that goes along with being harmful, because the reality is that like most people, when they're harmful, I won't say most people, but plenty of people are harmful ignorantly, right? And that doesn't make them less harmful. What will make them not harmful is then facing that so that they can work on it. And if they're making a mistake and can acknowledge that and grow, then they still did harm, but it's this label of like a scarlet letter, it kind of sounds like, that we're trying to give them as a harmful person.
Still labeling. If we call them a harmful person, I think we're still labeling them. Like if we say, oh, he's a harmful person, it's still, I mean, we are, because we're putting an adjective before the person, and that's a label, right?
Well, yeah, if it's a pattern that they repeat, then sure.
No, I'm asking if they make a mistake.
Just one.
Yeah, like if they make a mistake and they unintentionally cause harm, right? And you say, oh, he's a harmful person because he made that mistake. That's still labeling them, and I think that could have, the same repercussions as saying that, oh, you were born in sin.
Well, I would the reason I disagree is because it's a fact, right? That someone did a harmful thing, and so that's why I was kind of
labeling the behavior as harmful, but not the person, right? Like,
right, but that's why I was
a behavior without labeling the person based on that behavior.
Well, that's why I was speaking about like the vilification of labels, and how I think that as a society we need to get more away from, because it's a true thing. Like, because when it comes to like the intention of the person, it would actually, for me, it would actually come down to, can they acknowledge it's a mistake, and are they willing to accept the correction from said mistake? If they aren't willing to do those things, and they are like, then you can, for the sake of however you want to say that, like label them a harmful person so that people know that, hey, this happens. But just like people,
morality is about behaviors, though, not about identity. And so when we go to harmful,
You're saying morality?
Yeah, morals are about behaviors, right?
Well, it's a made up.
No, I'm saying the concept is focused on behaviors. It's focused on behaviors, not identity, right?
No, I don't think so.
What do you think morals are? What do you think they're focused on?
Well, it's not that they're not about behaviors, but based on whatever structure of who you're talking to, they're going to have their own understanding of what those morals are.
Same thing with harmful versus not harmful, right?
Well, I think it's pretty clear if someone says, hey, you're harming me, then there's not a lot of room for that. That's kind of to me, that's the point of getting creative.
But I'm saying, like, in a society, right? Let's take the society where women cannot wear, they can't show any skin. I forgot the name of it. The Shiva law. I forgot. Is it called Shiva law or Shiva? Where women have to, huh?
It sounds familiar. I don't remember exactly.
It's a Shira law. Shira law. Sharia law. Sharia. Goodness gracious. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So the women have to be completely closed up, right? They can't go to a male doctor. Well, at the same time, they can't go to a male doctor. They can't. Women can't be doctors. They can't get a education higher than 8th grade. So, like, who gets to be their doctor if they can't go see a male doctor? They can't speak in public, right? Without their husband. So, like, things like that. And the women, right, see that as harmful, but the leaders and the men in that society don't see it as harmful.
Well, it's because it's not impacting them, though. It doesn't mean it's not harming them just because they don't think that. That's kind of my point about morals, right? Is that it's about what they think, and it makes it an abstract.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I guess I'm not seeing the same. I'm not seeing the difference, right? Like, even you know, like when something is, so like morals would be like do no harm or do the least amount of harm. It is still subjective, right? Because saying do no harm to women in our society means something different than do no harm to women in the Muslim society, and that part of the world. Like, I guess, like, it to me, it's not. I don't see the difference between saying harmful versus not harmful versus saying moral versus immoral. That's what I'm trying to understand the difference. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It still sounds the same to me.
I got you. Yeah. No, because so, and I guess that I think that also gets to, like, why we were crisscrossing on, like, harm and this mistake thing too, right? Is because the understanding of harm for me isn't about me being able to ascribe behaviors to it. It's that when someone tells me that something is being done that causes them harm, that is harmful, right? Like harm is distinctive behaviors. It's not an abstract of, like, being able to determine harm and not harm. Like, if you harm somebody, they will tell you, and you know.
Okay, so if
so it's more definitive than abstracts.
Do you eat meat?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
but it is harm.
No, I'm asking, like, if somebody came to you and said, Dex, you eating meat, you eating cows is harmful to me. Does that mean that you eating the cow is harmful?
Well, it's not harmful to them. It's harmful to the cow. And yes, I do believe it is harmful behavior. Yeah, because we as humans.
So does that make you a harmful person?
To cows, yeah.
Or to to that person who said that it's harmful.
Well, the feelings about it aren't the same as actual physical harm. Well, that's my point, though, right? Because I'm talking about, like, because there's a difference between people feeling things and the actual behaviors that inflict harm, which is why, like,
I don't think so. I think harm is harm. I think harm is harm. Like, harm can be emotional, mental, right? Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be physical harm. And so that's why I said, like, it's to me it sounds the same as moral or immoral. It's subjective to, you know, what a person considers harmful. Some people like dominatrix, right? And so they like to be slapped around by their spouse or whoever they're dating. Like, if we were to see that, and if we were, like, in a public restaurant and we looked over and a wife just knocks the shit out of her date, and we're like, oh my gosh, she just harmed him, but we don't know that he paid her $1,000 to fucking do it. Is it harm?
But that's the caveat of what I shared, right? Is that the person that is actually having that harm inflicted on them is the one that gets to do it. So for me, like, your analogy of, like, eating meat and cows, right? Versus the person that has feelings about that, right? They're not the ones being directly impacted. It's the same way that, quite frankly, like the way racism works with black and white people, right? And black people are the ones actually experiencing the harm, and white people have it, like, see it happening, and then their feelings magically get centered about a harm that actually isn't being directly to them. And it's not that they don't see that. It's not that it can't move them to compassion, but they're not the ones directly affected by the harm and enduring it. And so that to me is the difference.
If a person who is in India, right, and that's their belief system, right, that they do not eat cows. Cows are a part of their family, and they see you eat a cow. They see you eat a burger, and they say, "Hey, Des, that's harmful to me." How can you say they're not directly impacted by that?
Well, because they're not the cow.
But just because they aren't experiencing the physical harm doesn't mean that they're not experiencing other harm. There's emotional harm, psychological harm. There's different types of harm.
Correct. Yes. But that's my point, right? Is when someone says to you, "Hey, what you're doing to me is harmful," then it is up to us to listen to that and take it in. But the thing is that their feelings about the harm that's being physically done to the cow are not more important than in this perspective, than the cow's perspective of the harm, because they're the ones that are suffering the most from it, right? It's kind of like layers of a cake, and that the layer is thicker for the cow than it is for the other person. And that's all still harm being done, right? It's all different ways of harm being done. And so it's not an abstract. It is like you can prove those things.
But it sounds like to me you're prioritizing the cow's harm over the person saying, "Hey, this is my belief system and that's causing me mental harm." And you're saying, "Oh, the cow is the most important here because the cow is the one that's physically feeling the harm, and you're not. These are just your feelings." That's what it sounds like you're saying.
No. It's just like there are degrees of suffering, right? And because of that, you need to default to who the greatest is impacted by a thing. Again, like the layers of a cake, and how the layer is thicker for the cow than it is for the person that feels it adjacently. You know what I'm saying? It's different.
Well, it still sounds very subjective to me, and it sounds just like morals and immoral. But with that being said, right, would you no longer eat cows since you believe that the cow's harm takes? Like you're not going to eat cows anymore?
Yeah, I've worked several times in my life to be vegetarian, and then I've honestly relapsed to it. I'm actually working on getting back to it again.
Really?
Because humans don't need to eat meat to live. And it's causing harm.
I see exactly what you're saying, Thinker, though, and I tend to lean more towards your analysis of it, because I think the moment you affix the label to a human, then it's the same thing as calling a person moral or immoral. It just may have a little bit more distance from the religious, residue. But it's as soon as you pull it away from the act and you affix that label to the person, I think it's simply a softer way of saying the same thing, and it's just as subjective. I'm not sure I'm seeing the major distinction here either.
Well, for me, the major distinction is then accountability, right? Because that's what I was saying beforehand, right? When it comes to someone actually getting that label, is that if they're not open to when someone comes to them and say, "Hey, that's harm and it's harming me," and if they aren't willing to hear that and make adjustments because of it, then that is harmful behavior, because then you're continuing to do it despite those that have told you that it is harmful. And so either you change the behavior so you can continue to be in connection with whoever that is, or you just remove yourself from them so there's no longer harm being caused, and then you're not being a harmful person, right? Because then you're not subjecting someone to the harm that harms them because they told you that. And if it's not something that you want to change, then just have to separate.
Yeah, and so how is that different from moral and immoral? So the reason why I use that analogy, right, is that we had the same conversation on Christina's Live about morals and immorals. And I talked about what are you looking for, baby? Nothing? I talked about when I was in India, right? And when I got off the plane, they had sent a car to get me, and the driver asked me if I was hungry, right? The greeter did ask me if I was hungry, and I said, "Yes, I want a big fat juicy burger." And the look on his face, I was so confused. And I called my mom and I was like, "Mom," I was like, the greeter asked me if I was hungry, and I told him I wanted a burger, and I said, he looked at me so strange, and she was like, "You can't do that over there." And that was my first time learning that that cows were sacred to them, right? And I felt mortified.
Where were you thinking?
Yeah.
In Chandigarh, India.
But you see, like, you were open to hearing it, and based on how you were mortified, I would guess that you made corrections to how you then moved while you were around them.
Right, but my actions, right? What I further said was, if I had said, like, just totally disregarded, right, that they are, that, you know, cows are sacred, I'd be like, man, y'all need, you know, to at least have something over here for Americans. We eat meat in America. I want a burger, right? If I'd have just like disregarded the information that I had just learned, that would have made me harmful, right, to the person, right? And but in the conversation that I had with Christina, what we used was that would have made me immoral, right? Because in that moment I would have been causing harm to that person by disregarding their you know, their sacred their practices and their culture, right? I can't go over into India and center my Western my Western culture.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so, like, just separating, like, just replacing the words out, saying harmful versus immoral or moral versus harmful, to me, it just sounds like they are the same. I don't necessarily see a difference in them.
But that's my point, right? Is that the difference is that centering that you were mentioning. Morals are something that someone else brings into a situation, and then will center what they believe to be moral on
what I'm saying
everyone around them.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is just what I'm saying is using the words, right? Not the action. Like, the stories are the same, but switch out the words moral, right? Yeah. And immoral with harmful and not harmful. They fit in the story the same. It doesn't change the story anyway. It doesn't change my actions anyway. If I were to just switch those words out, what I'm saying is they sound the same to me. Like I don't see a difference.
Right. And what I'm saying to you is that aside from semantics and how that gets conflated, what they actually are different things, because morals are based around a structured system that people have accepted, usually based on religious faith or their life experience, right? But when you're actually centering harm and no harm, it comes back to that self-reflection that you were talking about and not centering yourself in someone else's life. So the fact that, like, so morals, like, right, Christians wouldn't honor someone else's religion, particularly over their own God, right? In the situation of going to India and actually, like, capitulating, right? Just being able to accept people in India for who they are and believing that cows are sacred, right? They would dismiss that.
But this
so what I'm saying, that, like, from the beginning, my differential of this is harm and no harm is about you actually engaging with the person in front of you and who is telling you that the harm is being done, versus those that say things that are immoral, right, which is based on their belief structure and imposing that on other people. And they're usually not very open to receiving any kind of correction, because, like, if you talk to a Christian about, like, the Lord's name in vain kind of stuff, right, that doesn't physically cause harm to anybody, and they would try to impose it on other people instead of just removing themselves from their presence. They try to push it on everybody to do what they want based on their moral structure.
But it sounds like you're saying what Christians say, that that atheists have no moral standards, when we do, right? Like, no, you're saying that morals are based off of religious structure, right? And so if you're saying that, and an atheist isn't religious, then an atheist wouldn't have a moral structure, if that is your definition of morals.
Well, I mean, I don't, because, I mean, most moral structured systems are made so that they can dictate what those things are. And I'm saying that harm and no harm are making those more basic.
No, I get what you're saying. What I'm asking now, right? When you say that morals is a system, right, of physical values or personal values, you're saying that they are based off of a religious structure, right? That's what you're saying.
Most what I've heard from people, they're moral. When they say that they have morals, it's based on their belief system.
Right. And so that would be, because I've always wondered why, and I asked this question at the beginning of the night, like, where do Christians get that atheists have no morals, or that atheists have no cannot ground their morals, have no foundation to ground their morals, right? And anytime me and V are asked that question, we always say that we ground our morals in ourselves, like in our desire to treat humans like we treat ourselves, and it's not grounded in any religion, right? It's not grounded in any God. And so like with the definition that you have, you would have to be positing that if in fact morals are based off of religious structure or religious status, then atheists couldn't have moral. Like you would have to
kind of like, because it's not based on a religious prescribed thing to you, like you just said. It's about grounding yourself on what you. I mean, they're going to be based on your belief, right?
No. Morals are subjective regardless, but they're not based off of a religious structure. Like morals, like it's that the definition of morals, right? It's just a system of personal values, right?
Yeah.
That drives personal conduct. Like it doesn't have anything to do explicitly with religion.
Again, that's my point, though, right? Is that Christians say that atheists have no morals because their morals aren't the same as theirs, because theirs are based on their religion, right?
Right, but that's a Christian's opinion. That's not fact.
Right.
Yeah, but you're kind of stating that as if it's a fact when you say that morals are grounded in religious structure.
Well, okay, so talking about Christianity, yes, but when you move it over to like an interpersonal thing, I mean, if you want to say moral and immoral versus harm and no harm, like to me, the difference still is the centering, right? Because like you were saying, atheists do it in grounding in themselves and who they are, right? And to me, the definition of harm, no harm is about the person that the harm is being inflicted upon. And it's actually putting the understanding of listening to the person in front of you versus it being about you and your moral compass in that moment.
And I'm saying I do that even with saying, that I have, my own set of morals, right? I do that without religion, without grounding it in a God. And so that's why I still don't see a difference between using moral and immoral versus harmful and not harmful. And let me address Virtue to Pharaoh and the comments. I think she thinks that you and I are in like some argument or something. But when I double checked, right, and I re-clarified with Des whether he was saying that morals come from religious structure, and he said yes, that's what he was saying, right? Like
I said they can,
yeah. So like I don't think
we're
you're
talking
not
about
using it as an example though, right? Like I'm really trying to understand the difference between harm and harmful, and I think people have issues when people ask questions, right? Like if someone doesn't understand something and they have a desire to understand where the person is coming from, then you have to ask questions. And like you're not going to always agree, and you should be able to agree to disagree, right? It shouldn't be taken as if it's a argument or a conflict. And so I think Des knows me pretty well to know that I'm going to ask questions. Like if I don't understand something or if I don't agree with something, I'm going to ask questions.
Yeah. No,
for
it's
the sake
fine.
of, Des knows I love Des. Like I'm not going to agree just for the sake of agreeing because Des is my friend.
No. It does feel like what I'm saying is kind of getting distorted. So I'm trying to, like, that's why I'm trying to articulate it in a way that, because I also don't believe it's about semantics, right? And someone said it in the comments, I think it was Astrona, but that like I do purposefully get away from Christian lingo because otherwise it makes it easy for manipulators in Christianity to conflate things, one. But two is that I do believe there is a difference in that centering process, right? That the difference.
I hear you that you believe that. What I'm not hearing a difference is what I'm saying.
Right. And that's why I tried to explain it again, right? Is that like, just like you said with atheists, and it is across the board, right? Is that people can center their perception of understanding in something. And when it comes to a moral structure, it tends to be one that we have made up in our own minds about what is, like you can even say, about what is harmful and not harmful, what is behaviors that are acceptable and not acceptable. The distinction that I am intending to make with the difference of harm and no harm is that it's about actually centering the results of the impact of the action versus someone's feeling and interpretation of it. And it's not that feelings of harm and emotional abuse, psychological abuse, that those things aren't real, but to trump those. I'm sorry, that is just such a gross thing to say now. Trump anything is just icky now. But to have the the emotional and psychological impact be something that is centered over someone that is also physically impacted directly by something, is a distortion of the severity of the impact. That's what I was trying to say with the layers, right? The layers of suffering is that the person that is suffering the most from the harm is the one that should get to, be centered in the situation and get to say how things go. And I actually believe that because our society has gotten away from that, right, the conflation of that those that are the survivors of set harm, a harmful thing, aren't the ones that actually get to say what it is that will make it right, if there is something that can make it right, and what we need to do to actually stop that harm from happening again. And so to center someone that isn't suffering as much from something as those that are suffering the most from something, that to me is the distinction.
Okay, so
right? It's not that it's not valid. It's not that they're not important, the feelings and the psychological harm. Mm-hmm. It's just that to put that over someone that is going to have both of those things, right? Emotional, psychological, and physical harm is, for me, where we get into the minutiae of things.
So do me a favor and explain how someone who is an atheist, right, who believes that they have a set of morals that are not grounded in any type of God or religion, mm-hmm. how they would center from a moral perspective versus not the harmful. Like, I understand what you're saying. Like the impact needs to be centered, and the person that's receiving the hardest impact needs to be centered. Mm-hmm. How does a person who is approaching it from the concept of morals, how are they not centering the impact if they say that's moral or immoral? Can you give me that example so that I can better understand it? Because I'm sorry, I still don't see a difference.
Well, because it's going to be about the person's understanding, right? And so if they're the ones still declaring whether something is moral or immoral and saying it over the person that is actually suffering from it, that would be one of those moments of.
But how is that if a person is still declaring whether something is harmful or not harmful? That's the same thing.
Well, no, because that's my point though, is that it's not about like me skipping up someone like, oh, that's harmful, that's not harmful. You're harmful, you're not harmful. It's about listening to those that are actually the ones that are suffering the most.
How is someone who is approaching it from morals not listening to those? Because I'm sorry, I am trying my best to see the difference, and I can't see the difference. I don't see how. And I think the reason why I really want to understand this is because I want to make sure that that I'm not doing this to people. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah. You don't want to be harmful, and I think that's a beautiful thing, right? To me, the difference is listening to the person in front of you.
Right, but if I'm doing it from a moral place, right, with an intention to be compassionate, right? One of my moral standards is to be a compassionate person. If I approach the situation from that moral standard that I have for myself, right, how am I not centering that person just because I approach it from a concept of moral instead of a concept of harmful, not harmful?
Well, to me, the difference is that the like you were saying about how those morals are grounded in you and your perception.
It's grounded in me not wanting to be a harmful person, right? And so therefore, because I don't want to be a harmful person, then I'm going to be compassionate when I engage with other humans. Right.
And listen to them.
Right. And so if I just change the words, and I say, instead of saying I don't want to be a harmful person, I say I want to be moral. Right. And so I'm going to be compassionate when I engage with other humans. How I just said the same thing. What did I do differently?
I mean, to me, the only difference, right? And this is the distinction that I make, and the difference that I'm saying there exists is between you have this compass and understanding of what you perceive to be moral and immoral. And if you're approaching a situation where you're not the person directly affected by the harm, and you start, like you were saying, like give labels of that's harmful, that's not harmful, right? You could easily argue that that is slipping into a morality complex because you're centering yourself and your understanding.
But that's the same thing about not wanting to be harmful, right? If I say I don't want to be a harmful person, I could do the same thing. That's not harmful. That's harmful. No, it's not, right? And then center myself, my desire to not be seen as harmful. Like to me, they could do the same thing. I'm sorry,
they can.
I still don't see the difference.
Well, that's the distinction that I'm making, right? Because morality structures are very, I mean, to plainly put it, a lot of morality structures are superiority complexes, right? People will use them to think that they have the intellectual understanding in the situation, right?
But
they can determine whether that is or is not harmful.
But you could too with like saying, I'm not a harmful person. I'm not
right,
I'm
but
not
that's just semantics.
It's not, because if you're saying that your goal is to not be a harmful person as you move about on this earth, right? Then you're going to approach life in a way to make sure that you are not a harmful person, which means you're going to be compassionate, you're going to be fair, you're going to be merciful, right? All of these things, you're going to listen, right? And so when somebody says you're not listening to me or you're not compassionate to me, you hurt me, then because you've set an intention, right, of not being harmful, you could easily be the type of person who needs to be seen as not harmful, right? Which means that you have this complex. I think regardless of what you label it, it's still the same thing to me, and they still have the same risk or the same effect. I'm not hearing a difference.
Well, that's why I'm saying it is the nature of semantics, because when it can, like semantically, you totally can do that, right? You can do whatever you want until there's a defined understanding of the difference between them, if society wants to acknowledge that and move that way. But otherwise, you can totally conflate them. That's why I'm trying to say the distinctive difference is actually like having this understanding for yourself and imposing it on people, versus the openness of listening to the person in front of you. Because the thing is that, and maybe this, I'll say that this is my experience of just skipping around and doing things, is that because most people that have morals are usually trying to give themselves a label, right? And yes, it can be interchanged with harm and not harm. Like I've absolutely seen that. And I do think it is like a stepping stone even on the way out of different religions, right, of understanding. But the distinction I am trying to make is the centering the person in front of you that's actually experiencing the harm versus the structure of understanding of morality that you have in your own mind about it. That's the distinction I'm making between them. But you can, semantically, you can just interchange them and do whatever you want, because that's what labels do.
It's not necessarily doing whatever you want, right? If I'm listening to you, right? Like let's say you come to me and you tell me that I did something harmful, right? And I listen to you, right? I center you, right?
Well, maybe.
And why are you saying maybe?
Well, because it depends on the response that someone has to.
No. I'm giving you an example.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying, let's say you tell me that I did something harmful, and I listen to you, right? And I center your experience, right? And then I make adjustments based off of what you shared with me to make sure that my actions and my behaviors with you going forward do not cause you harm, right? That's what you're saying that people should do, correct?
Yeah, I think that's the healthy way to move, is to listen. Yes.
Okay, and so if I do that now from a place of me wanting to be moral, right?
Sure.
Then how am I doing anything different now versus me saying calling it harm and not harm? That's that. You see what I'm saying? I don't see a difference really.
Well, it doesn't. I mean, because you have that understanding, and you're making it about like the understanding that you have and how you're moving. It doesn't have to be. But I'm like speaking more on a societal scale of those that ascribe to the lingo of using moral and immoral often are coming from
it's more about what's attached to the word moral than what actually it is. See, and then that I get.
Well, that's what I was saying before. Is like because of how it is used large, like, I mean, everyone will know, like, that is what Christians say. I mean, you even said it before, right? And so to try to separate from the understanding because of the conflation that happens, that is what I'm saying, is to make that distinction.
Yeah. So but get away from the dirty word. The word has been dirtified, is what you're saying.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. And so we can create a new understanding so that it isn't bleeding into all the rest of that.
Okay, so that makes sense to me. Like, I thought you were saying like they're actually two different things. You know what I'm saying? That's what I was trying to understand the difference between the two. But you're saying that because Christians have believe that morals come from God,
and that they are the arbiter of that.
They've kind of what word am I looking for?
They've conflated it.
Conflated the word. That it doesn't necessarily hijacked. Thank you, Racer X. They've hijacked the word, somewhat similar to like woke. So because right wing conservatives,
and that's what I meant by semantics. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. All right, that makes sense now.
Yes. Ooh. Oh Lord, I wasn't sure we were going to get there. Won't even lie.
Yeah, because you were saying the way you were explaining it, though, it kind of sounded like you were saying they have different impacts if you use different words, like the person that is, using harmful versus. That's what it sounded like you were saying, because that's what I kept saying. I don't see a difference.
The word isn't the thing; it's the actions that are the thing, and the actions that go with those words are the determinants of that. Did that make sense? I'm just going to
wait. Cause we just talked about the word being the problem, right? The word being the problem. The actions are the same. It's the word that's the problem, right?
One more time. The actions are the same, but the word's the problem.
Yeah, like the intentions could be the same, right? A person could be intentionally trying to be a non-harmful person. It's the word of using moral that's the problem, not necessarily the actions. The actions could very well be the same from two different people using moral versus not harmful, right? They could both be intentionally trying to be good, like not harmful people.
Yes,
but the problem is the word moral.
And like the yes. I mean, yes, the word, the issue is the word because of how it gets used today. And the difference being how actions revolve around them, I think, is actually what's important. I guess that might be
I don't think I said to Virtue Farrell, I don't think I said actions couldn't overlap. I said there could be two people who intentionally have the same goal of being not harmful, right? One calls it not harmful, one calls it moral, right? But the problem is the word moral. I didn't say that morals are always the same in each person. Yeah. That's not what I said.
Well, and the thing is, too, is that it also is going to depend on where each person is.
I did not say harm and moral are the same. No, I didn't. I did not say that.
little bit.
What I said was there could be two people who are intentional, right, in being a not harmful person. One uses I'm not harmful, one uses I'm moral. The problem is the word. That's what I think Des is saying. But if that's not what Des is saying, then we're back at square one.
Well, I don't think we're back at square one, because it's not that that's the only thing. I don't think that's the only problem, because I think the word is the problem, along with the actions that tend to accompany that word. Yeah. And I think the difference is also like speaking on a societal level versus on like an individual level, because the thing is that each of these will be determined by the person doing it.
Yeah, what right? I said, it depends on the person. Thank you. It depends on the person. I said the actions could be the same, not they are the same. Please do not put words in my mouth.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And if that is the case, then from that, what I see, the only difference between the two is the fact that you're saying that the word moral has a bad history, and therefore it could be harmful to use.
Yes,
that's what I hear you saying.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. That's what I understood. For some odd reason, it's like what. So like when I said that the actions are not necessarily different, like inherently when using the word harmful, it doesn't. I mean, when using the word moral, it doesn't necessarily mean that the person has ill intent, or that the person is automatically harmful if they use the word
moral. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
correct.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So like
and that is yes. And then I guess that gets to what you were saying in the beginning too about that's because that's the behavior that matters.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, because even with not wanting to be a harmful person, you still have to have a system of personal values, right? In order to not want to be a harmful person, you're still gonna have you're still gonna like have the value, a personal value of not wanting to lie, not wanting to to be a person of integrity, a compassionate person. Like you're still gonna have or can have these same values. You're just calling them something different. It's what I see.
Yes, but also I think the difference and a distinction that I make, and this just might be where I'm at right now. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But like to me, it's also about. Damn it! My neurospicy thought went. I hate it when the train goes. Wait for it. The difference between the things. Oh, the centering part. I still think is very important.
Yeah, but I think you could do that in either or, though, right?
Well, yes. Hey, Sky. I mean, yes, you can. You can definitely get into it. I think the way I perceive the difference is that.
Let me ask it this way, and this will help me.
Yeah.
Are you saying that if a person approaches it from "I don't want to be harmful," that it's impossible for them to center?
No.
Yeah. So then they can do it from either.
Yes. It's not about and I think this gets back to where you're trying to talking about labels on people versus I'm more talking about words of communication, right, and ways to distinguish the understandings of. That might be a big factor too here.
Yeah, which boils back down to using the word moral could be harmful because of the stigma. That's what you're I think we're just it feels like if
that's part of what I'm saying. Yes,
I guess, and I guess I'm not hearing the other part. I don't know.
Because I think to me the difference is both have internal understandings of what harmful, moral, immoral are, right? When I think of someone that, and like you were saying, this is how the word has been made, conflated, dirty, warped, whatever we want to say for that part, that it gets to it being they center their structure of understanding and then aren't open to that, listening to the person and correction part. But the words definitely can be interchangeable, and the label is
so I can understand what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. One more thing. The label is not the
it's gonna break my brain up. I'm trying to understand, but you get I'm telling you, yeah. Hold on, because hold on. Say what you said again about the.
It's not a determinant. Like the label isn't the determinant.
No, not that part. Not that part. The part where I was like, hold on. What? Can you say that part again? Right when I stopped you, and I was like, hold on. Let me ask you a question about that part, because it left my mind. Like like y'all know, like I'm trying to really see this other part, right? I got the dirtiness of the word. The word is dirty. Right. I got that. Yeah. And I could understand what you are saying by how like using that word today could lessen the impact, right? And it could be harmful. I definitely understand that part. But you're saying there's another part that I'm not getting. And so I'm you said something just right before when you was like, hold on, let me finish. Do you remember what you said?
I'm neurospicy too. Now, once it's out of my mouth, it tends to be gone for a minute. But okay, so I'll try to recap it again and then just stop me in the middle of the thing, okay? Because to me, it's not so much about like it being a label that is a determinant, but like a different lingo that we can use to differentiate.
Yeah, I got that. But that's to me, that's still the same thing as, hey, use a different word. This word is stained, right? But you're saying,
I can see that. Sure.
Yeah, but you're saying there's something else, right?
No, that was it. That's the only other thing. So if that's
when you say other thing, they sell that's. Des, I'm gonna get you. You gonna break my brain.
No, you looped it around to show that like how it can be the same thing, and I get you now. Like
the centering. Thank you, Razor. The centering part. What I'm trying to, because what it sounds like you were saying, right, is that because I asked this once and you said no, but it sounds like you're saying that you have a higher potential of centering if you approach it from this system of values that, like, if a person has this belief or a system of values, right, and those system of values is what drives them in their conduct. It sounds like you're saying that if they approach it by using morals, by seeing them as morals, their system of values as morals, versus you, like hold on. Is it your recommendation that a person does not create a system of values?
No. What I am suggesting is that you don't put that system of values on other people.
Yeah, of course not.
Well, yeah, but
I think when people ground morals in a God, I think that's the whole issue with Christianity, right? And why we host these lives. But
it doesn't have to be just a God, though. That's the problem. That people will censor their thoughts all the time.
Yeah, but you can do that with saying, I'm not a harmful person and you shouldn't be either, and you shouldn't do this either, right? Like, I don't see a difference with that. I think you're absolutely right that people shouldn't force their system of values on other people. I agree with you 100% on that. But I also still think that that can be done whether you use moral or harmful or not harmful. But I do understand what you mean by when you say the word has been hijacked by Christianity, and therefore because of the harm that Christianity has done and can do, that it's not wise to continue using that word.
That's my point.
Yeah, I get that, and I agree with that 100%.
Yeah. And that's my. That's because that's real quick. That's my whole point, right? Is that because it's just about actually us using different lingo, using different semantics because of the harm that's been done to that morality. It's not about like these words are dictations of the behaviors of people. I'm saying in our language, because language has also been oppressive, and because of the harm and distortion of moral and immoral and how it's been used, that harm and no harm is a way to distinguish the difference between them. Not that it is a.
I still don't think it distinguishes the difference. I don't agree with that. I don't think it.
I'm saying it could. I'm saying we as a society could use that lingo differently so that it does distinguish. Not that it does right now.
I don't necessarily think it would either. And I personally feel like keeping use of the word moral is going to be more impactful, because to pull out the harm to others or the perspective of the impact of your actions is, in my opinion, to behave immorally. So if morals is ultimately a principle of right and wrong behavior, my behavior has actions. And I think to get away from the use of the word moral, specifically when you're engaging with religious people, I think you're going to lose them. It's going to be a complete shutdown. And if ultimately what we're trying to do is to bring the humanity back into humans, we have to use the lingo and the vernacular that they're familiar with, and show them how their system of what they're calling moral is anything but, absent a perspective of the impact of their actions. So I get what you're saying about harm and being harmful or not harmful. And I think the vast majority of us who are non-believers already have a moral system that includes the perspective of harm, because ultimately that's what my moral system is rooted in, is empathy and compassion and the goal to do no harm to anyone else. But that is a moral system. That is my moral system. And I'm not sure that there's going to be any productive conversation that happens with your average, non-Bible reading Christian who thinks that they're living a moral life, but their moral life is ultimately them following these sets of guidelines that have so much collateral damage and leaves, bodies in the wake of them trying to live a moral life. I think by highlighting that fact to them and showing them that this is what you're calling moral, now look at what it's done to people, I think that's going to help to kind of reshape their zeitgeist of what that word actually means.
Let me ask you a question, Fee. So, like, with all the believers that we talk to on here, you know how they come up here and they're like, what's your moral standard? Your moral standard is you can't have one because you're an atheist, right? And because they do believe that their morals come from their God. If we were to say, how does your God tell you not to cause harm? Or how do you not cause harm in society? Do you think that gives them less room to wiggle out of them saying that, like, for example, Abraham, if we use the story with Abraham and Abimelech, and where Abraham lied and put Abimelech into position for the God to kill him and, strike all of the women in his world, in his kingdom. And so if we approach that story to a Christian and say, how did God, or how did Abraham act not harmful in this situation instead of moral or immoral, do you think that they would have less room to make excuses for the lie that Abraham did?
I think that would absolutely back them into a corner, but I don't know that many of the ones that we talk to will actually consider what we're asking, because they're in the forefront of their mind is God is right. Whatever God did and whatever God said, he's right. And so they're automatically primed to ignore the impact or the harm. They're automatically primed to not even see that what Abraham did was harmful to Abimelech, because in their mind, none of that matters. So even if you call it harm, I don't know that that's going to be, for some maybe, for those who are willing to, stretch themselves and truly consider whether or not an action is harmful to another person, sure. But most of them, I don't know that it would make a difference. I would love to see, that as a prompt to see if we see any sort of different dialogue. And I agree that the words that we use, like they're intelements to everything. Like words don't have meanings, but they don't have intrinsic meanings. They carry the meaning that the society that uses them has pretty much put on them. So when you say moral, there's a whole lot of baggage that comes with that. And the first thing the vast majority of people think about is this religious framework. And they can't even conceptualize the idea of a moral outside of a religious framework. And I think if we get away from using that word, then we're further pushing them away, because they can't even conceptualize the fact that as a non-believer in this God of this Bible, I probably live a more moral life than the vast majority of Christians out here, because I am considering my actions and I am considering the impact that my actions have on other people. So I would love to see that, as a little experiment here on the live in conversations with Christians, but maybe I've been talking to too many for too long. And
like I do want to test it out, because I think that we should be able to define, people know what harm is. Right. And so striking a woman barren because of a lie that Abraham told like what was that harm caused to the body of that woman, right? And the reality is, yes, like her body was her ability to have children was taken away because of Abraham's actions. Where if we ask them, was that moral, they can say, yes, it was moral because God is the moral standard. So I could see how using the word in some ways could help us get them to see what we have been trying to say. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, and that's my point, because when it simplifies it, right, they don't have the wiggle room, and so it makes it harder for them to deflect, and it also makes them kind of face plant into the point better.
Yeah,
because
but I get what Fee is saying too, right? Because if we were to give in to that, the atheist can't be moral, atheists can't bond with other people without this God, then like we would literally be saying that they're right.
Right. And that's my point. And I agree with Des 100%. I think this absolutely narrows it. I think it kind of pulls those guardrails in, and it leads them in a specific direction, because the reality is an action that we take has an effect on someone. So holding this position has an entailment, but I think the vast majority of them are only looking at what God is saying. It's almost like they're looking up, is this moral? And they haven't even looked down to see the carnage right in front of them. Yeah. So maybe framing that question in that way will cause them to kind of glance down and look at what's on the road ahead of them or on the road behind them. But I don't know that they're going to be able to unplug from, but I only know this because God told me. And if God didn't tell me it was bad, then it's not bad. It does, I think, push the needle a little bit more towards the critical thinking, because laying it out, like you were saying, Thinker, I think laying it out, like in this story, this is what he did, this is what he said, this is the lie. These are the people that were impacted in real life by his lie. And listing all of the things that would be under the harmful category, I don't know that any logical, honest person would be willing to ignore that. But I do think they'll still land at, it's at the greater good. God had a plan. None of this would have happened, or he set the stage for this. They go so big picture when they really need to be looking at the details and the impact of their actions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
like I know they'll justify it, right? They'll justify whether we're talking about moral or immoral. But I think getting them to see the action is the most important thing right now. You know what I'm saying? And then
the impact,
them hearing the words come out of their mouth as say, yes, Abraham caused harm to Abimelech's wife, and yes, God caused harm to Abimelech's wife, and then the next thing they say, but God can do whatever he wants to do, and then like hear that come out of their mouth. God can cause harm if he wants to cause harm.
There you go.
You know,
but I also, but I also think, like to Des's point, I think this is a really, really good way to explain to them why we see this God as immoral. Like the concept of God can't be immoral. Well, here's why I think God is immoral. Look at all the people he hurt. Like, this is just in that story alone, like this woman and all the slaves in that Abimelech owned, like all of them were struck with this curse from God because of what? Not anything that they did, not anything that they initiated, but because God's chosen, golden boy told a lie. So I don't know that there's any pushback that's going to force them into that wall of God can do whatever he wants to do. And then they have to sit with why is that okay? Why is it okay for all this collateral damage to be at the feet of this God and to, all of these people to suffer? I think if we speak about it from that perspective, like I'm not okay with causing that much harm to anybody, even if it benefits me. Like I'm just not doing that. And the crazy part about it is they consider themselves to be so selfless. They consider themselves to be folks who are, putting others before themselves. But in every action where this God does not do that, they cheer on, got the pom-poms and praise his actions. So that's a disconnect there. But we know that dissonance is where they normally live.
Yeah. And that's the issue, right? Is that because of the cognitive dissonance, one of the the hardest thing to do for people that are in cults, because that's, sorry, not sorry, that's what it is, right, is because of the cognitive dissonance of, particularly because it's generations now, right, it's actually kind of graduated from indoctrination to conditioning. And that involves like a not knowing any kind of other way to be. So kind of speaking back to, because they use the word moral and immoral, that for them is already set into being what this is, basically. And the beauty of actually like making it a simpler word that is doesn't have a tag on it already. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all accept that harm and no harm are like associative with the actions and what it inflicts and the impact that it has, versus how like when we get into the abstract of moral and immoral, that can be determined largely by, like, it doesn't have to be by actions, it can be by beliefs as well, right? Not that it doesn't have, like, not that it never does, but that it doesn't have to, right? But when you talk about no harm, that's why I think it lessens that ambiguity and conflation. Not that they still can't, but it lessens it because of the simplicity of what harm and no harm are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you know what, Des, I wonder too if it will be more beneficial if we have this conversation about their actions as opposed to the God's actions, because they're not sovereign. And as a human being who believes that they are living a moral life or an upstanding life, as a human being, you can't ignore what your actions do to other people. So I'm wondering if it's framed through the lens of, are your actions moral? You know, fuck the God. Like, I know y'all think he can't do any harm or any wrong. He's perfect. But what about you? You're not perfect. You're not sovereign. Yeah. And I'm wondering if maybe leading in that direction may be a little bit more impactful as well.
And so we did that on Ria's live, was it Saturday, I think it was Saturday morning. And a Christian told us that telling a lie, because we brought up the Abimelech story, and he said that telling a lie to your enemies or people who don't believe like you would be considered moral. Because,
yeah, I heard him.
Because the God, right, set the standard that you can lie to your enemies. And so, like, I think
if it's convenient, you can lie.
Yeah, so like they feel like if the God did it, right, then it must be okay. But I think a lot of times this is where that negotiation process comes in, because I think a lot, in order to agree with their God, they go against their own natural what they consider to be moral. Like, a lot of these people that come up here, they don't think that lying to people is okay. They know that it can cause harm and has caused harm, but they will, for the sake of defending their God, they will justify it and make claims of that they are willing to do something that I think a lot of them aren't necessarily living that way or willing to live that way. Does that make sense? Some of them be coming up here capping.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think they cap because they feel like they need to in order to keep the badge. Like there's this idea of this is what it means to be a Christian. This is what it means to love God. You have to say this. I like I've shared a million times. Like I said so quickly when my ex-husband asked me when my son got older, if he didn't want to go to the Kingdom Hall anymore. Well, he would have to find somewhere else to live. I let that shit come out of my mouth, knowing I wouldn't do it. Knowing full well there's nothing that would never happen in my life. So I'm hopeful that some of these things that they let fly out of their mouths about, harming their own children or, leaving their own families or doing all these ridiculous things that are harmful, just actually verbalizing that may be a light bulb moment for them. But I don't know. Like,
there are definitely some that will go as far as like excommunicating their kids.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Those are the ones that, I think these type of conversations are more beneficial for. The ones that get up here and cap and lie and say that, that they would sacrifice their kids if a God told them to. I definitely think they're lying. But when they get up here and they make excuses for the lie that Abraham told, while at the same time going against what they really believe about lying, and then this is going to sound crazy, right? They go against what they really believe about lying. So they go against themselves and turn themselves into a liar for the sake of the God. And if they're willing to do that on stage, they're willing to do that when they're out and about communicating about this God to other people. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so I think that's the harmful thing.
And it's harmful internally too, because I say this all the time: the worst person in the world you can lie to is yourself, because the fissure that creates internally, that shit is hard. Like, it is hard to navigate that, and it creates this division between who you are and who you're projecting yourself to be. But so many people walk through the world like that, because the fact that they can get up here and quote, oh, one of the 10 commandments, do not bear false witness, which they think means lying, and then defend when Abraham lied, like, make that make sense. And the consistent special pleading that they do for this God, the consistent ignoring of abhorrent behavior that they do for this God, the almost everyday nonstop turning a blind eye to the real life impact of what they're doing to families and how they're hurting their own family members in the world around them. Like, how could that even be close to the word moral? Why are you completely unplugging the effects of your actions just because you've affixed this label of morality on it? And if that standard can be adjusted depending on who's doing the thing, how is it a standard? I don't know that they care about those things. They just want to be able to keep their Jesus pin on and, get in line to go to heaven.
That right there.
Like right now, Eduardo Barber on YouTube says, "Who are you to question God or his will? I don't remember you creating anything but the garbage you take out every week." And he says that we're in here playing God by talking about whether to use moral or not harmful. Do you see? This is why Fee said, right? Like, it just goes over their head. And the very thing that they will say that their God grounds them in morality. And we're in here talking about how to cause less harm to humans. And his response is, who are you to question God?
Yeah. And it's sad too, because like, who am I to question God? I'm a human being who realizes that I share this earth with billions of other people. And I'm a human being who realizes that I take actions every day, and those actions have real life consequences. And that matters to me. So while you may blindly follow this God that tells you to do some of the most disgusting things to other human beings, to your family members, all for the purpose of glorifying this God who doesn't even give you a consistent standard of behavior, that's who I am to question God. And you can tell him if he has any issue, he can call me.
He said we should name the live How to Hate God. All they hear is God, right? This is his response to us reading his comments. The title should be How to Hate God. They don't hear the words that come out of our mouth. They don't chew on them and say, how are my actions affecting other people? How am I showing up in society, right? They don't ask those questions. Here are people who don't believe in the God I believe in. Why don't they believe in the God I believe in? Oh, they don't believe in the God I believe in because those that believe in this God cause harm. I hear them saying that our beliefs are causing harm. How are they causing harm? Oh, they're because we gaslight, because we excuse lies and call it moral. Oh, okay. Am I acting that way? Do I do that? Like, there's no critical analysis. There's no listening.
That's right.
Yeah. And then there's no analysis taking place. There's no introspection taking place. And then there's no adjustments taking place. It's just God, right? Just God, like a fucking Pac-Man bot.
and nobody can explain to me how a deity would need to validate kindness. Because ultimately, if doing no harm to other human beings improves human lives, why would the value be dependent on approval from a God? Either it is valuable based on its result and its impact on humanity, or it's not. But if you're saying to me it's only valuable if God says it's valuable, then you've completely abdicated your ability to look at things and determine whether or not you are impacted by them or not. You know when something hurts you. You know when something is good. And you don't need anybody to tell you that it's helpful or harmful. But when it comes to your own actions, it's almost like you stand there and you're waiting for somebody to point you in a direction and push you. because you don't have the ability to determine whether or not something is good or bad or harmful or not harmful. And that just doesn't make any sense. I think people they aren't giving themselves enough credit, or their thinking ability enough credence to be able to determine, they do it every single day. They make these decisions every single day, but they attribute those decisions to the God, if the result is good, of course. And it doesn't make any sense, because either a thing is helpful or either a thing is harmful. And the moment we realize that we are the ones that determine that, and we determine that not in a silo, because we have to look at how our actions impact other people. If not, we're just being bulls in a china shop.
Yep. Mezzo, Joel says hi from YouTube. They are a trip.
They are hilarious to me.
Yeah, but Dex, did you have anything else you wanted to say? That was a good conversation. Thank you for bearing with me and my neurodivergent brain.
No, it was good time. It was a good time. I was going to talk about the second one too, unless you want to move on, because we have been talking for longer than I thought we would be.
There's other people in the guest box. Yeah, there's other people in the guest box. I only let one topic at a time.
That works for me. It was good chatting with you. Thank you. I'll catch you later.
All right. Have a good one.
Bye,
Thank you so much.
Good seeing y'all. Have a good one.
I'm going to test out the harm, not harm on a Christian and see how that works.
I think it'll be an interesting conversation. I'll be interested to see how quickly they revert to the sovereignty of God.
Yeah. Eduardo wants to know who died and made you king of Israel, Fee.
Oh, me? Oh, no, I'm not king of Israel. No. I live in Virginia, but I'm also not a king here. Also not a king here either.
Oh my God.
That's crazy.
Fee. Sorry, that was so loud. I heard you on, I was about to say earlier, I heard you on that live last night. I was like, let him get up, Fee.
Where were you at? Where live were you on?
I went up on Dean's live. He was talking to atheists about, what was it? I don't even remember what his prompt was. Yeah, but Dean the dude.
Oh my God, what he had some. What is evil? He was asking what evil is.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, we were talking about the problem of evil, with God's being all good and all knowing, and the problem of evil. That was his prompt, but the conversation went all over the place. But it was a good combo. I mean, Dean's nice.
He is.
He's a nice guy.
Yesterday? I didn't know you were live.
Oh, it was late last night, past my bedtime. I was up till almost, I think, after 10 o'clock.
So I said, clearly these ladies are not Israelites. Well, duh.
I mean,
I said we were Israelites.
I don't know, but like, what do they be? This is what I be talking about. Like, they're like, what the fuck? Like their process of thinking. Like what? Like what? Like what? And then their name is the New Torah Movement.
Oh God.
We got a new one?
Yeah, the New Torah
2.0.
What happened to the old one?
They must be black. They must be black Hebrew Israelite for that to be what they typed, right?
Gaslight said Hebrew Israelite. Gaslight, put your phone down.
Look, Mezzo done went to YouTube now. Oh my God. Let's see. The bone. I'm sorry, I cannot read all that. What's your name? The bones are their dollars. Hi, are you there? Okay, I guess not. J Pure, are you in the box on purpose? No problem, the bones. Treese? Welcome into the Daniel raid. What does Daniel call his people? I subscribe to Daniel, and I don't even know what the group is called.
I think I do too, but I don't know the name.
Randy? Randy? Okay. I don't think J Pure is in the box on purpose because he's not responding. All right. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. If you are on YouTube, Eduardo. Oh, Eduardo done got his ass blocked.
Why?
Oh, typing in all caps.
Oh, okay.
He got blocked.
Eduardo.
I was going to tell him to call in. If you're on YouTube, if you're watching us on YouTube, there are 2 links in the YouTube description. You're more than welcome to join us on stage via VDO.Ninja. If you don't want your camera on, you can disable the camera once you get into the video group room, or you can call in on Discord. But believers, non-believers, believers, people who are deconstructing, atheists, or nerds. Daniel is someone who also does deconstruction lives. Hey, Ducald.
Hi, how are you both?
Good.
Well, hi, Simone. I forgot you were up there too. Hey.
Good morning. It's okay.
Fee, I sent you a text, by the way, just real quick.
Oh, okay. I'll check it.
And Thinker, I love this second topic because how many times have we all heard Christians say that they would do some really terrible things because their God would tell them so? This is something that's not talked about a lot. Like, how many of them justify the slavery or say they would unalive their own in the name of? I've heard it so many times, it's insane. Fee and I have talked about it on my own live. It's the morality there, the sacrifice that they say that that's worth to obey and be for this God is just, back to what you all were saying, very immoral. And I don't know how they justify it. And I wondered, have you guys ever gotten, after they've said things like that, like I would, take the unalive my own or something along those lines, have you guys ever gotten a further response that makes any sense to that?
I don't think there could be one.
Me either. And that's why I wonder, like, when they get to that base level, when we talk about that and they get to that point, where do we take that conversation other than to end it? Because it's like,
oh no, we usually cuss them out and tell them how gross they are. Like, yeah, there isn't any logic left in them. Like,
no, but I wonder how we move on with that existing as big as it is in this religion, as big as this religion is. That's where my problem lies. They think obeying this God and giving that kind of sacrifice is so deeply ingrained in them. I don't know how to start the deprogramming of that. You know what I mean? Like, how do we go from there as a society with it? When it gets broken down.
The only thing that we can do, right, is to kind of continue to have the conversations about how these ideas are harmful, right, to society. I think, like, just continue to deconstruct the idea, right? Like, I think that's the only thing that we can do, because you can't go to the police and say this person said they would do that if they thought God,
right?
Because the police are gonna look at you like you're crazy, like they haven't done anything.
Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
I don't know. Because that's what I try to focus on my side of the deconstruction community is, but I find when it comes to that particular topic and when that type of thing comes up, we always hit a wall, and then I don't know where to go.
Well,
with
also sacrifice
any of them
doesn't
after
necessarily mean killing. right?
True.
They sacrifice
But the amount of things
every
they're willing
day
to
now.
sacrifice. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I think like for me, the biggest thing that I want to focus on with that question is, you know, family members excommunicating other family members over a belief. That is a huge sacrifice.
Yeah.
And, you know, what the impact is on the human that's being excommunicated.
Right.
What the impact is on themselves, and have they even considered that sacrifice and what it does to them and to society. And so it's not just focused on just you know, ritualistic sacrifices, but all types of sacrifices.
And I run into that too. I mean, I'm a gaytheist, so I run into it on all angles. I've said it many times that I've seen little old ladies who are sweet and kind turn into pure devil spawn as soon as they find out I'm either gay or an atheist. So it's a thing. that sacrifice that they're willing to make against anybody, it seems like. I don't know. I find that I hit a wall there, and that's the important part. I'm trying to figure out how to make that.
I think you should be able to further the conversation when they say that they're willing to sacrifice a child by excommunicating them if they're gay, right? Mm-hmm. Then you can turn the conversation. There are so many ways that you could go with that, right? Or if they're willing to sacrifice the self-esteem of a child, by saying harmful things to them because they don't believe in a God like that. Mm-hmm. I think there are other ways to further the conversation there to try to, highlight the impact of that sacrifice and the reality of it, right? Focusing on the fact that you're willing to cause this type of harm to a human being that you can see for a God that you believe exists. You know what I'm saying?
And I am able to do that a lot of times from that perspective because, I relate it to my Catholic family or whatever. And it sometimes it goes through. I think I just get really frustrated with the scenario where we always walk them to the point, they smack their head into it, and then they pretend it didn't happen and then walk around it. You know what I mean? So it's like that stubbornness that I hit every time it comes down to these base arguments. It's just... I don't know where to go sometimes with it, especially on that particular topic. Because, once you start mixing morals and everything being subjective, they don't realize it. It makes it even harder.
I think I tend to talk about it from my perspective, right? Not to be judgmental of them, but just kind of expand on why that doesn't fit my moral compass. And sometimes you have to lay it out for them in all its gory details. This is what you're actually saying about another whole human being. This is why this doesn't work for me, because my character as a person couldn't squash another human being that way. Right. And I think sometimes when, instead of vilifying their position, being able to present your position and the reasons for your position and just let them chew on it. Because sometimes it may be one thing that you say, I love my son. I know we all love our children, right? I adore my child. And the fact that I was so quick to say what I said about making him leave my house if he didn't believe a thing that I wanted him to believe shook me to my core. Right. It literally shook me to my core. And as a parent, I don't know that there are many parents who would intentionally want to inflict harm on their children. But I think if we sit back and we hear someone talking about how they were talking about unintentionally doing that and how they corrected course or sharing our personal experience, I think there's something that's so powerful in listening to an authentic experience from another person and pulling from that experience things that apply to you. And it may not happen in the conversation, but I think if ultimately what we're trying to do is promote kindness and we're trying to promote love, why are you vilifying that just because it doesn't look the way it looks for you? And I don't know that there's an effective defeater to that if we're talking to people who are logical.
I mean, you've seen me hit that wall with them, Fewer. I don't know what to do with it,
I know it. Yeah. It's like like you said, it's like my Bell's palsy is messing up. You make my face slump.
They do. They make my face melt all the time and I can't deal with it.
Yep.
All right. I appreciate you. I appreciate that advice too, because it's just going to help me further with my own conversations that I'm going on with mine. So I appreciate you both. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome, Duval. Thank you, and have a good morning.
You too.
Bye, dude.
I just called him Duval, and I meant to say Duval.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing?
Hey, Lawrence, how are you?
I'm outside going to check my baby car. It snowed here last night,
Oh.
and I'm going to see if she can even go to work. I don't think so. You know, we ain't equipped for this kind of shit down here in Texas.
How much snow did y'all get?
It's not even a lot, but you know, it's enough to cover like the houses and the ground. It's not even a lot. It was supposed to be like 4 inches, but I think I don't know. It might only be like 1 or 2. But the good thing is our lights didn't go out like it did last time it snowed here. I don't know. It's a lot. It's icy too, and foggy and cold. It's 17 degrees.
Damn.
That's the temperature here too. We didn't get any snow.
I
It
saw
is
the
cold.
waterfall that you put on your page. Is it where is that at?
That's in Costa Rica. We went on a tour. It lasted all day, but it was so nice. We went to I can't think of the name of it, but there's, you know, in Costa Rica, there's the dry side of the island, and then the Caribbean side of the island is the rainforest, right? So we went to a waterfall in the rainforest. Oh, it was beautiful. And we learned how they make chocolate and coffee and pineapples, and it was so nice. I had such a good time. And the resort we stayed in was so nice, but oh Lord, it's a lot of walking. It's a lot of damn walking. And because it's mountainous, it's a lot of walking uphill. And you know, I'm fucking old. I need some Megan Thee Stallion knees. I do.
That was beautiful. And I just sat there and listened to the water for a while.
Let me tell you, it was so beautiful. The water was nice and cool. It's just Costa Rica is a beautiful place. It really, really is.
I'm gonna have to visit. I haven't gone there yet, so I'm gonna have to visit it and see.
If you want to,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We stayed at a resort called the Occidental Papagayo. So it's a real nice place. Wait, let me see if I can turn my camera on so y'all can see. Can y'all see my camera?
Mm-mm.
Oh wait. Okay, there it is. See, it's snowing. Look at that.
Wow.
It's still snowing outside. This is the parking garage. This is crazy.
Dang. Snow day for the kids. I know they excited.
I know they are. I mean, but it's foggy out here. You can't see, and it's still snowing, and it's freezing cold outside.
Wow.
It is freezing. Somebody driving on that street down there, but it's not gonna be me or my daughter.
Do Texans know how to drive in the snow?
No, we don't even have snow tires. We don't have no shit. Look, I have some boots that I bought on clearance from a store, and they snow boots, right? And at the bottom there's a button that you can flip, and spikes come out of the sole, right? So you can walk on ice. And my friend was like, "Why do you have those? It's never gonna snow in Houston." It'll snow 2 times in the last 5 years. I said, "Don't try." And I'm glad our lights didn't go out this time because it's so cold. But yeah, I got snow boots because I don't love these hoes. I don't trust these hoes, and my knees too bad for me to bust these hoes. Okay, so I need some boots that I can walk around, and I got them on right now.
Did they fix y'all's grids? Is that what happened?
Listen, that's what they said. The people sent the the center point is our people. They sent something saying we've been doing some hard weatherization, but I got batteries and shit because my daddy was old, so I know how to survive and that kind of shit. But I didn't need them. So far, so good. I think only last time it was millions of people out. I think right now it's only like 900 people out because they service like 5-6 million people. I think only 900 people are out this time, which I mean, it's still out, but last time it was like 2.5 million people didn't have lights.
I'm glad that they got it fixed and they don't have to deal with what they dealt with last year. That was last year, wasn't it? Or was that 2021? That was 2021?
That was 21, yes.
Oh, okay. Damn, why does it feel like that was just yesterday?
Because everything is last year now.
But you know what? Ever since the pandemic, I don't really know like time passing.
Exactly.
I really don't. I don't know what's going on.
It's crazy. But I'm glad that, I hate that it's cold. It's like 49 degrees here. It's not that cold. But I'm glad that y'all are not without lights and stay inside and stay warm. Is your daughter going to try to drive?
Hell no, she's not going out there. I don't even think they're open. Last night she got an email telling them to call the hotline to see if they're open. Today, I don't even think they're open today. All right, they told her to call at 8:00. I don't think they're even open today. I mean, because it's probably like, I want to say a good 2 inches of snow, and people don't know how to drive, and it's snow and ice, right? Because people don't know how to drive in this kind of stuff. They had so many accidents the last time. We don't have snow tires down here.
Probably hitting their brakes when they should be hitting the gas when they slide out.
Look, I was driving the last time to go to Starbucks. Everybody down here got an F-150 because they think they're on Dallas. But and these two, one was, the lights were out, so it was blinking, right? And these two F-150s, like, you could tell they hit the brakes because their wheels stopped moving, and bam, they just slid into each other. I'm like, y'all don't know how to drive. Y'all need to go home. Me sitting at the light saying, y'all need to go home.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. I can drive in the snow, but I don't like to. When I worked for AT&T, they had a increment weather policy where it didn't matter what the weather was. We were required to come to work because they said people need their phones. And so whenever it snowed, like, I always went to work. When it flooded here, like, we were underwater and we still had to go to work. And the electricity was out. They made us come to work with like, women could wear bathing suits and then the men wearing swimming trunks because we had no the computers and stuff was working off of generators. It was hot as fuck in there. People were throwing up, but like, we could wear like our bathing suits with shorts, and then men could wear their swimming trunks. But we had to go to work when we were underwater.
Let me tell you something. That's crazy. All I know is she won't be going to work. Not today. Because, first of all, who's going to be in there? That's what I want to know.
You know what? Everybody came to work except for the ones that were physically unable to. It was business as usual, and they were passing out popsicles to keep us from throwing up.
Y'all had customers?
Yeah. Because, we had 9 states that we covered. So, yeah. So, while we were flooded in Tennessee, we had Georgia, South Carolina, the South. So, yeah, we still had customers. Like, wow. They were passing out popsicles and stuff. to keep us from throwing up. Like, and it was perfectly legal within their rights to do it.
Well, I've been on storm duty before at places I work, but usually they will move us to another place. So like they will move us to I remember one time they sent us to Austin when it wasn't, because it wasn't raining there. They would send us to Austin for if a hurricane would come, but we never stayed when we were on storm duty. They would always send us somewhere else.
I don't think people should be required to do that shit. Like it's ridiculous. Like, and it's so crazy because you don't realize that you're being treated like a laborer when they put those type of requirements on you to work a job. Like, you're literally, they don't care about your safety. And then they would always come around and be like, ice and snow tomorrow. You know you got to be here. So if you don't want to drive in, you need to book you a hotel now. And we were like, this is fucking nuts. Like, I remember one time I was so sick. I would like have a customer on the phone. I would have to put them on hold, throw up in the trash can, and then go back to the customer. Like, I had my legs up on the desk, damn near about to pass the fuck out with a stomach flu, but I had to be at work.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That's the stuff I'm talking. Yeah, that is a hostile work environment because, for one, like, people don't even care about a person getting other people sick, right? Like, when I was a little manager, I used to be like, don't come here with your cooties, baby. Stay home until you're cootie free. I don't care.
Yeah, no, they didn't give us sick days. You have to use your vacation days. And if you have vacation planned, like, you can't, like, you would have to like weigh out, right? And then you could call out, you could only call out like 3 times. After that, you're fired. You could be late 3 seconds. 3 minutes. You had a 3-minute grace period. If you're late past 3 minutes, you're fired. They had a no call out policy. Like, you have to come to work. Like, AT&T is so strict on their attendance policy.
You work for AT&T too? Mm-hmm. I used to work for AT&T.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking
used to work
about.
for
They
AT&T.
So look, somebody in the comment was like, "That's AT&T." Yep, they are so strict. Yep, yeah, we had a union.
Yes, I used to sell. This is how old I am. I used to sell long distance planes to people in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Pennsylvania. That's the states we used to handle. We used to sell business long distance plans. That was when you had to have a long distance plan on your home phone. That's what I used to sell.
But I worked in retention, so we had to keep people from disconnecting their services and sell to them at the same time. So we had a sales quota plus a retention quota. You know how hard it is to sell to somebody who is cussing you out?
Listen, I know, because most of the time, and that was when, everything was pay per minute, right? So a lot of these businesses would be like, hey, let's say they say I called to Mexico a lot. How much does that cost? And we used to have this big book on our desk, and we would have to flip it and say, oh, well, if you call Mexico between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. is 28 cents a minute. Between 6 p.m. and 11 p.m. is like 15 cents a minute. It was crazy.
Yep. Yeah, they still had those type of plans when I was there. We had to sell those plans too, like it was, and then like the maintenance plan, $7 a month, but you would get like $10 in revenue credit for it. Like it would count towards the revenue, $10. And so you had to sell so many maintenance plans a month. phone lines, like landlines, like when people,
Yes.
when cell phones, like people were disconnecting their landlines because they were using their cell phones, and we had to save the landline. And the only thing that helped me with saving the landline was the fact that when you call 911 on your cell phone, the 911 dispatcher doesn't know where you are automatically because it pings to like the closest
Yes.
thing. And so I would just like remind them, like, hey, if there is an emergency or if you have an alarm, your cell phone, you won't be able to call 911 and not speak. And that would be the one thing that would save their landline. And I would just strip it down to like the bare minimum and be like, you just have it in the house, and that's for your alarm and for 911 emergencies. But like, they wanted us to save caller ID, save three-way call. Like, fuck the features, just save the line. That's what I would tell my team, because I was a manager. I'd be like, don't try to save the features.
We used to have to sell 800 numbers, and they would give us American Express gift certificates when we sold those 800 numbers. So, and the 800 numbers were free for 6 months, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this lady I used to work for, she's like, you're not selling your 800 numbers. I said, well, I ask them. And they always say no. She said, you don't ask them. She said, it's free for 6 months. She said, you just tell them I'm going to give you an 800 number free for 6 months. I said, well, what you do after the 6 months? She said, that's their problem.
Oh, hell no. That's the thing. Like, that's like, I would be mad. But you have to like disclose that to them, because that can get expensive like a motherfucker. Like, yeah. I don't know, like, people would do the most unethical shit. Like, I can't tell you how many people got wrote up, or we had to like let people go because they would do some unethical shit when it came to sales. Because AT&T paid well when it came to like the bonuses and
yes, they did.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
I was making over $100,000 a year. There were people in there making $200,000 a year, but typically, like, when we would see their numbers, we'd be like, no, we got to watch them, because they can't be disclosing, like, they can't be reading the disclosures, or they're either like promising some shit that we don't give, and 9 times out of 10 that's what they were doing. Or they would talk bad about like Comcast, because we weren't allowed to put our competitors down, but we would dial in and listen to the call, and they'd be like, Comcast can't do such and such, or Comcast charges you fees, the Comcast transfers their SEC fees down to the customer, like saying shit that they ain't supposed to be saying.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then they would get their end up getting fired for that shit.
We used to have people that would sign up when I worked in energy sales. They would go around signing up dead people.
What?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, the girl that was responsible for that team, she caught a guy doing it, and she fired him, and he stalked her at our job. She had to have a police escort.
What in the world?
Like, I don't understand.
Because he was signing up deceased people.
That is fucking crazy. Like, I think the craziest thing we got somebody doing was having a prepaid card, and they were paying the like, how you can get a cell phone for like 99 cents, like stuff like that. They were adding lines to people's accounts and paying the 99-cent fees with their prepaid card, and the person didn't know that cell phones were being added to their accounts. Like, I think that's the craziest thing we got.
I worked somewhere where I worked at a place where we had access to, I always worked on, like, with businesses, we had access to the credit cards and checks and stuff like that. Like, if they would pay with a check, this girl I used to work with used to buy all her houseware stuff with the people checking account. And one company found out, and she got fired.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
And it's so funny. It's so funny because at the time I was temp, right? And I'm so stupid because I really don't pay attention to stuff, right? And I was like, oh, I can't wait to get hired because she always buying stuff. They must make a lot of money. I ain't find out till I got hired that she was buying the shit with other people's money.
Oh my God.
And they didn't pay her shit. I'm like, I could have.
I
Yeah.
would be too scared. It's crazy.
Because and then she's so dumb. She was shipping it to the job.
What? Mm-mm. That's I be wondering like what be going through people's minds when they like, oh yeah, I could do like I that I don't know. Like what be going through their minds that says, let me risk my freedom, let me steal from another person, and like how can you enjoy the thing that you bought? You know what I'm saying? Like knowing that you are taking from
Yeah.
somebody, like how can you enjoy it? Like I don't know. I don't get it.
I don't know either. It's crazy.
Yeah, Jakob, you're right. Like, um, CEOs do some unethical shit, but they're not writing checks in other people's names and buying shit. You know what I'm saying? That's
Yeah,
what I'm
she
talking
was,
about.
and what was so funny, I should have known something was wrong though, because she used to have to ask me for a ride home. Like, bitch, you ain't got no car, but I should have known. So, but you know, I don't pay attention to shit like that. I never even thought about it until after. I'm like, bitch ain't got no car, but
Did she give you gas money?
he was to give me gas money, but still,
Okay.
I never put two and two together. And then one day I'm sitting down, and you know we sit down and we had these cubicles, and you know that when you sat down, the thing to separate your cubicle, you used to have to kind of pick your head up to see over it when you were sitting down. And my manager used to sit on the other side of that wall from me. So one day these big fine black men came in with these suits on and went to her desk. And, you know, I could hear everything. They're like, can we see you for a moment? I'm like, oh, Lord, this bitch done got in trouble. And they took her to another room, but she came back by herself, right? So I stood up and looked over the thing. I'm like, you all right? She said, yeah, I'm okay. She didn't say nothing else about it. But then the girl came in because we used to get there early, right? But then the girl came in about 5, 10 minutes. They let us sit down again. 5, 10 minutes after she came in, uh, I heard her talking to my manager, talking to somebody on the phone. Then them same men came back and got her. I'm like, this is the fucking Men in Black. What this bitch doing? Is she a CIA operative? I never saw her again. So like a week later, I asked, I'm like, what she did? They say, oh, she was using these people, our customers' credit cards and checks to buy stuff. Remember all them shoes she used to be buying and sending here? Like, ain't that a bitch cake sounds your rights? I said, so y'all don't pay a lot of money then. I never realized, like, this girl ain't had no car. She didn't have nothing. She lived in a kind of sketchy part of town. But I'm like, yeah, they pay a lot. No, she was stealing.
That's crazy. Wendy Pines, thank you so much for your patience. Are you there? Wendy? I think she was there because she muted herself. Wendy, are you there?
Sent her an invite to unmute.
Well, I'm going to move on. Let's see. Some people just don't have a conscience. I don't know. Or they ain't scared of being caught. When she went to jail, did she go? Like, I mean, when she
Listen,
got caught, she went to jail?
I never saw her again, ever after that. I thought maybe I would see her, like maybe she would get another job somewhere. I never saw her again, ever after that, at all.
Damn.
Did they flashy thing her and send her somewhere else?
Listen. So because I asked my manager, I said, well, who was that? She said, well, that was corporate security. I'm like, oh, she was like, I mean, and she would get boxes of shoes. boxes of stuff, just boxes. And she would unbox it. It was like an unboxing. She would open them all up at work. And I would be like, yeah, girl, that's cute. That's nice. And me, I'm going back to my desk like, I can't wait till I get hired because they make a lot of money here. Bitch fooled me. It just was stealing.
Carolyn? Carolyn, did you come up on accident? Okay.
You and Carolyn Sheets?
I don't know. She was there. She's moving about. She didn't say anything. J Pure and Yalia, are y'all in the box on purpose? Yeah, if we don't get any more people to come up, I'm gonna go ahead and shut down. J Pure and you, Aaliyah. Okay, I don't think they're in there. Any callers from YouTube?
Yeah, and they over there talking.
I know.
I'm on the YouTube.
Yeah, the guy, one of them was like, let me on this live. And then when I said, come on, the link's in the bio, he's like, oh, no, let me go.
And he stopped immediately.
It's just weird. But I think too, me saying you prayed but we stayed, that might be a bit much.
Did you say you prayed but we stayed?
Look, that's our hashtag.
Yep.
Hashtag. Look at the top.
Wait a minute. I did not even see that.
That sent me.
That might have been a bit too much.
That sent me first thing.
And I don't know if it's a prayed. I know that's what I was about to say. The prayed that you use too, like because they are very predatory.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what sent me. I said, "Oh, prayed."
Yep. Like all that they did. They did a lot. They were gloating like a motherfucker, but I think it's gonna take a little second for them to become their usual selves. Because they were gloating and their God said, psych.
They got to be on the shirt.
You pray, but we stayed.
We stayed. Yeah.
I mean, I do think it has to be a day of reckoning for them, at some point where they constantly have these like proclamations against us. They have these belief systems about, how we live. The guy on Dean's Live last night was like, I used to live a very atheistic life. I'm like, what does that mean? Like atheism is literally a position on one claim and one claim alone. So how are you extrapolating that to a person's entire life? What does that even mean? And there's this correlation between like this debauched lifestyle, this like lawless, I don't know what they think. But I think these conversations and being in here, hearing us and engaging with each other and showing care, not only for other fellow non-believers, but for believers as well. Like that just kind of, I think it breaks their brain. That could be why they're staying away too. Cause it's a reality check for them.
Yeah, I definitely think that, I mean, it's got to be something when they hear us being able to have this full-on discussions without them being involved and actually come to an understanding of each other, right? And then, like for example, the conversation with Des and I, it was so civil and from a place of like we had from different perspectives. Fee had a different perspective, but we were able to communicate and then get to an understanding where we might not still agree with each point that each of us made. We were able to come to an understanding of each other's perspective. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because it's not about I said this before, like Christian, I want to meet people where they are. And not for the purpose of bringing them to where I am. But I think that's the ultimate goal with most Christian exchanges. They may tell you that it's not. Like I used to have to knock on doors to tell people I'm not here to try to change your religion. No, full hell well, that's exactly what I was there for. But the idea of engaging with another person who has a difference of opinion and still being able to have that conversation civilly, not telling you you're wrong because I don't agree with you or because I see it differently, but just saying, okay, I respectfully disagree because I see it this way, and us being able to go our separate ways, still friends and still cordial to each other. That's a concept that the vast majority of religious people don't understand.
Yeah. Because most of them come up here with the attitude of I'm coming to defend, like the dude earlier. I want to defend number one.
Mm-hmm. That's why I had to say this is a discussion, not a debate. Yeah. Like they look for debates, and that might be another thing too. They're not interested in coming to an understanding. With they're interested in fighting. They're not interested in critical conversations or growth and understanding. They're interested in fighting and defending, which is what the God created them to be any damn way. Like if you look at the moral foundation that they say that they have, it's all about turning them into like minions for the God or military defense for the God, not militant defense for this God, to defend the God's existence and the God's sovereignty. And that's how they show up. I'm here to defend God's sovereignty. I'm here to defend. Right? It's, warriors. They're not. Maybe that when that lady said, I'm not focused on Christians being a good human, I'm focused on them being better Christians.
That was wild.
Yeah. But it makes sense now. That's what it is, right? It's being a warrior or a soldier for the God. It's not necessarily about being a good human, and that's why we don't understand each other, because they've been transformed into soldiers, and all they're supposed to do is defend with the forefront of being love and peace, the purpose being love and peace, but it's actually to defend the God's right to move about and do whatever it wants to do on earth through the humans that control it. I don't know how to explain it. I see it in my head. It's kind of like y'all know those big like dragon things you see at a Chinese parade, and people are under the dragon making the dragon move.
Yeah.
That's how I see it. Yeah. Yep. Like that.
That's their God.
Yeah.
And they constantly tell, and that while they're constantly telling us how powerful it is and what it's going to do to us, but it can't do anything to us unless they're underneath it, making it move.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And they can't, for some reason, they cannot see that. Yeah, that's crazy. What's your name?
Hey, Thinker. This is My God is a Black Woman. I'm always suspended on the other account, so I had to come up on my sneaky. How y'all doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. I'm watching your account as a litmus test. Like, I wanted to see what kind of, I would like to see how things are going to, how things change for you here and on YouTube, because I'm interested to see how the FYP is going to change, and what kinds of things are going to be under censor. So I was coming up here to actually just to ask you, as far as Christians are concerned, I know on my FYP, I'm seeing much fewer atheism lives. And now I'm seeing like Christians. I'm seeing like sermons and stuff like that. And my question to you is, do you think that there will be an alteration on either platform?
I think it depends on no. For one, because China isn't giving up the algorithm right there. The recommender system is their proprietary information, and so they would have to give America access to that in order to change that algorithm. So I don't think the algorithm is going to change at all. Do I think that they're going to give traffic to the conservative group that he's putting together? I do think that they're going to do that and put, send more traffic towards these conservatives. But I don't think that they've made any changes to the algorithm because the CCP, right, has the final say on that algorithm, and they don't plan on letting America fuck with it at all.
Okay, all right. I trust your opinion on these things, and I think this because you have been successful with what's considerably controversial so far. I think what you do really matters here, especially with the times coming. I want to say one last thing, and I'll make room for another person. I want to. I think I want to say that on the platforms that can take our data, it's time to instead of and this occurred to me this morning. Us getting rid of our Facebook accounts, Instagram accounts, etc. ain't gonna help us. It's not gonna stop Mark, but I think and you know this as well because you work with AI. We can feed it bad data. We can give Mark Nim. We can start flooding those websites with poor information. I mean, sentences that don't make sense, AI images that make no sense until that is useless. Do things like things of varying range, like things you don't agree with, things you do agree with, and confuse the whole thing. I feel like that's a better way to protest. To me, we would be burning the crops and doing that. How do you feel about that?
I'm trying to say, I mean, it could definitely mess up the algorithm, but it doesn't stop them from still sending out the ads because they make money from ads, right? So it could make the algorithm feed the ad library, their library to the incorrect people. So then it would make the companies that's paying for ads lose money, as well as TikTok. I don't know that it would, hurt America. I could see doing that with Zuckerberg's content, but he also doesn't work off of, he doesn't have this recommender algorithm either. I'm trying to see if that would be an impact, if that,
because the thing that I take into consideration is every time we like something, every time we respond, we train this thing, right? We are the trainers.
Mm-hmm. That's for TikTok, right? Not necessarily for the other platforms. They don't have the same algorithm.
So you think the data, I believe
the way Zuck gets his algorithm is from it, like not just you being on Facebook or Instagram. He's following
Mm-hmm.
you wherever you go. So you could close Facebook, you could delete Facebook and open up Google and search something. Zuck is still getting that information. He has agreements with Google that Google feeds that information to Facebook regardless if you have Facebook or not. So that's how he's getting access to what you are interested in. It's the cookies that you leave, the cookie trails that you leave, your searches on Google search engine, Bing. Like, he has contracts with damn near every fucking body, and he's following you wherever you go. He doesn't have this TikTok knows what I like, even though I don't give TikTok permission to follow me. I don't accept cookies when I go to different websites, but TikTok knows what I like because their their algorithm is a recommender system, and that's what America wants. And the Chinese Communist Party said they're not giving that up. That's why they're not interested in selling TikTok, but they said if they ever did, like it would just be the shell. They're not ever letting go of their recommender system.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Thinker. I'm a make way. I'm glad you're back up. I'm glad you're back up. Y'all enjoy y'all day.
All right, thank you. I hope you have a good day as well. Like I tried to delete my data from Facebook, like because like what I tell you, every fucking website I've ever went to, they have it in your, like if you go check your data, there's a page that you can go to. Every website that they have followed you on and tracked you on is listed there, every single one. And you probably have hundreds of pages. And in order to delete that data, like you got to go through each one and restrict the agreement that you've made. Like you like automatically make an agreement to allow them to track you and get that data. You have to go and restrict each one individually. And it's page after page after page after page after page. Because they've been following you for that long, and you get tired. Like you get tired of deleting it, and I think they made it that way to make it tedious.
It's so intrusive too.
Mm-hmm.
It just feels icky.
Yeah, when I first launched, we would talk about intrusive advertising and then how bad it was, and why people should own their data and be incentivized to share their data with businesses. Data is like the oil companies. It is worth hundreds of billions of dollars, that industry is. And they're not looking for solutions to let people control their data. Like the large venture capitalists, that they would try their damnedest to make sure that you don't ever get control of your data, because that would cause them a lot of money. And it's like the oil industry. It's not, well, unfortunately, the data privacy laws in America, they're not as airtight. It's not as regulated as it should be.
But don't you think it's all contingent upon consuming?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's the part. Like I think all of us feel so helpless in this, because the system is so big and we're just kind of cogs in the wheel right now, kind of stuck in the spin. But I just wish that there was a way that we could collectively, flick them off. And I think that part of what we were doing on this app is the reason that it went down. My FYP is different. It's not the same. Like I'm seeing videos that were posted in the middle of last year. I don't see any of y'all's content come through. Any of the people that I follow, none of that is on my FYP. It's people I haven't looked at their videos in I don't know how long. So I do feel like it's very different.
Mine isn't like that. That's why I think it has a lot to do with the service coming back up and just getting back to normal. I see all the same lives that I've seen before. My content hasn't changed on my FYP. So I think people are having different experiences, maybe. I don't know. But I do think that yours is the same. Yaklaka, are you in America? I think people are having different experiences, but it also depends on which server your account is saved on. Like, they have so many servers. Some of them are in different countries. Some people like the Southeast may be hosted in India, right? While the West Coast is hosted somewhere else. So like it really depends on where your server is and how soon it comes back up. Yeah.
Yeah, mine is messed up. Mine is janky. I don't know who these people are.
I haven't seen her go live, but I did see her content yesterday, African Atheist. But I haven't seen her go live. But she's also in the UK though. She's not in the US, right? But I saw a video that she posted yesterday. But I saw Crystal J live yesterday. I saw Christina's live kept coming up on my FYP yesterday. I saw a Joyful Apostate live last night. So like my FYP hasn't changed. So I'm not sure. Like I think people are just having different experiences. Spicy Jess, hey, how are you? Spicy Jess?
I did not mean to come up here. I am so sorry. I'm over here listening to y'all having a good old conversation, and then you was like Spicy Jess. I was like, oh, wait a minute. My bad. I am so sorry.
No worries. Have a good day. And then too, some people, like it may change because some people can't get back in the app. And if you believe, that a God answered your prayer and took TikTok away, you're gonna delete the app, and now you just stuck. Now you can't download it again. So some of them might just really be gone for good, and they're over there like pissed because they can't download the app, because it's not in the app store. Marcus, hey, how are you? Marcus?
Good morning. I apologize because I'm here drinking my coffee and listening to y'all, and I did not mean to come up.
No need to apologize. We know we had a lot of accidental requests tonight, so I understand. I hope you enjoy your coffee and have a good morning.
Thank you, and you have a great day as well. Love y'all.
Thank you. Love you back. All right. It's been a really slow day, I will say. Even though we had like almost 700 people in the room, the numbers haven't really gone down. It's the engagement, people being, willing to come on stage is what's changing. Or is, what happened tonight. Hold on. You said check the Discord? Where? Check it where? Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that. I don't want to focus on Trump. I swear. My plan is to keep my fucking head down for the next 4 years. Like I cannot. I do not want my conversations filled with Trump's madness. Yeah, I cannot. But yeah, so if we don't have anybody else that wants to come up and discuss, I'll give it about 5 minutes to see if we get another guest. If not, then we'll go ahead and shut down today. Yeah, I cannot. Like I would, like, can you imagine constantly worried about what he's doing? Like the lack of peace. Like I can't. And I saw one of my favorite content creators yesterday looked so defeated in the video they did, and I was like, man, like we can't do nothing about it. Christianity general, okay, we can't do. All we can do is move forward, right? And keep people safe. Continue to fight back. And take it one day at a time is all we really can do. But like, we can't change the fact that he's been inaugurated. Where Christianity general? Let's see. That's what I pictured. That's what I pictured. Yes, that is Yahweh with all his minions. Diane, how are you? Diane?
I'm well. How are you? I'm here. I had to unmute.
Oh, okay. I'm good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
So I changed my name in my profile picture, but you know who I am. I'm the one that is doing the podcast on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, is that your podcast image right there?
Yeah, it
Okay.
is. It is. Yeah. But yeah, I wanted to say something about the last topic you have. Is it possible to uphold human morals while maintaining unwavering loyalty to the God of the Bible? And I just interviewed my cousin the other day, and he identifies as queer and a pansexual. And one of the things we talked about in the interview, he asked me if 7 years ago, would our relationship be as close as it is today? And I had to tell him no, it would not, because as a Christian, I didn't agree with his lifestyle, and I would have judged him very harshly, and I would not have been. He and I are very close now. We talk about a lot of things. We talk about almost everything, and we've done business together, and we just have a great relationship. But prior to my deconstruction, that relationship would not have been what it is today, because I could not have accepted him for who he is.
That's a very powerful thing to admit and to acknowledge as well. And then, like, the fact that you now know what type of relationship you would have missed out on had you followed through.
Yeah. So I'm grateful, for my deconstruction. I'm grateful for the life that I have now. It's so freeing, and it's like a weight has been lifted off of me to know that I can get up every day and just live my life and treat people the way they ought to be treated, and not view them through the lens of a Christian woman and feel like that I have to save them, or that, I have to tell them that they need to change their lives and they need to come to Jesus. And because I ministered, I was very, I think I've mentioned on here before some of the activities that I'm involved in, as far as being a part of a organization where we help people who are have substance abuse issues, and we help people who are homeless, and we serve bag lunches 5 days a week, and we have a recovery class on Saturday, which is Christ-based. It's a Christian organization. Funny thing is, I was the president for about 3 years, and I stepped down as president about 3 months ago, and we voted my husband in as the president. So he's the president now, but although I'm no longer on the board, I still participate in everything. Like I drive people to appointments. Most of them are substance abuse. They have substance abuse issues, and I take them to treatments or doctor's appointments and things like that. And then also just, I do the lunches. I help serve the lunches and all that stuff. So I stepped down as off the board, and I let them know, like, hey, I'm stepping down as president. I'm stepping down off the board, but I'm still going to participate in all the things I was doing prior. I just don't want to. I just feel like it's silly for me to be your president when this is a Christian organization, but I don't want to stop helping.
What was their response? Like, do they still want you to help even though you're not a Christian anymore, or share the same?
Well,
beliefs?
I really, of course my husband knows, and he's the president now. And then the vice president is another cousin of mine. He's the first cousin to the other cousin I mentioned. We're all first cousins. And he's also my husband's pastor. And then but the lady that I'm closest to on the board, I really just had the conversation with her. And I told her, I said, I will be here as long as you'll have me. I said, and if at some point y'all no longer want to have me, then that's fine. You just tell me and I'll walk away. And she said, well, Diane, I know your heart. I know you like helping people. I know who you are. So regardless of what, you're doing now and your beliefs, I know your heart. And I know, that you want to help. So I don't have a problem. And I said, well, that's I appreciate that. But if anybody else starts having a problem, you just tell me and I'll walk away. But so far it hasn't been an issue. And I don't know if it will, come to that or not, but I'm prepared for it if it does. When I started the podcast, that's one of the reasons why I went ahead and stepped down, because I knew I was getting ready to start the podcast, and I knew that people were going to start talking and judging and whatnot. So I didn't want it to be a reflection on them. But, it's frustrating because, I do take people, taking people where they need to go, and we spend a lot of time together sometimes. Sometimes I have to take somebody to court, a couple of hours away, and we talk. And it's always this thing of people assuming that you're a Christian. Well, just please pray for me and this and that. And it's just like, hey, that's not who I am anymore. You assume that because I'm a good person, because you think that I have to be a Christian because I'm a good person. And that's just not the way that works.
Well, that's good. Well, at least, and she's probably most likely gonna keep it a secret because she knows that they're gonna respond in such a way.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah.
But I just wanted to comment on that, and I also wanted to let Fee know how much I enjoyed her on that. What's his name, Dean? On that Dean live last night. I enjoyed that.
Oh, thank you. I think it was a good conversation.
Yeah.
Engaging with Dean can be interesting sometimes. He's very pleasant for the most part, but I think we hit a wall.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the case with a lot of folks who,
Yeah, I think that that's the first time I ever got on a Christian live, and I didn't know what to expect. And then I saw you popped up on there, and it was really enjoyable. I just wanted to get their perspective, because I know on these lives that I watch, I watch this one, I listen to this one, and I listen to Christina and some of the others. I understand everything, where you all are coming from. But last night I was like, well, let me, listen to the Christian live and see what happens. Because I don't think I'm in a point where
that's where I'm confused, because I thought y'all were talking about Dean, Parker's Dean.
Mm-mm. No, Dean the dude.
Yeah.
Also was up there for. Yes, you do. He's he's been on your live several times before. He's bald, kind of brown skinned dude, real soft spoken. And
I think I know who you're talking about now. He was on Bash's live before.
Yeah, he's been on Bash's live
blocked from my
several
live. He got up and he said something misogynistic as hell. And then he kept over talking me and do that. He's blocked, so I wouldn't have been able to see it anyway.
Oh wow, I must have missed that. No, he's literally the only Christian who's live that I go, whose panel that I'll go up on, just because I don't like the contention.
He came across as someone that understands. He came across when I first talked to him on Bash's live. He came across as a different Christian, someone that understands where we're coming from. Mm-hmm. But then he got up here and was straight misogynistic. All I remember him getting blocked. Dudette blocked him.
Wow, yeah, I've never seen that side of him, but it's hard to separate that misogyny from Christianity, so I can't say I'm surprised. I just tend to I feel like he gets into this space where he's insulted by the fact that we highlight the illogical stance that a lot of Christians have. And that tended to be the thing that he was kind of harping on yesterday and a couple of other points. It was a pleasant conversation. He and I always have very pleasant conversations, which is why I don't have an issue going up on his panel. We always end in our respective positions with one not necessarily swaying the other per se, but
he defended slavery yesterday?
He was defending a lot of things.
No.
He was, how they have this, but you don't know the bigger picture. What his position was that it could be that we see God's acceptance or condoning of these things because we don't know things. There are things that God knows that we don't know. And my point is, does God know that we don't know it? And if he knows that we don't know it, and he created us with a limited capacity to understand these things, knowing full well something as disgusting as slavery was going to hit humans the way that it did, then it's still his fault that we don't understand. Like, he wants to put the responsibility on us to ignore or just assume positive intent, or assume that there's another piece of information that we just can't cognitively process that would justify the things that we read in this book that we feel are egregious, but they couldn't be because God said that they aren't. And it just doesn't fly.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to get past the God said, right? Because who said God said? A human did, right? Like that. That's why, like, I can't get past that part. Like, you're telling me that a God says something, yet you ain't never talked to a God. No, and you've never seen a God or heard a God's voice. A human said God said, and then for you to try to like justify slavery because a human said a God told them that it was okay. Like, when he say put it on humans, it is on humans because it's humans who did it. It's humans. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And that's exactly what I said. I said, we're not saying this. I said, we're not saying anything different, because he's like, we always want to blame God, but it's humans that are doing these things. It's humans that can fix it. I'm like, we're not on different positions. I'm like, we're not holding different positions on that. I'm like, because the reality is, and I told him this, I was like, when you say God did it, the reality is humans did it anyway. Like, when you say God fixed it or God led, he had to lead a human to do it. So we're not saying anything different, but I think he just holds on to this. And he also has another sticking point for him is this personal experience, in that evidence is not going to be evidence to a non-believer because they're just going to figure out a way to explain it by natural causes. And my point is, then that means it was caused by natural things. Like, why are we trying to ascribe something we don't understand to a God? And then when we do understand it, it's bad because we've eliminated the need for God. At what point do you realize that it's just a lack of human understanding? If God is everywhere that humans don't understand things, then God is just a lack of knowledge. And I don't know that because he kept going back to, personal experience should count for something. I'm like, it counts for you, but that would be like me telling you, eat this burger to make me full. It doesn't work that way. So your personal experience satiates you, but it doesn't satiate me because I did not have that experience.
V, do you realize what you just did?
What?
When you said God is a lack of knowledge, if you just change the scripture and say, my people perish because of God.
Oh. And that is not an inaccuracy, right? Yeah. And they don't even see it because of this almost, I don't know. It's like this fairy tale lens that they have to see reality through in order to make themselves feel better. And I can't tell anybody that they can't keep that to make themselves feel better, but at least be honest with yourself about what it is and stop trying to tell me that there's something wrong with my eyes because I see things for what they actually are.
And then you said that he said we highlight theological arguments of believers. No, they do that themselves. Mm-hmm. We present logical arguments and they come up here with illogical responses. We don't put those illogical words in their brains, or God does. They do that themselves. So how is he blaming us for that?
Yeah, it's almost like our refusal to participate in the delusion is an insult to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why you are evil because you will not let me brainwash you. You won't let me mind fuck you. You won't let me twist your thoughts up so that makes you evil. I can't do to you what I want to do to you, so you are evil.
And then he had another guest that came up. She sounded really young, and she was more on the spiritual woo-woo side. And she kept saying, I just used to, she was like, she was getting really defensive because of the pushback that I was giving her. And I'm like, I'm not telling you can't believe it. I'm just telling you that doesn't make, because she gave an example of, she met a person, some random person on the street, and the word prophet popped into her mind. And she's like, I know that was God. I'm like, okay, so what happened? Like, she's like, nothing. I never saw the person again. I'm like, how the fuck is that a revelation? Like, well, then what are we doing? And also, like, was it the word prophet? Like, or like monetary profit? Like, what are we talking about? Like, just the logical questions that come up. And she's like, people think they know everything. I just think we need to approach it with humility. And I'm telling her, I'm like, I don't know everything. I don't know everything, but I'm also not going to stop asking logical questions. And if hearing the word profit in your brain is to you God, I can't tell you it's not God, but to me it's an intrusive thought. Like, just because I label it something different doesn't mean that you can't hold on to what it means to you. I'm not telling you that it's not, but because I wasn't, trying to give her credit for, oh, well, then that could have been God. Like, God is not a candidate explanation for me, because it hasn't been demonstrated to be an option. So, she's like, I'm not getting defensive. I just kind of want to shake you by the shoulders and let you know that there's more to life. I'm like, you don't need to shake me by the shoulders to let me know that there's more to life. Show me what that more is. Give me evidence of this more existing, and then we can have a conversation about it. But I'm not going to pretend just to make you feel comfortable. And I think that's where they get uncomfortable.
I hate when they say approach it with humility, because it's like saying, I feel some type of way because you know something that I don't, or your answer or your response to life is making me feel uncomfortable because I wish that I had that. Like, so you need to dumb yourself down. You need to bring yourself down a bit because I stop making me feel uncomfortable. That's what I feel like they're literally screaming when they talk about needing to be needing to be humble, is stop making me feel uncomfortable about me. You're making me realize that I'm not where I want to be, right? So stop it. Stop being great. Stop shining your light. Like, that's what I hear when they talk about that humble shit.
And the crazy part about it is, I'm not sure you could have a more humble position of, I don't know. I don't have that answer. I don't know what that was. To me, that represents much more humility than, I don't know what it was, therefore it has to be God, and he communicated with me and he put this thought in my head. Like, where's the humility in that? And me pointing that out to her was, according to her, me being hostile. I'm like, I'm not being hostile, I'm being logical. But if logic is going to defeat your position, then why are you holding it? And if you want to hold it despite the fact that it's logical, I'm not telling you can't, but you can't force me to tell you that I agree with it. And I think that was the point of contention for her.
And that's why, like, when the Bible literally calls them simple-minded, it's like they fight to be simple-minded. And you could literally be like, think that the person has so much potential, right? Or that the person is intelligent, but they will be like, nope, I'm stupid. I'm dumb. I'm not smart. Like, they'll literally fight to be in this place where the Bible needs them to be. Think simple-minded people is what literally, I'm using the words of the Bible, and they will fight to stay in that place of simple-mindedness.
And I also think that these accusations that they levy at us are usually indications of fears that they have themselves. Right? You fear that this position that you internally, you may not necessarily admit it to me or to yourself, but you fear that this belief system you hold is illogical. So by telling me, you're projecting ultimately by telling me, oh, well, you're trying to say I'm crazy. I never said that. I never called them crazy. I never called them illogical. Now, the position that you're holding, I deem it illogical, but I'm not telling you as a person, you are illogical. I don't even know you. But I think by holding this defensive stance, and I told her that, I'm like, I said, you seem to be very defensive in having this conversation, but my lack of accepting or agreeing with you should not affect your conviction. If you are convicted, be convicted. If you have been convinced, be convinced. I don't need cosign. You shouldn't need my cosignage for you to believe that this was God talking to you. Either it was or it wasn't. And me believing it shouldn't change that. So if you are that tentative in your position, maybe you need to figure out how secure you are in it. But that's not my issue. That's your issue.
Saying curiosity can lead people astray. Astray from what? Because curiosity literally is the reason why there's chemotherapy. Curiosity is the reason why, you have a cell phone. Why you can be on TikTok right now. Curiosity is not the devil. Curiosity can get you in trouble sometimes, but curiosity is not inherently bad.
But I think they've been conditioned to vilify curiosity. They've been conditioned to vilify any independent thought whatsoever, because to question things is to lead down a like this path that could possibly take you away from a belief that you want to hold on to. And that's why I say it's so dangerous to start with your conclusion in hand. And that's what I told them last night. I was like, I follow the evidence where the evidence leads. I even told Dean, I was like, if I had my choice, I want to be reincarnated. Give it to me. I think it's cool. I would love to be able to fly. I would love to be able to come back as a different animal. That would be very, very cool. But I don't have any evidence to believe that that's true. So although I want to believe that it's true, I don't believe that it's true because I don't choose my beliefs.
They need to change it from curiosity killed the cat to curiosity killed the belief.
Yeah. And it killed the advancement. It killed the progress. It killed all the things that keep society going. And I don't know why. Stagnation has never helped anybody in any area of life. Growth and progress has always been beneficial. I mean, sometimes to the detriment of other people, but that doesn't mean that you stop asking questions. Because you're sitting here telling me living by rules or a culture that did not even exist in the world that I live in is what the goal of life is, then no, I'm definitely going to ask you questions about that.
But this Bible demonizes progress. Like the North were progressive, right? And so they were the most evil of Israel. The South were conservative, and they were God's favorite. Cain, progressive. Abel, conservative, God's favorite. Jesus did not like the Pharisees because they were progressive. They changed the law based off of the audience that they had at the time. Jesus says, no, don't do that. Stay conservative. Stick to the Torah. Like this Bible demonizes progressives.
Completely. Or independence, of any stripe. Independence of any stripe is a problem for this God in every single step of the way. Like an independent thought, nah, you can't do that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
We're definitely taught not to think for ourselves. It's just all about doing whatever the God wants us to do. And when you start thinking for yourself, that's wrong. We don't trust, as a Christian, we don't trust our own heart. It says in the Bible that, that our heart is, what is it? I can't remember the exact scripture, but basically you can't trust yourself. And when you start leaning on your own understanding and trusting yourself, then you're doing the wrong thing.
And I mean, even the comment, the obedience does require consistency. Obedience to what end and obedience for what purpose? If my obedience is hurting the people around me, how is that a good thing?
And
if
who?
Obedience to who? Because you're being obedient to another human. You just think you're being obedient to God because you've been told that the words in this book came from a God. And self-denial is sacrifice? Self-denial is stupid, in my opinion, because if I'm denying myself, I'm not walking in authenticity. I'm just functioning like a robot, which ultimately is what y'all say God doesn't want, right?
That's why I asked that second question. If obedience requires sacrifice, are you obeying? Like, you're obedient to who, right? And like you said, it requires consistency and tenacity. Like, if it requires sacrifice, are you going to be consistent in it?
And I don't understand either, like the concept of being obedient. You tell me God can read my heart. He can read my mind. He knows my motivation. And if I'm being obedient, but I'm vilifying this God because I think, oh my God, this was fucked up. Like, why would I do that? But I'm going to do it anyway. What carries more weight? What's more important? And if you're telling me just to follow blindly, whether or not I believe in it or not, whether or not it makes sense to me or not, whether or not I think it's the right thing to do or not, you're touting that as a positive thing. If you think about that to its logical conclusion or extrapolate that across the world, what would that allow people to do? And I don't know that they want to think about that.
They don't want to think about it. That's why we are the devil, because we are talking about it, and they scroll their FYP and they hear us say something, right? And it strikes, and it strikes a thought in their head that makes them go, wait, I never thought about that. Right? And it
I
makes
think
them
it all
feel
boils.
uncomfortable, and so they're like, devil.
I think it all boils down to fear. I don't think that they really are truly being obedient because they feel like God, that they really want to be obedient to God. I think it's just that they're afraid. They're afraid of the alternative. They don't know what the alternative is. And they would rather just be obedient and do what they feel like they're supposed to do instead of being, feeling like they might spend eternity being tortured.
And I think that just highlights the selfish nature that most believers approach their belief system, because it's not about doing the good thing because it's good. It's about doing the thing that God commanded because they think God commanded it. And that may not necessarily be the good or right or moral thing. But when you created this Velcro attachment where you can't separate God from good, then you've already given up your ability as a human who's been equipped with the ability to think and the ability to reason and the ability to observe the results of your actions. You completely closed the door on that and just said to yourself, I'm just going to do what this book says. And that doesn't work for me. I'm not even sure why that would work for anybody.
Yeah. I think I can remember the day that I decided that, following God is what I needed to do. And I had already been in church for a few years, just following the motions, just going through the motions because I felt like that's what I was supposed to do. I didn't grow up in a church. I didn't become a Christian until I was an adult. And I started going to church because my mother and my ex-husband were going to church. And I just wanted to go because they were going. And then it came to a point of where I felt like this is what I was supposed to be doing. So that's what I was doing. But it was probably a couple of years later. Now, I was a Christian and I called myself a Christian. I went to church. I was teaching Sunday school. I was singing in the choir and then selling drugs at the same time and ended up going to prison. And while I was in prison.
You can't say that word on TikTok.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
They probably going to get
you. I
you.
apologize.
You might want to hop down and then come back up because they're going to get you.
How do I get down?
Here, I'll take it down. Okay.
Now the request box is full again.
It's probably filled with a bunch of people who don't know they're in it.
Mm-hmm.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I apologize for that. I'm not used to just going live stuff and being on lives is kind of new to me. So I apologize. But anyway, it was at that point while I was gone away that I felt like that's what I needed. So it took something like that for me to feel like that this is what I had to do with my life. And I remember thinking, I need to stop being so independent and thinking I can do everything on my own. I need God to do things for me. I need to lean on him. I can't just continue to lean on my own thoughts and my own, it's not working. And that was at that point. And that was the point that I decided that everything I did was going to be for him. And I did that. That was in 2006. And then I continued to live my life like that until 2020. But I still wasn't living all the way right, but I was doing everything the best of my ability because I didn't want to go to hell. And I didn't want my life to turn bad again because I wasn't doing the things that I was supposed to do and the things that God wanted me to do. And it wasn't the thing that I wanted to do these things. It was just out of fear. It was all out of fear. Like my life is going to be in shambles and my life is going to be horrible. And I'm going to lose everything that I've gained if I don't live right, if I don't do what he wants me to do. And that's what it was. It was just fear of hell and fear of my life going to being in shambles again. It wasn't because I wanted. I talk about how it's funny how me and my husband, we would go to do programs together, and because he's a Christian rapper and I sing, and we would go and do these shows together and stuff, and he would always speak, and then he would look at me to speak, and I would never have anything to say because I didn't have anything to say because I just wasn't really in it that deep. I was, but I wasn't at the same time, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. I think most of them are just doing it because of the fear. Like when we ask what's the difference between someone, who believes in this God, who has the Holy Spirit, and someone who doesn't, they 9 times out of 10 they can't give an answer and they fall back to heaven or hell. So I think a lot of them are really just in it because of that fear.
Yeah.
And I also think that there's this, we talked about this before, where there's this requirement to just disconnect from who and what you are as a person and go through the motions. In the conversation with Dean last night, at the beginning, he was saying how he feels that if people just had no concept of bad, then they would have no idea to do bad things to people. They would have no idea or no, hurt people. So if they never experience negative things or they never experience bad things, then there wouldn't be bad things. And I'm like, I don't agree with that, because I think an informed decision is always going to be a more powerful decision. And I use my son as an example. I was like, if I tell my son, don't do this because if you do, this is what's going to happen, as opposed to not telling him that if you do this thing, this will happen, then he could just inadvertently do it, hurt someone, and not even realize the implication of his actions. But it's almost like the Christian belief system requires that you just ignore anything that's bad, ignore anything that's harmful, and just do the right thing because God tells you to do it. I would much rather do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And I would much rather be around people who are doing the right thing because it's the right thing. It's the thing that they want to do, not the thing that they have been told to do. And I think that motivation, which is so important to me, because I think if you're motivated from a place of kindness, compassion, and empathy, it's gonna permeate everything that you do, as opposed to, oh, God didn't tell me what I'm supposed to do when I came in contact with this situation. So, they could do the most harmful thing ever because there's no directive from the God. I just think it's more holistic when you're moving from a place of, I truly care about how I impact other people, as opposed to, I'm moving through this world based on what I believe a God has told me I'm supposed to. And I just think it's a depth of connection that comes from your motivations being yours and being rooted in compassion and kindness.
I totally agree with that, because it's like right now I know exactly who I am and what I enjoy doing, which is still helping people. And it's not because I feel like that I'm supposed to be ministering, or because of who I am in the church, or because God wants me to do. It's because I truly enjoy helping people and being there for people, not for any other motivation.
Hopefully I don't know, that you would think, I don't know, the conversations like this, my hope was to get people to kind of see, the harm that belief systems like that was causing to other humans, but the motivation to actually be human to other humans and restrict the harm that's being caused to other humans doesn't tend to be their primary focus. And they see humans as a somebody on a checklist. God said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. Check. What does that look like is the question, right? Oh, feeding the homeless. That's about as far as they go, ain't it?
That's lit. Yep. That's pretty much it.
That's the basics.
And they want to point to, who's leading the charge in humanitarian efforts? Christians. And that came up yesterday too. I'm like, who's also leading the charge in SA and in houses of worship? Like, where's that coming from? So you want to tell us that Christianity creates such this altruistic way of life, but where? And what about the people in your home? What about the child you kicked out because they're LGBTQIA? Like, what about the person who you turned your back on because they no longer, or they have questions about, talking snakes and magic fruit? Like, where's the kindness in that?
Yep, and that, like, these conversations, the hope was to highlight that, right, through these conversations, through the lens of the book. But they, I don't know, they tend to run from that point. And I think we've made so much sense in these conversations over the last year, with all of us doing the lives. They're literally, I don't want to say afraid of us in that sense, but they're afraid of what we say and what we talk about. Like, it scares them.
I think it's also scary because they know they can't refute it.
Yeah.
Like, they can come with those thought terminating cliches. They can come with the drop down menus that they choose from, that their church has equipped them with. But there's a part of them that I know, I maybe I'm choosing to believe this, but there's got to be a part of them that realizes that that's not an explanation. It's an answer, but it's not an explanation. And it doesn't even address the crux of what we're talking about. Because to a human being that's not demented, they know what kindness is. They know what it feels like, and they know what it doesn't feel like. So when they're saying to themselves, oh, it's kind to do this, or it's loving to do this, when you know full well that if you were on the receiving end of it, you wouldn't say that. They know that that's a dissonant position to hold. And I think with us having these conversations, it's just putting that right in their face, and they can either slap into that wall, or they can kind of stop for a minute and assess it. And you're going to have people that do both for whatever reason and for however long they need to do it, and for various reasons. I think it's fear. I think it's, belonging and connection with their family, because deconstructing can be a very, very lonely process, and they don't want to necessarily go through that.
Yep, that's why I said they go against what they feel, like what they know internally, to defend something they also don't agree with, and then they become the thing that they don't necessarily agree with internally. Like I don't even know what that process is called. I don't know why, but I just feel like that's a process. Like they're morphing into something. There's a switch that takes place. Like they become, like, the only way I can explain what I'm trying to articulate, that I'm having trouble articulating, is Numbers 22, where the angel of the Lord became the Satan against Balaam for this God. Like, they become the thing that they are afraid of, or that they don't agree with, to defend their God. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and they have to. They absolutely have to. And it's not until they are faced with that realization through these conversations that they see it. Because when you go to church, you're not going to hear that. You're going to hear continual defense of your position, no matter how illogical it is, and no matter how contradictory it is. But yeah, and that's a difficult place to be. I remember the first time I was, I don't know where I was going. I was still living in Atlanta. I was on the MARTA, and I was trying to get some preaching time in. And I was trying to give the guy that was sitting next to me like this watchtower, and it was about Jehovah's Witnesses being a cult. And I did not know that. Of course, I didn't know this man from a can of paint. And he went in with so many facts about what cults are. And my logical mind was like, oh shit, like that is the experience I've lived. But there was a absolute block, a wall that went up that would not allow me to process that information. I went right to the talking points that I had been conditioned to respond with. Just even like a script, if you will. It's a book that Jehovah's Witnesses Jehovah's Witnesses have, called Reasoning from the Scriptures. And that book gives you like almost verbatim the things to say. It's basically apologetics. And so I would use them, and everyone that I used, he had a refutation for it that made sense, that was logical, but my brain could not process it. It would not process it. And this was probably 20 years before I deconstructed or started deconstructing. But yeah, it's literally a block that you don't even realize is there, because most people have not even been exposed to other ways of thinking. They haven't been exposed to critical thought. You think you have, but you really haven't. And then when you get in conversations in these spaces, it's almost jarring and it's terrifying, and it's all the things and all the emotions, and for some of them I think it's a little bit too much to deal with. Yep.
Has
Watts,
anybody
that
ever
brown book.
said to you like that you aren't tracking, or you're responding to them with stuff that they didn't say? Like they'll give you a response to the last thing you said, and then you go to your book. Like, have they ever said to you that has absolutely nothing to do with what I just said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As a witness?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all the time. And I didn't realize that in that moment, like I knocked on doors all the time. Like I was an auxiliary pioneer. That was a term in the organization. Like you get a specific number of hours per month knocking on doors. So yeah, but I thought I was prepared. I thought I was being just as logical can be, because it's almost a reframing of how thoughts connect when you're looking at it through the framework of religious indoctrination and dogma. Because these points have been connected in a way that eliminates critical thought. It eliminates space for the identification of non-connecting ideas. So when you don't realize that, your brain isn't even primed to process the information. So when I hear that happen in here, that's one of the reasons why I try to be as clear as possible and try to clarify things and say this is where we're
We can't hear you, Fee.
who you were talking to, but maybe it was a guy this morning. Every single point that you said, he would just come back with the canned response that had nothing to do with what you asked. And then you'll notice the pivots happen at very particular points as well. It's almost fascinating and kind of map it out, because you can almost see the pivot coming. Like, that person is not going to have a logical or a connecting response to that. So they're going to have to go somewhere else and bring up a topic that has nothing. It may be slightly tangential to what we're talking about, but is absolutely not on point, and it's not tracking with the conversation. I think that's what religion does to your mind.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing to see, because like I know that I was a Christian, but I never experienced the cognitive dissonance because I never tried to like explain away shit. And so I don't know why, but I'm mesmerized by that. Like,
I think it's a cult thing. Like, I really do, because I did not know. My parents were baptized when I was a year old. So that religion is literally all I ever knew. We could not have friends outside of the organization. We couldn't talk to people of different faiths. I didn't know until after I deconstructed what other religions believed. I had no idea there were that many denominations of Christianity. I had no earthly idea. So when you're raised, or your foundational framework and foundation is laid in such a silo of thought, and it's such a silo of belief system, you don't know that that's what you're doing. And it wasn't until after I got completely out of it, completely away from it, and started having another motivation, i.e. my son, to realize, okay, this is where we're going with this. This is problematic for me, because I knew what I didn't want for him. I just didn't realize that what I didn't want for him was exactly what had happened to me. And I didn't realize that had happened to me until I recognized that I didn't want it for him, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just have a really hard time seeing that for you. Like for me, like, you're so intelligent. It's just hard for me to believe that you were not, I don't want to say not intelligent, but not willing to critically think. Does that make sense? Like, it's hard. It's hard for me to believe that about you, or see that anybody could, get into your head to make you not want to think, to critically think. And the reality of it is that's how powerful indoctrination is. Mm-hmm. And then we can be indoctrinated into like everything, because like right now, even just as I'm talking, going back to, I might not have allowed my mind to get indoctrinated with religion, but I was sure in hell indoctrinated into my relationship, my marriage, and like he was able to let me make me think things about myself that I accepted as truth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. But I think that goes to show us that we don't know what we don't know. None of us. We don't know what we like. Literally, 25-year-old fee is not 50-year-old fee. When I tell you I am so not that person, and it took work. It was an intentional deconstruction of who I was built to be and a reconstruction of who I authentically am. So the way I think, the way I engage with people is so different. Like you would not have recognized me. I don't think I would have recognized me. But I think that's why I like to journal, because I go back to my journals from that time and I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking? But it does give me a perspective though to be able to engage with people who are still in that space. And that's why I always say that's why empathy is important for me, because I've been there and I know that I was there for a reason, not because I wanted to be there, but I was there not even knowing that I was there, because I thought I was a relatively intelligent person. Like I love to read, I love to research. I just didn't realize I was doing it in a silo, because there's a whole ass world out there that I didn't even realize was there, because I wasn't given access to it. And it wasn't until I gave myself permission to access it that I was able to get, the information that I didn't even know I had.
I saw a video yesterday with this girl, like she's deconstructing right now, and she went through her photos, and there was a video of her where she had started a series called something like Getting Through with God or Waiting It Through with God or something like that. And she was like, okay, ladies, today is the first day of Getting Through with God program. And remember, you're not waiting on God to get through. Like it's up to, it doesn't depend on it doesn't matter how long you wait, it's how you wait. And she's like sitting there like watching this video, and she's like, oh my gosh, she's like, what the fuck was I saying? But like going back to see how you were when you were a believer, it is cringe worthy. Like I will look at videos that I have on my phone, the journal that I published, and the prayers that I put in that journal, and literally I published it. Like it's so cringe.
It is. And even like you were saying the relationship thing, like I thought I was so like confident. Girl, no. The mindset that I had on, like the misogynistic mindset that I accepted, like the way that I accepted a subservient position to a man, I didn't think anything was wrong with that. Bring that shit to me now and see what happens. Like that's why I say that's why I think growth and progress is so important. And although it's hard to look back on who you were at that time and what you thought at that time, I think it gives you insight into why you thought that, so you can challenge that piece. Because what you thought is important, but knowing why you thought it, I think, is even more impactful, because it's going to allow you to challenge those core beliefs that you didn't even know you held.
Yeah, that's true.
That's very much true, because like I mentioned earlier with the ex-husband and my mom and going to church, that ex-husband of mine used the Bible he's the one that taught me the Bible, and he used it to control me. And he was extremely misogynistic and extremely controlling. And that's how he did it, was with the Bible and the Word of God. And I just stayed in my place because that's where I thought I was supposed to be. But you mentioned also, Fee, about turning 50, and there's something about turning 50 that just kind of changes your perspective about everything.
I agree. I think it's something about becoming a mother, becoming a parent, I should say. And something about, I think 30 was a big one for me, but I also turned 30 the year that I had my son. So those were two milestones there that were really transformative, because I didn't realize how much of who I was being dictated by other people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And I did not want that for my son, because there was a part of me that didn't enjoy it. Even when I was living it, it felt like uncomfortable. It's almost like, that pebble in your shoe. I don't know where it is, like that little, that's what it felt like, but not to the point that I did anything about it until those milestones happen. And I think it happens at different times for different people. That light bulb moment can be a little bit of anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you all for allowing me to come up and talk with you all today. I'm going to move on. But I appreciate you all. I enjoy listening to you all. I've learned bunches since I started listening about a month ago. And I feel like listening to you all has kind of helped me. Like I already knew that I was deconstructing and I knew why, but you all have given me more information to kind of continue to build that foundation to keep me going in that direction. If that makes sense?
What's the name of your podcast, Diane? I'll check it out.
It's Reclaiming My Life on YouTube, and to find it, you got to put an 8 on the end. So it's Reclaiming My Life 8.
Okay, I will check it out.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You have a good day, ladies.
Thank you. You too.
Do the same.
I saw where a couple of people said they can't send gifts. What's their name? They said they can't send gifts. BFC, food goddess. There are still some people who can't access the gifts or re-up, but I think the server is still that there are several servers still trying to boot up, come back online and stuff. Yeah, it's probably gonna take a couple of days. I don't think they're letting anybody resub because they don't have a definite sale. So it's just a 90-day extension. So they're probably not going to allow anybody to resub. But I might be wrong. It could be a server thing, but I can't see them putting that back in place and they don't have a deal in place because it could just go down again in 90 days. They only did a 75-day extension. How did they do that? The law said a 90-day. How did they only do 75 days? Rub it in our face, why don't you? Oh, for 75 days? I wonder why he only did 75. Let me see. The law that Congress passed and now former President Joe Biden allow for a 90-day extension. Apply retroactive. Executive orders cannot override existing laws. It's not clear. I don't know why he did. It doesn't explain why he did 75 days. That's interesting. But yeah, so I can't see them restarting the subs back up for that small amount of a time without knowing for sure if they're going to be back for good. I don't know. Let's see. Grand 6. Grand 6. Let's see, we have about 35 more minutes. I don't think this person is loading.
They are not.
That's what I told you. Damn near everybody in this box is don't even know they're in there. Jay? Nope. Shani? Shani?
I definitely did not hit the request button. Oh my goodness, I don't know what's happening.
It's okay.
But I love listening to you all. But I was resting.
Okay, thank you. Have a good rest. Big Bad and Sound, are y'all in the box on purpose? I think we've gone through everybody. If we did, then I'm gonna go ahead and close down. Give me Globetrotting. The Globetrotting RN. Like, it's just throwing people in the request. Remember when we had that problem a while ago? I feel like we're going back to some code that has that problem. Like, it's just throwing people in there randomly. Sound, are you here?
Hey, Thinker.
Hey, Big Bad.
Hey, Fee. Hey, Simone.
Hey,
How y'all
Bad.
doing?
Good.
How y'all doing?
All right.
Good without God. I requested earlier when we was talking about Dean's Live, and it was most of the nerds were there. We was all in the chat, and the Taylor came up and she said Fee was hostile and she was just making up all kinds of stuff, and we were in the chat and we just bombarded her with so much. We were just on her, and she had to step down because the nerds, we went there, showed up and showed out. We did that. That's all I wanted to say.
They did. Look, I was in my garage. Y'all know how I say, getting my juke joint curled up in my chair, doing what I do. So I wasn't even looking at it. I didn't even realize that anybody was in the comments. And Dean was like, "Oh, it looked like your people in here." I was like, "Okay, blue, blue." I was like, "Fishtons and nerds in the house."
That's what's up. Yeah, when I saw that comment that somebody said that she called Fee aggressive, I'm like, Fee? Yeah.
My son and I had a conversation the other day because he was like, "Yeah," we were talking about, it was on Monday, MLK Day. He was like, "Yeah, I'm definitely more Malcolm X." He's like, "You see more MLK." He was like, "I see you kind of." He said, "It depends on the situation, but no, like I'm not an aggressive person. I think I'm an assertive person, but I'm not an aggressive person." I think people who can sometimes conflate those two things, it happens, but.
Yes. Oh, yeah. They're not used to hearing people like, assert their boundaries or their stance. They're used to people backing down, and so because you don't back down, you're aggressive, not assertive.
And the fact that they just can't have a conversation like a normal conversation. They just can't have a normal conversation. And sometimes I think, like, when they go in public, do they act that way sometimes in public, or is it just TikTok?
I think it's about not being taught how to have difficult conversations or to engage with people with dissenting views. And I just did this. I'm on the last year of my certification cycle, and I've got to have so many CEUs because I waited until the last year. But one of the trainings that I chose was that, like, engaging in difficult conversations, and some of the things that make it easier to do and some of the things that make it difficult. And one of the things that makes it really difficult is every single time someone asks you a question about your position, you respond in a very defensive way. And that's exactly what Taylor was doing yesterday, because it's not about, I think if you're starting with the goal of trying to make someone see what you see, you're going to be defensive because you're trying to accomplish something and they're stopping you from doing it. But if ultimately my purpose in engaging in this conversation is to share my perspective, you do with it what you will, because I don't have the goal of changing your mind. I just have the goal of expressing to you where I'm coming from. It lands a little bit differently, but I don't know that that's something that many people are taught how to do. I know I wasn't. It was an information that I had to intentionally seek out and learn on my own.
Yeah, we were so deep off in that live. She was like, "Well, I'm gonna go because everybody's in the chat. They're saying stuff." I'm like, "Yeah, you wrong."
Yeah.
Sabito, welcome to the Nerds. Thank you so much for your subscription.
And I will say I appreciate y'all's support in that live yesterday. Like y'all showed up, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, we was there. Even Oso up there, he just showed his ass. Oso.
Did you have anything else, Big Bad, before we bring up some?
Oh no, that was all. I just came up to say, I love this community and I love what we doing, and we just getting bigger and bigger, and it's a good thing. It make me feel good to see that people are disowning or changing their views about religion and this God that goes along with it. That's all I want to say. Thanks.
Here. Big Bad, here. You're welcome. I hope you have a good morning. Hey, Sound. Sound?
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you today?
I'm doing good. I'm getting sleepy.
That's fair. Yeah, I was helping out at the Seattle MLK Coalition events yesterday, so I understand. It was a long day.
Mm-hmm.
But I requested up when you were talking about like how people, that aren't Christian are also good people, because I was, told you about the breakfasts that I help run every week, and that the idea that we need this God to be nice to each other is so silly. But the thing I was talking last night with my partner was, because she's Jewish and she goes to Jewish, study. She studies Hebrew actually. So whenever anybody's in here, be like, context, I'm talking to my Jewish girlfriend who does goes to classes about, individual words in Hebrew and how they are interpreted throughout the ages by different rabbis and all that stuff. And one of the things she said was about how the Jewish conception of the angels, the host of angels, is extremely different. And and it was like kind of new to me. And I was like, I kind of knew it, but anyway, I used the example of like the Job story and how God and the devil were, fighting over Job basically. And she was like, well, God didn't do anything. The devil, as it were, didn't do anything. That it was God doing everything to Job, as a manifestation of, how did she describe it? The host of angels. God is a part of the host of angels. So God isn't separate from the angels. The angels aren't separate from God. They are just aspects of God. So when God, as it were, was having a conversation with the adversary, then it wasn't God, it wasn't the devil, it wasn't Satan as we know it. It was another aspect of God who was, and they were, God split itself so that it could have this conversation. So, it made me think about as well, like this manifestation of Jesus in the Christian faith and where this came from, of like Jesus as a manifestation of the host of angels, but like in flesh. And that conception hadn't really come into my brain before. And I wanted to share it because I was like, well, that's neat. I've been studying this religion my whole life practically, and the Jewish conception of the host of angels, somehow I didn't really understand it until she explained it. I thought you all would find it interesting.
It is interesting. I don't know that is like the Jewish consensus, right? It might be a tradition. I've never heard that, like in studying the Jewish writings or reading the Talmuds. But it's definitely interesting. I know the Satan is a fourth level entity that does the bidding of the gods, but I've never seen in any of the Jewish writings that I've read so far where they describe the Satan as just another aspect of the God. And I know the council, like the host of angels, which it's usually defined as the divine council, which are other gods, and then the angels are workers, right? Like Satan, like they would just be workers that do the biddings of the God. So like that's an interesting concept. I definitely will look into it.
Yeah, and it, to me, I don't know, like the human morals, right? How is it possible to uphold human morals while maintaining loyalty to the God of the Bible? That question, to me, is it to me comes into this because the God of the Bible is different. Like it has different requirements, as it were, right? So it's like, yeah, I guess what I'm like, this is obviously, challenging to like kind of like process out, but it's like, basically, what is it? Human morals aren't God's morals. So that aspect of like loyalty to the God, I don't know. That's not, I had thoughts when I was down in the comments, but that's not, now it's not coming out. So, or I thought, but yeah, no, I thought that was interesting, with the host, and I'm going to ask her more about it, right? Because, like I said, she goes to Jewish study, Hebrew study all the time, and I'm not super familiar with the Jewish tradition, so it's been really nice to hear her as a, as a devout Jew, that what her conception of how Christianity kind of took the traditions and perverted them a little bit, but there are obviously like threads in Judaism that she's always surprised how they became Christian, because I'm explaining to her Christian stuff. She doesn't have as much of an understanding of Christianity. And she's like, wait, the angels are separate from God? Is that what you're telling me? She was confused by that last night. So we had a fun conversation about the nature of angels.
I think I'm looking in the Talmud right now to see if I can find something pertaining to it. Like, it would be cool, like, if you can ask her. It sounds like it might be a theological concept, like a Jewish theological concept. And if you can ask her what rabbi she's learning from, and that might help, like, narrow the search.
Well, for sure I will, because I'm curious. And we were just having this as like an idle conversation last night. Oh, that's why, because we were watching Fringe, and there was a story about this angel Azrael, and I was like, is that an angel in Judaism? And she's like, it doesn't sound familiar. It has the form of an angel name, but I don't recognize it. And then we started talking about like how the story had a Christian, concept of angels. And she's like, that's not how we think about it. So yeah, it was kind of like a, introductory kind of like thing. I'm
reading Rabbi Yohanan's explanation of when the angels were created. And he says in Bereshit Rabbi 1:3 that the angels were created on the second day. So this rabbi teaches that the angels were created.
I think the way that she described it is like the host of angels, it was created by the one God as a way for the God to understand itself. So it's like all the angels are a way, like God will manifest a type, like the adversary. That's the one we hear most often. And when God is wanting, when the whole entity is wanting to understand something, then it manifests a God or an angel to have this conversation with it to understand this concept. That's what she was saying.
Yeah.
So the second day makes sense.
I get what she's saying. Yeah. That makes sense. It's definitely an interesting concept. It's one I definitely want to look into more.
Yeah, and that makes me think, like, again, I go to how did the Christians, like, change it somehow? And the aspect of Jesus being manifested God on earth, obviously we have gods, human gods on earth throughout history, as it were, like the Pharaoh. But that being coming from a Jewish tradition is strange. And I was wondering, like, how Christians could, or how Jews could come into that belief system of, Jesus being God in a way. And this is what I'm going to kind of talk with her about and learn more about, because, now I could see kind of that path of
I think that's where they would have to posit that the writers of the New Testament understood the Hebrew theology, right? And a lot of them didn't. That's why they misquote scripture, and that's why they use scripture out of context as prophecies for Jesus. So they might not have known the teachings of whatever rabbi was teaching that because literally this text comes from the Canaanite. I don't want to say come from, but it's influenced by the Canaanite pantheon. And in the Canaanite pantheon, the Satans are fourth level deities, right? Which is in the text, they are different entities that do what the God needs them to do, and so we would have to know if the writers of the New Testament scriptures understood that theological concept of the Hebrew scriptures at the time, right?
I think the misinterpretations comes a lot from the oral traditions as well, and that's where I think of it, because we know that the Christians were forming right after Jesus. There were cults throughout the Levant and that area that they were starting to use the fish, and Jesus as God started to become a concept around this time. So to me, that's where I'm kind of I'm wondering the Jews that were following Jesus at that time.
I was talking about the angel thing.
Oh yeah, no, me too. But that's where I'm saying I'm connecting this if the Jews who were following Jesus had any conception of this concept of God and angels, basically God manifests angels as he needs, and Jesus, right, is in that tradition of God manifesting what it needs when it needs it, then that concept over the course of 100, 200 years, when the Bible writers started to write their thing, that's kind of where that line came into. And it's just, like I said, this is a research now project for me, because I'm the early church is where I'm really fascinated, because the development of these ideas, I feel, is how we can, do a lot of deconstruction from it around our culture, right? How do these religious traditions influence our laws, our culture? And when I bring those to the conversations, people are oh, I didn't realize that was Christian. And I found, especially in Seattle, because we're the most unchurched city in the country, that people do tend to be oh, I need to rethink that concept, because I didn't realize that it came from this religious tradition.
I'm trying to find it. Everything that I'm researching is saying that only God is God, and that angels are just messengers. I don't see anything in the Midrash Talmud that correlates.
Yeah, I'm gonna get clarification from her, because like I said, it was really quick, and I was just do you all know? Have you heard of this? So I'm gonna ask her about it today.
Yeah, thank you, and ask her the rabbi's name that teaches it. That way I can research it a bit more.
But yeah, I was I'm still doing this, and in the background, if I don't have time to come up and hang out, I am following you on YouTube as well. I just don't hang out on YouTube often as much, but obviously if this goes down, then I'll be over there. And yeah, I'll let you know my name over there when I start hanging out over there if I do.
Sounds good. Did you have anything else?
No, just wanted to share that interesting bit and let you know that, like, you know, there's the Jewish conception of God is so different from the Christian conception of God. And that's one of the things that, when I hear Christians like talking about the Old Testament and they're like, well, this and this, and I'm like, and you all obviously, you've said this a lot, is like, well, how do you know? Do you read Hebrew, right? Do you read these languages? And so, yeah, those are the things that I'm starting to research. And I'm lucky enough to have a pretty devout Jewish partner who likes talking about these things with me.
Okay, so I just found something. Do Jews become angels when we die? This is our first no. With the multitude of sources about angels, nowhere does it describe anyone becoming an angel at death, with perhaps the exception of Elijah, who is never buried and roams the earth. But I would prefer to say that he is not an angel, but a prophet who remains with us. For Judaism, angels are beings that exist separate from humans and separate from our afterlife. Should you choose to believe in one as constructed by our Jewish forefathers, angels are part of God's court, recording our deeds, singing as heavenly hosts, and serving a variety of jobs as God sees fit. So now we finally ask, do most modern Jews believe in angels? There I would answer no. If asked, most modern Jews don't even realize that Jewish angelology even exists. Most modern Jews are influenced by the past 150 years of rationalism and anti-mysticism. In fact, I can't recall any serious discussion of angels on behalf and their existence in the entire time I was in rabbinical school, except for trying to explain away why our biblical ancestors needed such metaphor in the Torah. We were always taught to look for times when Jews borrowed from other cultures. For example, angelology became very popular in the 13th century Germany. What the fuck? Rabbi Eleazar of Worms wrote the Book of Angels at a time. Rabbi Eleazar of Worms wrote the Book of Angels at a time when Jews needed to compete with the preponderance of angels among the Christian neighbors. What the fuck? Wait, hold on. What? So then who put the angels in the Bible?
Well, that's what I'm trying to say, right? Is like the Old Testament angels, the concept, the Jewish concept of angel is totally different.
But they're saying that he's not saying that the concept of angel is that is God split into pieces. That he's saying that they were beings that did the job of God, and that they don't believe in them today. Like they don't even consider them today.
Some. And that's so I'm like, again, really brief conversation. I thought it was interesting. I'm sharing with you. And you're giving me more questions to ask her because, you know, I was like,
yeah, because I want to know.
I just took it. I just accepted her like explanation because she's Jewish and she knows her tradition more often. But I'm like, well, you're reading all these sources.
I think there's 3 different sects of Jewish. So they don't all believe the same thing. And then you have different rabbis who teach different traditions. I remember one time I said Jews think this, and I was corrected. No, Jewish people don't. That's a tradition. That was corrected, because I did think they all thought the same thing. But they're kind of like Christians in a way that they all they have subsets of their own theology, and how they see God. But this,
she's more reform.
Okay. Wait, reform mean? Oh, okay. That meaning that she's not like an Orthodox, right? Is that what that means? Okay. So I wonder what rabbi she's reading, and that could be a newer Jewish theology that they're on. And he may have something to support his teaching, but I would be interested in reading it because I've always, and everything that I've read, they were just no different than the Satans, and they were just fourth level beings that did the biddings of the gods. That's That's all I've seen so far. So that would be really interesting to look into. But now, even
and she
more
may have been
so-
trying to.
I'm
sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say.
I was just saying she might have tried to explain to me the historical understanding. Like,
That's what I'm saying. I don't see that as a historical understanding, though. You see what I'm saying? That's why I want to know what Rabbi
I'm gonna
taught
ask
her
her.
that. Yeah, I want to know.
Yeah, what her sources are.
Yeah, so I can see. Because sometimes, like, have you ever read the Talmud? Have you ever gone through the Talmud?
Yeah, actually, I took the Hebrew Bible in college as a part of my theology, but like it was so brief. I actually I wrote a midrash about Jonathan and David's, adorable relationship.
Okay, so then when you see it, like the rabbis will take a scripture and they'll apply it to a concept without even explaining how they got to that concept.
Yep.
Yeah, and so like that's what I want. That's what I want to see is like what scriptures are they using to say, here's proof. Here's what the scriptures are saying that points to the angels or the satans. It's God divided amongst himself to get a human experience. Like I would like to know what scriptures they're using for that and what rabbi that is, so I can look into more. But it's even interesting to learn that it's a 13th century concept. That's interesting to me. I never.
Yeah, because she might not even know that.
Yeah,
that's the thing. She might have grown up with this understanding and not really like done a lot of research into the history of it. So now, like I said, this is a research project, and I'm going to ask her more this is why I wanted to share it with you, because I'm like, this is going to help me focus my questions. I didn't even know I had more questions.
But and then like ask her too, like if they see the angels or the satans as the God divided amongst itself, do they worship the angels? Because like the Bible says,
and I think that's no.
So why would they not worship, different aspects of their God?
It's like God is the whole, and when God needs to understand, right? It kind of like,
that's like
a water droplet.
That's like consciousness, right? Like the conscious, the concept of oneness. That would also mean that we are an aspect of him being divided too, to learn his, to have a human experience.
And I believe that, and I think she does too.
Oh yeah, I don't believe that. Okay.
See,
so
I'm
like
one of those people who are like, yeah, I'm like one of those people who I'm like the universe energy. Like I believe in energy, and as energy, we are all one, and the universe to me is like, and again, like this is my belief. Like I know it's not provable, but it's like, what if the universe wanted, we're the consciousness that we have is also like the universe's consciousness, and we are parts of that trying to understand what is energy.
I mean, to me, it's no different than like believing that there is this intelligent mind behind the whole thing, and like that mind would have to say, "Hey, I want to know what being a human is like," and in order for it to want to know what being a human feels like, there would have to be some human somewhere that he's like observing, and he's like, I want to know what that feels like, right? He had to think. Humans had to exist in order for him to desire to know what it's like to be a human.
Well, that's the aspect of like our understanding of consciousness, right? Is human. Yeah.
No, I'm saying like, so you're saying that he did this because he wanted to get a human experience, right?
I'm not saying I'm saying energy. I'm saying like the Big Bang, right? When the Big Bang happened, a form of consciousness was part of that.
Right. And the purpose, I'm sorry, I guess I'm confused. Like, are you saying that from what I understood, you were saying that the angels are a division of this God because he wanted to know what it was like. He wanted to have an experience as an angel?
Sort of. My personal conception, right, is like, again, like the Big Bang happened, and in that moment, a version of consciousness happened. And in that consciousness, sort of like stuff started to grow. But I'm not holding on to that as like my, I don't think there's an, path. I'm not trying to push it on anybody. It's like,
No, I didn't say you were trying to push
have this.
I'm trying to understand it. I'm just trying to
No, that's what I'm trying to play.
Yeah.
I'm like, the universe as an entity, we are part of the universe as an entity. We have consciousness. And so to me, like we know other entities on our planet have consciousness, but we don't understand how that the perception of the reality operates in a different brain, right? A cat's brain or a dog, a whale. Like they have a perception of the existence.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. Like originally you said that she said that the God wanted to have an angel experience, right? And then you said that that's how you see us as well. That's the part I'm trying to understand.
Yes. So for her tradition assigns that to one entity, as it were, God. Like she uses that as like, and as in the way, I guess I would say the universe, right? And it's like, and I'm kind of comparing our beliefs, our understandings of the universe, where she uses the Jewish tradition of like God is one, and then it separates itself to understand.
Humans.
I'm applying it like, I'm like, oh, how does that compare to mine? How does that like match up or not with mine? And I go back further. Like I don't go with like what is consciousness? And is it possible that there was a consciousness at the beginning of time, the Big Bang, that put things in motion because it was like, I wonder what I can do with this energy. But it's not like conscious. Like we're not created purposely. Humans aren't created purposely necessarily. It's more of like the consciousness of the universe was like, let's see what this energy can do, and then it just sort of like builds on itself.
Yeah, I guess like I can't get past you saying that it was curious, right? Like that's what I'm saying. Like you're saying that it was curious, and therefore it did a thing, right? That's what you're saying.
I know, and that's what I'm like. Because I don't know. I don't know what happened at the Big Bang.
I'm just trying to understand. I'm not defending it. I'm not rejecting it. I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and that's why I'm like, because we can't know anything. We can't know what happened at the Big Bang. We don't know what other forms of consciousness are there.
Hold on, Sam. Before, like, I'm just trying to make sure that I understand clearly what it is that you're saying, right? So you're saying that your belief is that the universe, like when the Big Bang happened, there was a lot of energy, and the universe is like, okay, I wonder what I can do with this energy, or I wonder what could be done with this energy, and then creation started happening, or like things just started forming. Is that what you're saying?
That's a possibility. Yeah, that's like, I'm like, that could be, that's a path that I would like to consider being possible. And so I'm like, yeah, why not? And like I said, like, I feel like that is, as somebody, as a human who has consciousness.
You don't have to defend your belief. Like I'm just trying to
No.
understand
I'm like,
what you're saying.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. This is how I explain where my thought process come from.
Okay.
Like, I'm a human with consciousness, and that's always bothered me, because I'm like, well, why? Why do I have consciousness? Where did this consciousness come from? And in my studies, in my life, I've been like, well, what is consciousness, and could other things have consciousness? And so because I like have that all energy, we are all energy, I have a personal conception that energy is conscious in some way that I can't understand. I'm not going to worship the energy, but I'm curious about what another consciousness, a different level of energy's consciousness could have done. And that's where I come into religion, right? I'm like, okay, so if I'm having these thoughts, other people throughout history having these thoughts, and how did they maybe put these concepts into their understanding? And that's where I go into like the Jewish one, because like I'm like, oh, these Jewish people back in the day were trying to figure out like, where the fuck did consciousness come from? And they created this God that created their consciousness. And so, I like to
in your thing, like it still would be an intelligent mind having curiosity, right? You are still
that's where I come.
anthropomorphizing energy, right?
And that's where I'm like, I don't know if I am, because I don't know what other entity, like what energy. I don't know if
I'm saying like,
you know,
it like I'm just saying like the word the action of being curious, right? That's there in the belief, though, right? Regardless if you define it as energy or something else, you're saying there was a curiosity was present, is what you're saying? Like there was something that was curious.
There was, yes, a curious energy, something, yeah, and that's, yeah, like I said, like it's a maybe. It's like, where did this consciousness start?
Yeah. Okay. And I think that to me it does sound similar to the concept of a God, right? Because in Christianity or Judaism, Islam, I don't know what the Babylonians called their religion, but like anybody that believes that a God created, the universe or created the earth, they still believe that there was this conscious mind, this intelligent mind behind it. And so regardless if you take away the body of the God, and you still give it the ability to wonder about itself or wonder about the future or desire something, I think you're still doing the same thing like as what a Christian would do, right? But just taking away the body of the God. Does that make sense?
And I'm not going to deny that. I'm not going to stop, because I'm like, as a human, I can only understand things through a human perspective. And so I'm like, I'm thinking that if I have consciousness, then another entity may have consciousness, but I don't know. So, yeah, that's what I'm going to see and listen to science and be like, what is it? Intent. What do scientists say about the energy, the intent of energy? And there's like, the mirror neurons that they vibrate at the same time, no matter if they're close or far. All of these like concepts of like, we don't understand how energy really works. So, and we don't understand how our consciousness works. So I can't perceive how another entity made up of energy would consider the universe. And so, and that's where I'm like, I don't want to anthropomorphize the whatever original spark there may have been in terms of consciousness. It's hard for me to like, I don't have much vocabulary otherwise. And yeah, and it's like, to me, it's about seeing my curiosity of what else could be out there, and how can I not be arrogant enough to think that I'm the only entity, the only, creature in existence that is conscious and may have curiosity. So, and when I'm thinking of them, I'm like, well, people back in the day musta, and how did they explain it in their traditions? Because like, there are like traditions all around the world that have similar stories like this.
But why not just say you don't know? Like, why do you have to create an answer for something that we definitively just do not know? Like, we don't know.
What's the thing? Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, we don't know. People who are studying energy right now, right? We don't know how that works.
Right. So why not just say we
But
don't
people
know?
are studying it and trying to figure it out.
But we don't know, though. Just because somebody's studying it, they still don't know. So why not just say you don't know instead of creating an answer for it without knowing that the answer is
Well, it's like I'm creating a when you're doing a science experiment,
hypothesis.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a hypothesis.
But this is your belief. Like, this is something that you believe that you can engage with, though, right? So
yeah, for me, when I'm
hypothesis.
No, to me that's what I've when I was in school, right? A hypothesis is you have a thought of how could this,
like I get
this
I
thought.
I know
Where does this thought lead?
But
I've not gotten
I'm
to my
asking
conclusion.
questions to understand where you're coming from, and I don't want you to answer from a place of defense, right?
I'm trying not to. I'm trying to answer the way my brain explains.
Okay, I feel like you're a little reserved because, I'm trying to understand, right? I
just don't talk about this as much. I think about it a lot, but I don't talk about it so much. So I think my words, I don't have the solid words to explain it. And again, I'm like, to me, it's a hypothesis. I don't know if it's the conclusion, and I want to have these conversations because I'm like, I have this hypothesis. Is there any, where will that hypothesis lead me? And right now I'm like, I wonder if then, there is a different form of consciousness out there. And
is it a hypothesis for real if it is a belief system that you believe that you are currently communicating with, though, a power that you are currently using? Is it a hypothesis or has it gone past the hypothesis? That's my question.
Well, the hypothesis for me is about the moment of creation, the Big Bang.
Right, and you believe that that's the entity that is source, right? Or the creator, right? Source of creation?
The Big Bang.
The energy?
The Big Bang. Yeah.
Yeah, the energy.
When the Big Bang happened. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you believe that the energy is the source of the creation, right? You're saying that the energy got curious and started to create, right?
Mm-hmm. But I try not to put, intent, like, the conception of human, God, that this entity, this form, this energy, having direct, impact on us, like making us do things, or like having direct, directing us on an individual basis. Right, I'm skeptical of that.
You're a skeptic. Okay, so but you are a witch, right?
Yes.
And you believe that you engage with this energy through your magic?
I think I engage with certain energy.
And is that energy conscious and can engage back with you?
Yes.
Okay. So it sounds like it's gone past the hypothesis then. It sounds like this is a belief that you hold and not necessarily you're saying, I wonder if this is the case. Because if you're saying that you already engage with this energy, right, and this energy engages with you, then it sounds like you believe it as, what it is and not necessarily a hypothesis. And I could be wrong, but that's what it sounds like to me.
I think so too. Like, I think the hypothesis is just like an educated guess or prediction, right? But if you've moved from like being curious as to whether this is true to it is part of your belief system and you think you do it, we're definitely several steps past the hypothesis, and we've landed at the conclusion and missed several steps in the scientific process along the way.
The where it separates in my brain in terms of like the energy that I personally like engage with and like the universe at large is that's where like my hypothesis I go to they're the ultimate, like the universe as a conscious entity, and we as conscious beings are part of that conscious entity. And as are other forms of energy, like these, deities, these particular ones, but I don't think that those are the whole universe in the same way we're not. They're just another aspect, like they're another consciousness like we are. I don't know, Blake Flower. I don't.
How would you test that, though? Like, how have you tested to be able to determine that you're communicating with it?
Oh, it is 100% belief. That's what I'm saying. I will not justify my belief as in terms of like, I'm not going to try and convince anybody that my way is right. Like, I have my traditions, because to me, following these kind of paths, these traditions, these energy sources helps me in my life go in the direction that I think is best for me and my community. And so I follow these traditions, and I believe that there are other consciousnesses out there. Humans are not the only form of consciousness. So for me and the pagan tradition I come from, right, we are trying to connect with another level of consciousness. We might be doing it, or we might be deluding ourselves. But like, I mean, since I'm not pushing on anybody, so I'm not hurting anybody with my stuff, like, I have fun with my rituals, so I'm going to do them.
I don't think that's what, honestly, most belief systems are, specifically if it's not rooted in anything that is, well, a belief system. It's kind of has to be somewhat esoteric or intangible. And like you said, if it serves a purpose for you, it's not hurting anyone, I don't see anything wrong with it. But I think that these types of conversations, of course, when you're talking to people who are skeptical thinkers and individuals who are more interested in leading where the data takes us, as opposed to, landing in a place and trying to find the data to substantiate it. It's just a difference in belief system. But I agree with you. If it serves you, it brings you joy, it gives you purpose, or it gives you some sort of solace, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, as long as it's not hurting anyone else or yourself.
Yeah, and like I said, like, to me, my conception of all this could change tomorrow or, next week if there is new understandings of energy, of our, I read especially, multiverse, no, that's not the term, holographic universe kind of theory. It's a scientific theory that I like reading at, and it ties, and that's the scientific theory that most closely resembles kind of my belief of how the universe could be. And again, it's my belief, right? But I do look at science and be like, there's this concept of what did I just say? Selective words to come off as smart. Okay.
Don't worry about the comments. Shaka, leave my friend alone.
But like, I shouldn't have read that comment, because now my train of thought.
Yeah,
you were talking about the holographic universe.
Yeah.
Thank you. So when I was first,
that was Shaka. So he's a pretty cool person. But Shaka, this is my friend. Let's not make her feel uncomfortable.
Like, the holographic universe is a scientific theory that is debated in academic journals. And when I learned about that when I was in high school, and I was like, oh, that is really close to, like, that sounds like it might have interesting implications for us and how we understand the universe. And from that, I do have a, belief, but I know that it's not provable. I'm not going to, like, die on that hill of like, but I'm going to, like, we all have beliefs. Like scientists, like have beliefs. That's kind of what in terms of like the holographic universe, is like, do you believe that that could be a possibility? Do you think that could be a possibility? That those two concepts, think and believe, also in different languages are the same word. So that's another thing too about like, how do we as humans understand our existence?
And I think we have to be really careful, like with the language that we use, because the holographic universe is a concept, but it's not a theory, because a scientific theory has been proven, right? A scientific theory has been tested, and that's how it becomes a theory, right?
Thank you for that. Yes.
Yeah, I think sometimes when we conflate those terms, we sometimes muddy the water. And like you, I geek out ridiculously on all things cosmos and all things universe. Like, it is absolutely fascinating to me. And I think that there are a lot of ideas that are floating around here, a lot of hypotheses about, the multiverse and like the big crunch and, the Big Bang, the big crunch, like all of these things are fascinating to me. But I think the time to believe them is when we have evidence to substantiate that they are true. And although I would like to believe that, there are certain things that are true about our universe, and that there are certain things that as conscious beings, that I would like to believe a lot of things. But I think when we take that step of accepting something as true for me to accept something as true before there's been evidence to substantiate that truth, to me, I don't see how that's any different from a religious belief that people want to hold on to because it makes them feel better. And that just doesn't work for me. And that's not to say it shouldn't for you, because you have your traditions, you have your values, and you have things that you have to construct around your world to make living on this earth tolerable. And I understand that's going to look different for everybody. But yeah, I think I've listened to a podcast or some YouTube video about the holographic principle, and it's interesting. It's absolutely it piqued my interest. I don't necessarily feel that I left that exposure convinced, but that what convinces one may not convince another.
Yeah, and like I said, it has been sort of like, there's a lot of contention. Holographic universe proposal is not, it has its followers in the scientific community, but it's not a widespread it's not a popular understanding of the universe. And so, and like I said, I'm really interested in where the people who are studying these things are taking it, so I can know, right? I'm like, this is what I can conclude, or like, yeah, I do that. Thank you. That actually, say this way, these conversations are great at getting my actual vocabulary out about what I think. Because it's like, yeah, I don't know. I have to live this life for my life. And I have like these traditions that I do. And so no skin off anybody's teeth if this is how I choose to believe right now in my life. And I've always, like I said, tried to keep myself open. I'm like, I have this belief now. I know I can't know it for sure. So I'm going to be open to changing my beliefs. But I still, I like having that this concept in my life of having these energy sources that I follow. And that's, like those belief. And that's what I wish in these conversations, right? I wish Christians could come to this point too. It's like, fine, be Christian, follow your path, but like, admit that you don't actually know if that's right for 100%. And that's what frustrates me about like the fundamentalist aspect of when people tie into to religion in general, because I don't know, I'm going to follow this right now, but I don't know.
Yeah, and I think being open-minded is important for all of us, because as we learn new information, our understanding and our positions should change. Because why would I hold on to a position or an understanding of a position that has been proven to be incomplete? Right. Like I could go in my backyard every night at 7:30 p.m. and pray to a head of lettuce named Chauncey because it makes me feel better. And I believe that doing that makes the next day, flow smoothly. I have no evidence of that. But if I believe it to be true, there is the placebo effect. So as long as I'm doing it and I'm not trying to make you erect a statue to Chauncey, the head of lettuce, then where's the harm in it? But that's unfortunately not the exposure the vast majority of us have with belief systems, specifically religious ones. And I do think, like Thinker says all the time, your belief is personal. Like what I believe is absolutely personal. If I happen to find someone who geeks out about the same thing that I'm interested in, we can geek out about the possibilities or the curiosities together. But the moment I'm telling someone else, this is how it is, this is what you should believe, this is how you should see it, I think that's when the problems start.
Absolutely. The should. If anybody says this is how it should be, I'm out. And I'm like, I'm going to do my thing and like you can do yours. But like there's no should. That's where I come to it. The concept of morality, right, is what we've created. Human morality is human. There's no sense of like the universe, as I was saying earlier, right? Universe to me it doesn't matter. Like we are creating our morality on this earth, and that energy force, whatever it is, shouldn't have any impact on what we, in our meat lives, in our material lives, how we engage with each other. And that I think is this era that we're going through, right? Like you just said, Fee, like Chauncey, the magical head of lettuce, like I kind of want to just like create a statue of that for fun. But like, yeah, the way that we are as a culture, as a society, coming out of the lack of understanding of how the universe, the immature conceptions of our understanding of the world and the universe. Like every year we are learning more and more. People back in the day, they didn't have everything, so they created stories. And the people who are still holding on to those old stories, that's who we engage with a lot. At the same time, like I know there's a lot more people in the world who are open to new stories and are willing to acknowledge that those old stories don't necessarily apply anymore. And maybe you can follow your story and I don't have to follow your story and it's okay. So that shift that we're going through right now, right, these conversations are a part of that. That's why I like being a part of them, because I'm like, if we can get to a point where people have beliefs and we can just talk about beliefs without being like, hey, you have to believe this, you should believe this because this is the right way. That I think is going to be how we as people, as humans, get past the next phase of our growing.
And I also think that we get past the next phase by realizing that our understanding will be the old understanding of the future, right? Like future generations will understand more about our universe than we understand. Like the James Webb Telescope changed so many things. It's causing us to rethink some things that we thought we knew, not because they were wrong, but just because they were incomplete. But when you have a belief system that you're standing on, this is what it is, which is what religion does, and it doesn't change and it doesn't adapt when new information is available, you just continue this tug of war that is completely pointless, because the reality is where we are in time is the farthest that we know anyone has ever gotten. And as we move forward and we get access to more information and we get more sophisticated tools of examining the universe, of course our understanding is gonna grow. Like think about water. When people first put a drop of water under a telescope and they saw those, the molecules and the things that were moving around in the water, they didn't know what the fuck it was. Like it shocked the shit out of them. There's I think an episode in Cosmos, the Neil deGrasse Tyson version of Cosmos, the one that he redid that Carl Sagan did so many years ago. And it's like this little animation of what that discovery was about. They didn't know what that was. And it kind of shook the whole scientific field, the whole scientific world. That's going to continue to happen. But when you feel like where you are right now, you have a grasp on all the knowledge that there is, and there's nothing that can shake you from that. That's a problem for any camp that anyone resides in, because ultimately to live and to grow and to evolve is to change. And it's the resistance to that change that I think creates so much tension in the world that we live in today.
Agree 100%. Yeah. And that's why even in my belief systems, right, I have always been like, I follow my traditions so that I can grow, so that I can change. And if a belief system is going to limit me, I'm not going to follow that. And like I said, like that's for me. And I don't judge anybody else who doesn't have a, as it were, religious tradition. If they don't do rituals, like I do them because they're fun. Like you said, I was going to say that. I'm fine with my rituals being placebo effect. I tell people they could be, right? Like I did a ritual for a job a few years ago because I was like a month away from having no money, being evicted and all that stuff. And I was like, all right, I'm going to do this spell, and then I'm going to physically apply 2 jobs according to I was doing this spell for a specific thing. So I was applying to jobs and I was focused on that. And it's like, yeah, I did a ritual. I focused my energy for a specific purpose. And I used the concepts of my personal life tradition. Hecate and Breed are the 2, entities that I tend to call on, those energies. And then there was the next week I got the exact job that I needed. And I don't think that, I have no idea if doing the ritual was, had an impact on anything. But I'm like, if I hadn't done the ritual, would I have had the motivation to do that intense job search? And yeah, placebo effect is very valid to me. But so is running, right? Any kind of habits we get into to improve ourselves. That's how I've always thought of religion. My rituals are habits that help me focus my energy.
And I think that being able to recognize the role that it serves in the life of another person is where the beauty of humanity can really shine. Because for you, tradition means something. It propels you forward. It gives you roots and connection. For me, tradition is peer pressure from dead people. I'm like, I'm not going to do this shit just because y'all used to do it, but that's just me. And that's not to say that you shouldn't do it. So I think being able to recognize and give space for you to pray to your energies and your gods and do whatever you need to do to make you happy, that's not going to impact my life negatively. But I think the problem is that most people that grasp onto a belief system, they want homogeny. They want everyone else to sign on to it. And I think part of that is a need to have that validation, because they may have some doubts as to whether or not it works. So I think it's not one consistent reason, but you see this need for everybody to sign on to it. Everybody to join it like it's an MLM. In reality, that's not going to be something that's effective for everybody that's exposed to that.
Yeah. And yeah,
But
that's what
feel
I
peer
like I
pressure
said.
from dead people.
Yeah. That's great. It's perfect. That is exactly what it is.
It is
real bad.
It drives me crazy. I mean, and it's not to, cast light on any ancestors. Do what you do you, go off king and queen. That's great. But I'm not going to do things just because someone else did it. It's kind of think when we talk about small talk, why are we talking about the weather? We both know it's cold. What the fuck are we doing this for? I don't like doing pointless stuff. So no, I'm not doing that.
Exactly. And that's that too, when that girl was coming in, your daddy was a pastor, your daddy this, your daddy that, your daddy would be, my dad is dead. What my dad believed and what my dad did, that was my dad's life. And if my dad was alive, I would still be doing the same thing, because I'm pretty sure, because this is who the fuck I am. But
that part.
Telling me that I need to believe in a God because my dad believed in it when he was alive, what the fuck? That is straight peer pressure from dead people. And it don't mean I don't love my dad or appreciate who he was in my life. Y'all know, my dad was my ace boon coon. But shit,
Yeah.
that don't mean I gotta
But
believe in this God.
right, I even think that challenges the paradigm of what it means to honor someone. I can honor my father's memory. I can absolutely love the relationship that he and I had, but we can disagree. And I can live a life that he may not like because I'm not beholden to live my life in a way that he approves. But tradition will tell you that. Tradition tells you you cannot change anything. You have to do it the way it's always been done. But what if that no longer works for me? What if that no longer works in the time that I'm living in? And I just don't see, for me, there's no benefit. For some people, there is benefit. And for those people, I say absolutely keep your traditions as long as those traditions aren't hurting anyone. But don't force them upon us that don't have that connection to it because it's no longer relevant. And let me create my own. Like I like to do things in the way I want to do them, and create traditions that me and my son and my family can find meaning in. Like you're forcing yourself to do something that someone else found meaning in, whether it means the same thing to you or not. And I'm just not down with that.
And that's why that's why I'm in these conversations right here. Because it's like, I speak to the Christians, the Muslims, the whoever, even my fellow witches who might be fundamentalist in their way. And I don't understand them, but they are there. And I'm like, but why? Like you can have your beliefs. Like, and some of them are going to be more like this in the future. And that's what we were talking about earlier, right? The transition of like holding on to your beliefs as a universal. That's what I want to, I have these conversations to transition away. Cause there's a guest that's been coming up recently. And I'm like, Jess seems like she's a very nice person who has her Christian tradition and she doesn't want to like foist it upon everybody else, it seems. But it's like, what if more people could be like that? What if more Christians could be just in their own thing and not worry about it?
Yeah, speaking of Jess, she ain't been back since that conversation.
Yeah. Really? I like her.
Well, never mind. I forgot we went dark. Wait, that was before we went dark, wasn't it? Yeah, because we just came back online yesterday. Yeah, maybe Jess deleted the app.
I'm like, nah, she's the kind of Christian. She's the kind, like, I recognize her. Like, she and I are similar in that way. Like you were saying, Fee. I have my beliefs. I am a believer in something. She is a believer in something. And so for that, I'm like, yeah. And I respect her traditions if she, if it works for her. I don't want that particular tradition to impose anything onto society. That shouldn't be. And that's where I go back to like the aspect of on the earth, our physical, we need to address the reality, the physical reality of our existence and not apply, right, these concepts, these beliefs to our day to day. And that transition is going to be rough, like the next 100 years, really. And who knows what's going to be. But like, I have this feeling that there are more and more people who are wanting that kind of world than we used to have. And so these conversations, I'm going to try to continue to have them in different ways to like help people transition. Like, I'm not trying to, take your beliefs. I'm just trying to like ask if they're, we can share and not have to like fight and force each other to believe the same thing. Yeah, I came up here talking about angels and ended up talking about my conception of, energy.
It was a good conversation. Thank you for coming up. I'm about to shut down, y'all. It is 10:30, 10:35. So I got to go get some rest. I appreciate y'all. We'll be back tonight. I hope y'all have a good day. Thank y'all so much for the likes and the shares and the comments. To the YouTubers, thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. To all of you that became nerds over there on YouTube, I appreciate y'all. I hope y'all have a good one.
Bye, Thinker. Get some rest. Love y'all.
Bye, y'all. Love y'all.
Bye.
Love you guys. Bye.